Chapter 101. Knock down. The huge three-headed giant dog is roaring frantically, with red eyes. There are two humans in front of it, a man and a woman, but compared to it, they are too small. Human beings are small creatures, but relying on their own wisdom and abilities, they have defeated one huge creature after another. Are you ready? Terumi Ming. All right. Then let's start. With two slurs, Kakashi and Terumi disappeared in place at the same time. The six eyes of the three-headed dog moved with the two, but Kakashi's speed was too fast, and the three-headed dog quickly lost Kakashi's trace. Damn it, where did that human go? Puppy, look here. At this time, Terumi leapt up and looked parallel to the three-headed dog. Hands not printing. Fire escape. Flame bomb. A crimson flame burst out of Terumi's vermilion lips suddenly. Quite spectacular. The three-headed dog snorted coldly and said, "Ha! With such a little flame, you dare to show off in front of me." Fire escape. The fire of hell. The crimson flame coming out of the three-headed dog's mouth was more than twice as big as the flame coming out of Terumi's mouth. The hellhound's fire escape swallowed Terumi Ming's flames directly, sending out dots of flame slag, erupting everywhere. The flame casts its momentum unabated, and flies towards Terumi. Water escape. Water curtain tent. The blue water covered Terumi's body, and only the sizzling sound of the water and fire intersected. Countless water vapor evaporated over the sky, and his vision was a bit blurred for a while. At this time, Kakashi suddenly appeared under the three-headed dog, and the thousand-ting sword in his hand slammed out. White teeth against the moon. The white crescent appeared again, and the target was the wound on the abdomen of the three-headed dog. It's near. Closer. Boom. Just when the white crescent was about to cut the wound, a big claw pated it away. Human, do you think I don't know your plan? Humphrey, I've noticed you a long time ago, the three-headed dog said. Another paw patted it, and the target was Kakashi not far away. The claws sink vigorously, seeming to have a mighty force. Even if Kakashi's body exercised by Kakashi Bamon will break a few bones when this claw goes down. Kakashi made a decisive action, unable to be invincible, and immediately left the place where he stepped away. It's just that no one noticed that a three-pronged kimura fell on the spot and plunged deeply into the soil. Boom! The three-headed dog's huge paws landed, but did not touch Kakashi. Kakashi stepped away and fell beside Terumi. Cut. Humans. They run very fast. The three-headed dog looked at Kakashi with an unhappy expression. Terumi looked at Kakashi on the side and smiled. Hokage Kakashi, it seems that your plan is not successful. This three-headed dog not only has amazing attack power, it seems that even the perception ability is not weak. It's probably impossible to get close to you in silence. Kakashi didn't care about it, but smiled. Oh, really? I think the outcome is already divided. Terumi Ming was taken aback, but she didn't see the slightest victory or defeat. Where is the three-headed dog, and how do you say that the victory or defeat is divided? Kakashi did not answer, but quickly sealed. The blue thunder light appeared on Kakashi's right hand, and the sound of the chirping birds resounded throughout the forest. Seeing the blue thunder light, the three-headed dog couldn't help but look sideways. If this trick is hit on the body, it is not a joke. Chidori, Hokage Kakashi, what do you want to do? Terumi did not understand Kakashi's intentions. Although Chidori is strong, it is also an ninjutsu for close attacks. It is meaningless to deal with these three-headed dogs. The two can't get close at all now. Ah, I said, the outcome is divided. After Kakashi finished speaking, he disappeared in the same place with a whistle. What? Terumi's eyes widened, and she looked at the scene in front of her incredulously. Disappeared. Not instantaneous surgery. It's not the kind of strange physique just now. What is it? Just when Terumi was puzzled, Kakashi's figure reappeared, but this time it was not next to Terumi, but below the three-headed dog. Babble. Chidori's voice sounded again, and Kakashi whispered softly, Chidori. What? The three-headed dog was shocked. When? How did this person appear here? Before the three-headed dog could think about it, The blue thunder had already hit its wound that hadn't healed. What? A cry of sorrow. Blood on the ground. The three-headed dog groaned in pain. Kakashi turned his left eye, and the thunder light on his right hand gradually dissipated. Chidori. Blue light radiated from Kakashi's body. Kakashi at this time is like a huge thunderball. The sound of thousands of birds is deafening. The three-headed dog felt numb all over his body. Except for the faint pain in the abdomen, all the other parts of the dog felt numbness. The three-headed dog collapsed directly to the ground. Terumi looked at this scene in shock. How can it be? Just a moment. That powerful and terrifying three-headed dog was defeated by Kakashi. At this moment Kakashi turned around and smiled, and said, I said, the outcome is divided. Are you space ninjutsu? Kakashi shrugged. Non-committal. Unexpectedly, you actually learned the 4 generations of Hokage's flying thunder god. Terumi was shocked and inexplicably shocked, and the look in Kakashi's eyes changed again. How strong is this man? Terumi didn't know what to say for a while. Kakashi didn't care about Terumi's reaction either, but walked in front of the three-headed dog. The three-headed dog was sluggish at this time, but did not pass out. Damn humans. The vengeance of the genocide is not shared. Today I am defeated. It is my clan's fate. If you want to kill or kill, whatever you want. Kakashi was a little helpless, and said, it was not I who killed your companions. Those who killed you were also my enemies. You don't have to be like this. As long as you promise me to leave this island, I can let you go. Human. You don't have to be hypocritical. Kakashi is speechless. Why doesn't this guy listen to others? At this time, Parker jumped from the tree and walked to Kakashi's front. Kakashi, let me do it. You? Kakashi glanced suspiciously at Parker, and said, well, then tell me, I'm leaving. After Kakashi finished speaking, he ignored the 2 dogs. The condition of the three-headed dog will definitely not get better for a while, so I don't worry about what it will do to Parker. It's the same dog. Maybe Parker would be better off communicating with the three-headed dog. Kakashi walked to the side of the trigeminal kunai, pulled it out directly, and put it back into the sealed space of his wrist. Terumi, are you going to find your companion now? Of course. At this moment, Shisui came from behind with King on his back. Silver. I finally found you. Chapter 102. Psychic Beast. Kakashi, the figure of Shisui, naturally recognized it, but the person Shisui was carrying, because he couldn't see his face, Kakashi didn't know who it was. Silver, are you okay? It's okay, Shun. Who is this person? Shisui hadn't answered yet. Terumi had already rushed up. Let him go. Shisui was taken aback for a moment, and before he could react, the blue on his shoulders had been taken away by Terumi. When Shisui just wanted to do it, Kaka said, don't do it. What's the matter? That person is urine. Well, I was looking for you before and met this guy. I didn't expect this guy to do it indiscriminately, so I'm naturally not welcome. Kakashi smiled bitterly. This guy is really unlucky enough. With Zishui's current level, I'm afraid this mist should kneel before it lasts for long. Terumi checked King's condition with a worried look, and found that he had just passed out, and there was no danger to his life, so he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At this time, King also slowly opened his eyes. Terumi looked overjoyed and exclaimed, Blue, are you awake? Hearing Terumi's voice, King suddenly came to his senses and said, Master Terumi, are you okay? It's okay. What do you think? I'm fine. Master Terumi, why are you here? By the way, I remember I was fighting Konoha's ninja. Shisui said, you remember correctly, it's me. Cyan's expression tightened and he blocked Terumi behind her, and said, Terumi's armor, be careful. This guy is from the Uchiha clan, very powerful. Okay, King. Terumi stopped King who was about to do it, and said, Hokage Kakashi, this time the matter is over, the previous matter is completely wiped out. No problem. Very well, then don't pass this. Green, let's go. Master Terumi, aren't we looking for Hokage Kakashi to settle accounts? No, I changed my mind, let's go. Yes. Terumi Ming's armor. Regarding Terumi Ming's order, King abides by the principle of 100% execution, so naturally he will not contradict him. As for King said to find Kakashi to settle accounts, Terumi had already given up, let alone the reconciliation just now. Even if not, Terumi Ming has no confidence to defeat Kakashi now. What's more, King obviously couldn't beat the Uchiha clan. Under such circumstances, you still have to do something with others and don't want to live anymore. Seeing Terumi leaving, Kakashi didn't stop him. Shisui asked, Senior, just let them go like this? In the final analysis, it is not a war period. It is to be criticized for harming ninjas in other villages for no reason. The previous time was a last resort. This time there is no need to kill. Yes, Shisui originally said that he wanted to recycle the eyeballs, but Kakashi said so, and Shisui naturally gave up. Anyway, the outflow of his eyes was not a thing to be sad for Uchiha. Senior, the three-headed dog? Shisui asked, pointing at the huge three-headed dog that collapsed on the ground. I have been knocked down. Then how do seniors deal with it? Doesn't it return to its place? It said that its place was destroyed by someone, so it can't go back. What do you plan to do then? Kakashi touched his chin and said, this is really a problem. Parker ran over and said, Kakashi, the three-headed dog has something to tell you. Okay? Kakashi was surprised and said, look for me. Yes, a good thing, Parker said mysteriously. Kakashi was confused and walked in front of the three-headed dog and said, you have something to tell me? At this time, the three-headed dog looked at Kakashi's eyes not as fierce as before, and became much calmer. Human, that little guy told me just now, it seems I really misunderstood you. It's good if you understand. I have no malice against you. It's just that your presence has affected the residents of this island. I accepted the task to expel you, so I hope you can change places. The three-headed dog gave a wry smile and said, humans, my home is gone. Where can I go? Kakashi was a little helpless, but this was a problem. The three-headed dog took Kakashi seriously, making Kakashi a little uncomfortable. Just as Kakashi wanted to speak, the three-headed dog said, human, you just said that the 6 people wearing red clouds with black background are also your enemies, isn't it true? Kakashi was stunned when he heard the words, and then said, yes, although I and them have not officially met, but the wheels of history will eventually let me meet him. Yes, in the original time and space, he died once in their hands. After hearing this, the three-headed dog finally made up his mind and said, okay, human beings, since we have a common enemy, then I am willing to be your psychic beast, and work with you to deal with the 6 people. Kakashi obviously did not expect that these three-headed dogs would make such a decision. But soon, Kakashi fell into ecstasy. The fighting power of these three-headed dogs is very impressive. Even compared to Jiraiya's Toad Wentai and Orochimaru's Wansh, it is not inferior. If it hadn't been injured before, even Kakashi wouldn't have taken it so easily. If you can become your own psychic beast, then you can make up for your shortcomings in this area. What? Humans, you don't want to? Seeing Kakashi hesitated, the three-headed dog said uncomfortably. When Parker saw this, he said, Kakashi, just agree, it can go back with me. Okay, three-headed dog, officially meet, my name, Kakashi Hokage. The three-headed dog stood up leisurely, looked at Kakashi and said, my name, 7 prisons. Immediately, the three-headed dog spit out a psychic scroll from his mouth. Kakashi, this is the psychic scroll of our clan. But now our resident is destroyed, I don't know how many companions survived. 7 prisons said that their expression was a little gloomy. Well, human, sign your name. Kakashi did not hesitate when he heard the words, bit the finger of his right hand, wrote his name on the scroll, and pressed his handprint. Kakashi also took a look at who was in front of him by the way, and found that there was only one name. Before Kakashi could see it clearly, the scroll was taken back by the 7 prisons. Human, you try to summon it to see if you can summon the rest of my people. Kakashi nodded, making seals with both hands. Chakra suddenly twitched, and Kakashi pressed his right hand to the ground. Psychic art. Boom. 9 hellhounds the size of Parker appeared in front of Kakashi. 7 hells looked happy. There are still people. No, there are dogs alive. Master of 7 prisons, you are still alive. That's great. The 9 hellhounds saw the huge body of the 7 hells, and instantly rushed over, without knowing that it was Kakashi who had summoned them. Chapter 103 Arrangement. 9 hellhounds lined up in front of the 7 hells. Compared with the huge size of the 7 hells, they seemed to be small and different. They seem to have only one head because they are too young. It's great that you are okay. Is Hell Valley okay? Master 7, Hell Valley is now in ruins, and there are only 9 of us left, the little black hellhound said sadly. The other 8 had the same bleak faces. Hateful. Master 7, how did you escape? I and Kikai went to deal with the 6 people together. I didn't want those 6 people to be really powerful and terrifying. We were not opponents at all. It didn't take long before Kiku and I were both seriously injured. In the end, one of the 6 people released a ruin, the ninjutsu of heaven and earth. 7 cracks forced me to open the summoning crack in Hell Valley and pushed me in. When I saw Hell Valley for the last time, it had disappeared in a white light. The 9 little hellhounds were full of grief upon hearing this. How did the 9 of you escape the clutches of those 6? Master 7, we just hid in the depths of Hell Valley and were not affected by that trick. By the time we came out, everyone was all ready. All 10 hellhounds were in a very low-pressure mood. Shisui walked to Kakashi's side and asked in a low voice, Senior, who are the 6 people they are talking about? Who are they so strong? One of these hellhounds is so powerful, and 2 of them are so powerful. 6 people were crippled and the resident was destroyed. You don't care about this matter, and I will tell you when you have enough strength. Regarding pain, Kakashi did not intend to tell Shisui. The fewer people who know about this kind of thing, the better. Well, Senior. Seeing that Kakashi was unwilling to tell himself, Shisui did not force it. Well, since the Hell Valley has been destroyed, then we must rebuild the Hell Valley. We must not let the Hellhounds die. Yes, Master 7. The 9 Hellhounds looked at the 7 Hells firmly, because the 7 Hells were their hope. This person is our contractor. In the future, we will fight side by side with him, and at the same time, we will fight our enemies with him. 7 prisons pointed to Kakashi and said. The 9 hellhounds turned their heads to look at Kakashi when they heard the words, with doubts on their faces. Kakashi showed a kind smile and said, Hello, I am Kakashi Hokage, master of the 7 prisons. Didn't you call us just now? No, I have signed the psychic contract of our hellhound clan with him. Yes, Master 7. We know. The 7 hells and the 7 rifts have absolute authority in Hell Valley. Now the 7 rifts have been killed in the Yellow Springs, and the 7 hells are naturally the leaders of Hell Valley. With the prestige of the 7 hells in Hell Valley, these 9 hellhounds are naturally obedient to them. Since Kakashi has been recognized by the 7 hells, the 9 hellhounds will naturally not object. Kakashi, I'm going back with them first. Just call me if you have something to do. Okay, but are you not afraid to meet those 6 people when you go back now? The 7 prisons hesitated a little, but based on the current state, when meeting the 6 people, there was no life. It doesn't matter if you die, but if the Hellhound clan perishes, its sin will be serious. I think you should go back to my Kaima's place with Parker first. There is a mountain range in the Flagwood family that is used to stock psychic beasts. Parker and the other 7 ninja dogs usually live there. Parker also jumped out and said, Yes, 7 prisons, go back with me, and wait for your injury to heal before going back to Hell Valley. 7 prisons hesitated and said, Okay, I will go back with you. Then let's go. I'll go back first. Kakashi, I'll go back and tell Brute to summon you with reverse spiritism. You will channel me out in a minute. It is good. Parker finished speaking and left with a bang. A minute later, Kakashi channeled Parker again, and was then channeled to Dog Ding Shan at Kaima's house by Bruin. Kakashi didn't waste time. and summoned the hellhounds here. With a bang, 10 hellhounds appeared again. 7 prisons, you are here for the time being, and when your injuries are healed, I will accompany you to Hell Valley again. Thanks a lot. Polite. After Kakashi confessed some more things, he was summoned by Parker. Parker, I beg you for the 7 prisons and their affairs in Inutingshan. Don't worry, Kakashi. Okay. With Parker's departure, the island matter is finally over. Senior, congratulations on getting such a powerful psychic beast. Kakashi smiled, quite satisfied. I didn't expect such a big gain from coming out this time. Not only solved the troubles of Yunin Village's time, but also got such a powerful psychic beast. In general, it is a worthwhile task. Soon, the task is complete, we can go back to hand over the task. Yes, Senior. The two were about to leave the island, and Terumi Ming and King were already on the boat leaving the island. Master Terumi Ming, why did you give up the previous plan? King, didn't you disagree with my plan before? This. King was speechless for a while, as if he did disagree before. Oh, the plan was cancelled. On the one hand, I have seen Hokage Kakashi's strength. Unfortunately, I am not sure of winning. What's more, there is a Uchiha clan who doesn't know the depth. If you really want to do it, are you sure? King smiled bitterly. How sure he could be. He had just been abused by a 13-year-old boy. On the other hand, I learned from Hokage Kakashi that Yuri was indeed controlled by illusion. Terumi Ming said. Her eyes narrowed, revealing a gleam of light. Really? Master Terumi, is this news reliable? Reliable? I think we can go back and prepare how to instigate people from other big families. Yes, Master Terumi Ming. Terumi looked towards the island in the distance, and secretly said, Hokage Kakashi, what a nice man. If he weren't Konoha, but my misty person, how nice he would be. Terumi Ming's careful thoughts flashed by, but the girl's throbbing slowly took root in her heart. Somewhere in the country of rain, a girl with long light blue and purple hair, wearing a lavender paper flower on the right side of her head, with light orange pupils, looks very tall, cold and lonely. Ben, how is the place where the psychic beasts of Brute Tao are made? It's almost there. Look. Pain pointed to the behemoth behind him. I saw a huge 3-headed dog lying there quietly, with a black iron rod stuck in his head. In the slowly opened eyes, there are circles of mysterious patterns. At this moment, there was a wave of fluctuations in the space, and the soil with a spiral mask appeared. Pain, congratulations, for successfully capturing such a powerful psychic beast. Mr. Madara, don't you know what's the matter with you? Pain didn't pay attention to the congratulations of bringing the soil, but asked indifferently. Daito shrugged, and didn't care about Pain's attitude. Banzai has returned to the land of rain. When do you plan to do it? The coldness in Pain's eyes is prosperous. Tomorrow. It is good. At this time, Xiaonan suddenly said, Mr. Ban, what's wrong with your butt? It looks like it's swollen. The dirt turned black, but fortunately, he couldn't see it when he was wearing a mask. Nima, can't you not mention the thing? Chapter 104. Xiangren. In the land of fire, in a forest, two figures are constantly shuttled. Senior, Yi Ziqing is in front of us. We have been on our way for a day, so let's rest there. It is good. The two naturally drove Kakashi and Shisui all the way. The two of them stripped off an Anbu costume, restored to the costumes of ordinary people, and entered Yi Ziqing. Although this place is still not the center of the country of fire, it is already quite prosperous. Restaurants, hot springs, casinos, wherever it should be. Kakashi and Shisui found a hot spring hotel and checked in directly. The reason why I look for a hot spring hotel is naturally to have a good rest. After the mission, soaking in a hot spring is a great enjoyment. Shin, do you want to go for a walk later? Senior, I'll forget it. I'm a little tired, and I plan to go back to the room to sleep later. You are so young and lightly without passion. Shisui smiled bitterly and said, Senior, I don't have the energy as much as you. Well, I haven't strolled through this city of leaves. It's not bad to walk around. Seniors are free. Shisui was unwilling to go out, so Kakashi naturally wouldn't force it. Over the years, after performing tasks, Kakashi will also take a walk around the local area and get to know the local customs. This hobby has been there in Kakashi's previous life. It's just that I was on a business trip, but now I'm on a mission. Although it sounds similar, the content inside is completely different. Now it is full of blood and sin, while in the past it was desire and money. No matter which world you are in, survival is always not easy. Kakashi walked around the city idly, the lights were blazing, and he didn't know where the pedestrians on the road would eventually return. Rubbing his silver hair, looked at the deep night sky. Ah, today's moon is so round. At this moment, a small figure ran in the distance, followed by a middle-aged uncle. The middle-aged uncle shouted as he ran, "Catch that thief! How dare I steal my bread!" In chaotic times, there are always many orphans. They may have been abandoned by their parents, or both of them may have died, but no matter which one they are, when they are left alone, they are doomed to tragedy. How can orphans survive in this cannibalistic world so easily? Over the years, Kakashi has seen too many orphans die. Although it is not numb, but I am used to it. What Kakashi can do is to give them a full meal when they meet them. Kakashi is just a member who is struggling in this world, and can't be their savior. Kakashi didn't want to watch the figure getting closer and closer to him, but when he saw the blood-red hair, Kakashi changed his attention. Red hair may not represent anything in other worlds, but in the world of Naruto, it symbolizes a powerful ethnic group. The Whirlpool family. That group is strong enough to even delay death. The girl looked only 3 or 4 years old. Her clothes were very tattered, her face was even more dirty, she was holding a loaf of bread in her hand, and running with all her strength. However, his body was still small, and he was gradually overtaken by the middle-aged uncle. At this moment, the little girl slipped and fell directly to the ground. What? With a cry of pain, the child's knee was knocked with blood on the ground. The middle-aged uncle grabbed the little girl's clothes, carried the little girl into the air, and shouted, "Well, you kid, come to my shop every day to steal bread, let me finally catch it today." "Yes, I'm sorry, I was wrong." "Wrong? It's useful if you say it wrong." "Damn kid." The middle-aged uncle threw the little girl directly on the ground, raising his fist to hit it. The little girl closed her eyes in fear. After waiting for a long time, the expected heavy punch did not fall on her body, and the little girl opened her eyes suspiciously. I saw the middle-aged uncle's fist was caught by a silver white-haired man. "My uncle, forget it." "Forget it? What about my loss?" Kakashi let go of the middle-aged uncle's hand, took out a few banknotes from his pocket, and handed them to the middle-aged uncle. "This is 500 kls, which should be enough for your loss." Well, since you are willing to pay for her, that's naturally the best." The middle-aged uncle took the money and left. Kakashi helped the little girl up and said, "Are you okay?" The little girl shook her head and said, "It's okay, thank you, big brother." "No, nothing more." "Little sister, can I take you home?" When the little girl heard this, her eyes blushed and said, "I have no home anymore." Kakashi sighed. "It really is." "Little sister, what's your name?" "Xiangrin." Kakashi was taken aback when he heard the words, and carefully looked at the somewhat dirty little girl in front of him. Between his eyebrows and eyes, there was indeed a somewhat later Xiangrong appearance. "Xianglin? What a good name." "Xianglin, if you don't have a place to go, you might as well go with me." "Go to Big Brother's house." Go to Big Brother's village. It's a very warm place. You won't go hungry anymore." Hearing the words, Xiangrong stared at Kakashi with wide eyes, and said, "Really? Big Brother, I'm going." "Then follow me, there, you will find the meaning of your existence." "Okay." Kakashi looked at Xianglin with a look of longing, and said in his heart, "Little Lolita is really a lie. But I am not Lolita." Sin. The orphan of the Whirlpool clan, Kakashi will naturally take special care of it when he encounters it. After all, Kakashi himself had an unclear relationship with the Maelstrom family. Juxin is the Whirlpool clan, This can be the reason for Kakashi to take care of Xianglu. And his mother seems to have something to do with the Whirlpool clan. Although Kakashi knew that his mother was not a member of the Maelstrom family, it was really strange to have the seal of the four elephants. So Kakashi speculated that his mother had an unusual relationship with the people of the Uzumaki clan. Otherwise, the seal of the four elephants would be strange. Moreover, Kakashi checked his father's mission record. When Uzumaki Ninja Village was destroyed, Tsukumo Haggai was performing a mission nearby. It seemed that the mission was not going well, and Tsukumo Haggai was injured. Not only that, but the time of Tsukumo Hagika's return was postponed for a whole year, and when he returned he was still holding Kakashi in his infancy. As for Kakashi's mother, no one has seen it. The fog of truth wandered in front of Kakashi's eyes, but Kakashi did not investigate. The Uzumaki kingdom has died out. After so many years, it is not a simple matter to investigate. In addition, when Kakashi performed missions in these years, he did not pass by the ruins of the Vortex Kingdom, so naturally there was no time to investigate. If there is a chance, Kakashi doesn't mind going to see what is going on. Chapter 105 Hinata's Son Difference. The appearance of Xiangren was just an episode in the way of Kakashi's mission. When Kakashi took Xiangren back to the hotel, Shisui was taken aback, but after explaining Xiangren's identity, Shisui was relieved. The relationship between Konoha and the Uzumaki clan is very friendly, and the Uzumaki clan logo is on the ninja's clothing, which shows that the relationship is close. For the orphans of the Uzumaki clan, returning to Konoha is a matter of course. Kakashi asked the female clerk in the store to take Xiangrong to take a shower, and then changed into clean clothes. Only after doing this, the female clerk's eyes on Kakashi became a little weird, making Kakashi a little helpless. I'm not the kind of person you think, okay? At this time, Xianglin was a little bit uncomfortable. Maybe she had never worn such good clothes before, which made her a little uncomfortable. However, Xiangrong's appearance is really a full-fledged little lie. Xiangrin, you go to rest first, we will leave early tomorrow morning. Okay. With the addition of Xiangrin, Kakashi and Zishui's feet are naturally slower. Fortunately, it is not far from Konoha village, and it will be there in one day. When Kakashi and Zishui returned to the village, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Zishui, I'm going to hand over the task, and you can report to the Anbu. Okay, senior. Shisui heard the words and left, while Kakashi took Xiangrong to the Hokage office. After all, Xiangren was not a resident of Konoha, so it would be inappropriate for Kakashi to bring it in. Kakashi squatted down and said to Xianglin, Xianglin, I will take you to meet a kind old grandfather. After telling him, you can live here. Are you happy? Well, Xianglin likes it very much. Along the way, Xianglin saw the prosperity of Konoha and was very satisfied with it. If he could live here, it would be a better choice for Xianglin. Okay, then you have to be behaved later. I will, brother Kakashi. Let's go. In the Naruto office, the third generation of Naruto is still there to correct documents that seem to never end. Every time Kakashi saw this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched. If it was his turn from now on, it would be really torture. 3 generations of adults. It's Kakashi. Did the task go well? 3 generations of Hokage said, raising his head, looking at Kakashi, and at the same time spotting Xiangrong behind Kakashi. The mission went well. This is the mission scroll. Kakashi said, putting the completed task scroll on the desk of the 3rd generation of Hokage. The 3rd generation of Naruto didn't pick it up immediately, but said, Kakashi, who is this little girl? 3 generations of adults. This little girl is named Xianglin. I met on the way back. She is the orphan of the Whirlpool clan. Oh? The 3rd generation of Hokage stood up after hearing this, walked to Xianglin's side, and looked up and down. Xianglin shrank back behind Kakashi in fear. The wandering life made Xianglin more wary of strangers. So the first reaction to the 3 generations of Hokage was fear. Previously, Xianglin had no defense against Kakashi. One was because Kakashi helped her, and the other was because Xiangrin felt a warm power from Kakashi, so she believed in Kakashi. This is Xiangrin's innate ability and one of the reasons why she can survive so long wandering outside. Having been in a high position for a long time, the 3 generations of Hokage at this time did not deliberately curb their power, so Xiangrin was still quite frightened. Seeing Xiangrin's fearful appearance, the 3rd generation of Hokage obviously realized this, and her power was restrained. Showing a kind smile. Is Xiang wrong? Where are your parents? Xianglin shook his head and said, I don't know. 3 generations of Hokage sighed. What a poor child. 3 generations of adults. I plan to let Xiangrin live near Naruto. They are all orphans of the Uzumaki clan, and mutual support is also necessary. The 3 generations of Hokage hesitated. Naruto's identity is still different after all. Seeing the hesitation of the 3 generations of Naruto, Kakashi whispered in the ears of the 3 generations of Naruto, 3 generations of adults. The strength of the pillar is also intentional and needs fetters. Miss Kushina said that you must fill it with love to become a perfect pillar of humanity. Force. The 3rd generation of Hokage was taken aback, and then said, well, I agree to this matter. You can arrange it. Thank you 3 generations of adults. Kakashi finished speaking and left the office with Xiangrin. 3 generations sighed and murmured, Mizumi, Nashina, sorry, I did not fulfill the promise to you, I hope you don't blame me. The matter of the Kyuubi man's Yulai is not something that 3 generations alone can decide. Konoha is not Hokage's utterance. Danzo and the 2 consultants sometimes get involved. This feeling also makes the 3 generations quite helpless. But everything has pros and cons, and people can never be perfect. Regarding the issue of Xiangrin, 3 generations still need to talk to the 3 of Tuanzang. Oh, Kakashi, you are causing me trouble again. 3 generations rubbed his somewhat swollen head, looking quite annoyed. But for the people of the Whirlpool clan, the 3 generations will not give up. After all, that is the family that claims to be the most suitable person to be a pillar force. Although Naruto is still young, it would be quite good if Konoha could reproduce such a member of the Whirlpool clan. Kakashi didn't know that there were so many dramas in the 3 generations' hearts. He is now taking Xiangrong to Naruto's residence. Because of the Naruto village, the building where he lives is not crowded, so arranging Xiangrin's place to live is not a difficult task. As for letting Xiangrin go home with herself, Kakashi had never thought of it. It's not that Kakashi's house has no place for Xiangrong to live, but because of inconvenience. After all, Kakashi, a man who is about to reach adulthood, has a little ally at home, which sounds weird. Kakashi said he was a serious person. Walking on the road, 2 figures, one large and one small, came to face each other. The same white A's, the identity is ready to emerge. The Hyuga clan. And these 2 people Kakashi knew each other. Oh, senior nipples, it's been a long time since I saw you. Ah, it's Kakashi, it's been a long time. Kakashi and Nisara have met several times, and the relationship is pretty good. This is Ningsi. I didn't expect it to have grown so big. Ninjai, say hello to this Kakashi brother. Xiaxingtai Ningsi bowed when he heard the words, and said politely, hello, brother Kakashi. Hello, Nenji. Kakashi smiled. Nenji, this Kakashi brother is a very good ninja. You have to learn from him. Yes, my father, I know. Kakashi is a little helpless. People in these big families are always so serious. Xiangrin looked at Ningxi curiously. This little brother is so handsome. Ningxi also looked at Xiangrin. His face flushed. So cute little sister. Chapter 106 Cloud Country mission available. Please subscribe. Kakashi, who is this little girl? At this time, Hyuga also felt that something was wrong with the little girl. Her blood-red hair was not something ordinary people could have. As a member of a large family, Nikkei still knows this. Ah, just what you think. 3 generations of Hokage has approved her to stay in the village. That's right. It's really hard for you. I still have things to do, so I won't talk more with you. Goodbye. Senior Nissan. The encounter with the day difference is short and hurried, as is the case with most encounters in this world. He walked on Konoha's street with Xiangrin, and also talked about Konoha's environment with Xiangrin. By the way, Brother Kakashi, where are we going? I'll take you to your residence. You have a very cute neighbor. Just like you, he is from the Uzumaki clan. His name is Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto Uzumaki? What a strange name. I'm hungry when I hear it, Xiangrin said, sucking her fingers, looking really cute and excessive. Although it sounds strange, it is a very meaningful name. That's right, Brother Kakashi. Is he red-haired like me? Xiangrin tugged at her hair and said, that's not it. Well, I thought it was this nasty red just like me. Xiangrin was a little lost when he heard the words. The weird hair color made Xiangrin a lot of bullies when he was wandering. If there was someone like Xiangrin would feel much better. Kakashi touched Xianglin's red hair, and smiled. Xianglin, red hair is very beautiful, it is a sign of Xianglin. Xiang-san was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. Yeah? Okay, let's go over. Naruto should be at home by this time. Xianglin nodded, his eyes full of expectation. Naruto Uzumaki, I don't know what kind of person it is. Regarding his own life experience, Kakashi had already told Xiangrin on the road. Xiangrin also re-added his surname, which is called Huan Xiangrin. Xianglin didn't know whether her mother was from the Maelstrom family or her father was from the Maelstrom family, but this did not prevent her from having this surname. With anticipation, Xiangrin followed Kakashi to an apartment-style building. After knocking on the door, Kakashi said, Naruto, are you at home? Naruto, who was preparing to eat bubble noodles at home, exclaimed excitedly, yes. Quickly ran over and opened the door. Brother Beimao, you are finally back. As Naruto said, he swooped and hugged Kakashi in his arms. Kakashi stunned for a moment, then patted Naruto's back lightly. Naruto, you have grown a bit taller. That is, I have a good meal. Really? Then why did I ask the smell of instant noodles? Naruto touched his head embarrassedly when he heard the words, and said, instant noodles are so delicious, so I can't help but. Kakashi flicked Naruto's forehead, and Naruto quickly covered it. Oh, it hurts. Do you know it's wrong? Kakashi said. I'm wrong. Xianglin looked at the scene in front of him in surprise. Is this yellow-haired member of his own tribe? Brother Beimao, who is this girl? This is Xianglin, and it will be your neighbor in the future. Naruto's eyes lit up and said, really? Really? That's great. Hello, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. Nice to meet you. Hello, my name is Wuxi Xianglin. I am glad to meet you. Your surname is Yuzao. Naruto was a little surprised. It seemed that no one in the village had this surname except for himself. So did this little girl. Yeah, Xianglin is the same as you, with the surname Husky. You must get along well in the future. Don't worry, Brother Beimao, I will take good care of her. From now on, she will be my sister. Naruto said excitedly. For some reason, Naruto suddenly felt as if he had a family. Xiangrin looked at Naruto, who was smirking, and the feeling was as warm as the sun. What a gentle person. Then you have to work hard. I don't allow you to eat instant noodles with Xiangrong. Hee. Naruto touched his head embarrassedly again. Okay, Xianglin, your room is downstairs. I'll take you there. Okay. I want to go. I want to go too. Okay. Let's come together. Kakashi took Xiangrin and Naruto downstairs, took out the key from the flower pot next to him, and opened the door of the room. The structure of the room was similar to that of Naruto's house, but it was covered with dust. As soon as the door opened, the dust floated up. Cough cough cough. Brother Beimao, it's so dirty here. It's been a long time since nobody lived, but it's enough to clean up. You stand here. Don't move. Kakashi said, walked into the room, opened all the windows in the room, and walked back. Big Brother Beimao, what are you doing? Clean up. Kakashi said, His hands knotted. Wind escape. Great breakthrough. The wind howled from Kakashi's mouth, blowing the dust in the room out of the window. Wow, that's amazing. Naruto called. Okay, stop calling, Naruto. Xiangrin, let's clean up together. It is good. After spending an hour cleaning the room, the three Kakashi sat wearily on the floor of the room. Oh, I'm exhausted, Naruto gasped and said. Ignoring Naruto's complaint, Kakashi asked Xiangrin, Xiangrin, are you satisfied with this room? Yeah, very satisfied, thank you brother Kakashi. For Xiangling, who has no permanent home, it is not too good to have such a place to live. That's good. The furniture here is quite complete, most of them can be used, but the bedding is too dirty to use. We will go out and buy it later. Okay. Well, to celebrate Xiangling's stay, let's have a ramen together. Good. Long live brother Baimao. When night fell, Kakashi returned to his room and looked at the scenery outside the window, showing a smile. Such a leisurely time is really good. Okay. Kakashi frowned, and there was a ninja eagle flying by in the night sky. What's going on? Ninja eagle will actually be used? In the Naruto office, the third generation of Naruto took out the scroll on the ninja eagle. Looking at it, the third generation of Hokage's brows couldn't help but frowned. The mission of Thunder Country is coming over to communicate. The relationship between the country of fire and the country of thunder is not friendly. The previous second generation of Hokage died in the country of fire. Although a long time has passed, the relationship between the two countries has not eased. If Nation was afraid that the mission would come to communicate, it would make the three generations of Hokage feel a hint of conspiracy. What do they want to do? Chapter 107 Union's Conspiracy. Subscribe. I had a foreboding that the visitor was unkind, but the three generations did not turn it away. It's not that the three generations of Hokage don't want to, but can't. This time these people did not come as Union Village, but as Thunder Country. Although the people here are all from Union Village, the significance is quite different. If it is from Union Village, it is called an invasion, but if it is from the Kingdom of Thunder, it is a visit. Inter-country visits, even if there is hatred, cannot be rejected. This is the restraint of a country. Therefore, the three generations of Hokage must be received. I hope nothing will happen. Konoha now. The three generations looked at the bright moon outside the window, with long gazes. In a post on the border of the country of fire and the country of thunder, the mission of Union Village is repairing here. Sankan, this time your mission is to visit Konoha on the surface, but in fact the main mission is to get the eyes of the Hyuga clan. Do you know? I see. Lord Raikage, do you want to go with us? I can't go. I'm here to wait for your news. It would be best if you can bring the Hyuga clan back. If not, use your life to bring back the body of the Hyuga clan. Sankan shook his whole body, and immediately showed a look of death. Yes, Lord Raikage. Sankan, this matter is of great importance. I have worked hard for you. For Yunyin, these are nothing. I'm wronged you. The fourth generation of Liang patted Sankan on the shoulder with a solemn expression. Compared to other ninja villages, Union's blood succession boundary is too few. Sometimes, the fourth generation of Raikage is really envious of Konoha. Konoha occupies the second of the three major pupil techniques, which is so unique. Therefore, this time the fourth generation of Raikage is going to get a blank eye and work out the secrets of it. There are two reasons for the idea of slapped eyes instead of writing round eyes. The first is that the probability of eye opening with white eyes is higher than that of writing round eyes, so the fourth generation of Raking believes that the research is more likely. The second is that the Uchiha clan lives in a separate place, and the guards are more strict. The fourth generation Raikage does not think that Sankan can break through the defense of Sharingan. Therefore, the four generations of Raikage stared at the white eyes instead of writing round eyes. The fourth generation of Raking also knew that there was almost no possibility of successfully regaining Zong family size. Although Konoha is now declining, he will not be reduced to a person who was successfully robbed of a Hyuga sect from the village. This point, Whether it is the fourth generation of Raking or Sankan knows. So their plan was to use the death of Mimura as an excuse, threatening to war, to force Hyuga and Konoha to surrender a corpse of the family. The three villages and the fourth generation of Raking have already set their goals. Hyuga Hinata. Hyuga Nizu. Hijack Hyuga Hinata first, if it is successful. If not, let Mimura die in the hands of Hyuga Hinata. The fourth generation of Raikage has great certainty that it can succeed, because Konoha nowadays is extremely weak, and they don't pick up the green and yellow. They don't have enough strength to withstand the war. Therefore, whether it is the three generations of Hokage or the Hyuga clan, they will compromise. The visit, full of conspiracy, kicked off. In the early morning of the next day, the fourth generation of Liang watched the mission of dozens of people set off. Master Raikage, this plan will definitely succeed. A dark-skinned beautiful ninja said. Hope, otherwise, Sankan would have sacrificed for nothing. Konoha village, Hokage office. The three generations of Hokage sat on the chair, and a dozen people in front of them were all the elite backbones of Konoha village. All of them had the strength of elite shinobu, and Kakashi was among them. The third generation of Hokage took a cigarette, slowly spit out the smoke ring, took out a scroll, and said, "This is the scroll that ninja sent last night." The ninjas present were all shocked when they heard the words. The scrolls that Nining sent were all big events. Is there something big going on in the village recently? Kakashi narrowed his right eye, and sure enough, something was going to happen in the village. The content in this scroll says that the mission of Thunder Country is coming to Konoha for an exchange. What do you think? Naruto touched his mustache for a long time and said, "Three generations of adults, this is probably a bad person." The third generation of Hokage nodded and said, "Yes, I think so too. It's just that Union Village is visiting in the name of the country. We can't refuse. Therefore, after Union's visit, I hope you can strengthen your surveillance of Yunren." "Yes, Hokage-sama." "Well, you all go down." Everyone dispersed upon hearing the words. Kakashi, wait a minute. Just when Kakashi wanted to leave, the third generation of Hokage stopped him. "Three generations of adults, what are your orders?" "Kakashi, how is the curse mark on your body?" the third generation of Hokage asked. "Curse imprint. The body has gotten used to it. As long as you keep a certain amount of chakra, it won't happen." I don't quite understand why the third generation of Hokage asked so, but Kakashi answered truthfully. "That's good. Jiraiya's troubles have been resolved, and now on the way back, so you don't have to worry," Kakashi said with joy. "That's great." "Kakashi, I'm afraid Union came to Konoha this time for another purpose, so you have to maintain your best condition." Kakashi was taken aback, and said, "Three generations of adults, do you think?" The third generation of Hokage nodded and said, "Kakashi, I know that your strength has been advancing by leaps and bounds in the past few years. I am afraid that you have mastered Shuemo's sword skills in 7 or 80%. If Yunyin is really here to make trouble this time, I'm afraid you still need to take action," Kakashi said with a grimace. "Three generations of adults, Konoha is my home, and I will naturally guard it." The third generation of Hokage showed a smile. "You really look exactly like Shuemo." "Okay, let's go on." "Yes." Watching Kakashi leave, the third generation of Hokage sighed. The new Jade has grown up, but it's still too immature. Konoha still needs time. Peace is hard-won, and I hope Union won't provoke war again this time. Although the three generations of Hokage think so, they also know that this possibility is almost non-existent. Apart from coming over to do things, the third generation of Hokage couldn't think of any reason to let Union come to Konoha. "Hey, I can only go one step at a time." Kakashi left the Hokage office with a bad feeling in his heart. Others may not know Yunyin's purpose this time, but Kakashi does. At this point in time, the day difference is still alive, and Union is here again. So there is only one explanation. Yunyin peered into Konoha's white eyes. Union is looking at Konoha's weakness, so he wants to come over and use his power to suppress others. "This time I want to see you, Union. How arrogant in my place of Konoha. Chapter 108 Kakashi's Preparations. Third more. Seeking subscription. From the border of the country of fire to the village of Konoha, even with the feet of a ninja, it would take 2 days. In other words, Kakashi has at least 2 days to prepare for the upcoming unexpected guests. Yin made it clear that he wanted to come over and create friction, and their goal was to roll the A's of the Hyuga clan. Although Kakashi knew it, it was impossible to directly talk to the third generation of Hokage. First of all, there is no way to explain the channel of this news. Such a large Konoha information system has not obtained information. Why did you know about Kakashi? Although the 3 generations of Hokage will not necessarily doubt anything, once this question arises, it will inevitably lead to a gap. Once the estrangement occurs, many things become troublesome. Therefore, this information obviously cannot be directly told to the third generation of Hokage. Then the rest is on your own. The plot in the original book was flipped through Kakashi's mind bit by bit, and Kakashi looked for a breakthrough in this vague memory. In fact, Union's method is nothing more than a backlash. Konoha didn't have enough strength and confidence to resist Union at this time. More importantly, the 3 generations of Hokage longed for peace. Therefore, the Hyuga clan and the third generation of Hokage will choose to compromise. If you change the second generation of Hokage in power, you try, it is estimated that your entire mission will not be able to get out of Konoha. If the second generation of Hokage is the king of pioneering, and the third generation of Hokage is the king of shouting, it's not that the 3 generations of Hokage are so bad. It's just that in this world, showing the enemy's weakness is often not praise and applause, but further squeeze. If the strength is superior, there is nothing wrong with doing so, and it will be regarded as kindness, just like the original Hokage. But if the strength is insufficient, doing so will appear to be a little cowardly. It's a pity that Konoha is not all of one mind now, otherwise, if all the combat power is condensed together, how can Union be threatening? The Root Elite, the 3 generations of the direct line, and the Uchiha elite, together, the strength of these 3 is equally amazing. Clearing all these thoughts out of his mind, Kakashi is not considering these issues at this time. Kakashi's main purpose is how to prevent the cloud from hiding in Konoha. This is the place where Teacher Watergate and his father desperately protected, blending the original consciousness of Kakashi, and naturally blending this feeling. Being bullied by Yin on his head like this, if the white teeth were still alive, I'm afraid it would have been slashed long ago. Strength. This world still can't do without strength. If the Watergate teacher is alive, how dare the 4 generations of Raikage be so presumptuous? Thinking of Mr. Watergate, Kakashi couldn't help but his eyes lit up, and he took out the 3-pointed kunai he made. Through the power of the kaleidoscope, Kakashi has made 3 such kunai before. Kakashi touched his chin and murmured, perhaps this can be a perfect solution to this fuss. After thinking of an idea, Kakashi smiled. Union Village, this time I want you to lose your wife and lose your soldiers. 2 days' time is enough for me to prepare. Biting the finger of his left hand, Kakashi's hands became imprinted. Psychic art. Boom. Yeah, Kakashi, it's so late, what's the matter? Nothing else appeared. It was Parker. Parker, there is something you need to do. It's like this. After a while, Parker said, don't worry, Kakashi, I will finish this thing. Well, please. Under the moonlight, Kakashi watched Parker drift away. Parker, time is limited. Please. The Lizigo mission. Sankon sat on the carriage, followed along staggeringly. When I went to Konoha this time, Sankon knew that he was almost lifeless, but Sankon didn't care. His relatives and friends were already dead. If he had anything to worry about in this world, it might be his feelings for Union. If he could give his life to Union in the end, it would be a good ending. Sankon felt only honor to complete this great task for Union with his own meaningless life. In addition to the 3 villages in the mission, another person in the mission knew that he was called Q's. In addition, the rest of the people did not know why they came to Konoha to visit. It's not that Union doesn't trust these people, but that the fewer people know, the better. Otherwise, if the wind is leaked, the probability of success this time will be greatly reduced. As for why Q's knew it was because after Mimura died, Q's assumed the responsibility of putting pressure on Konoha. Therefore, he must know. Of course, this matter can't all rely on Accuser. Accuser was just the spokesperson at the beginning, and the one who came out later was naturally the fourth generation of Raikage. First, use the death of Sankan as an excuse to threaten Konoha. If Konoha compromises on this, it would be best. If it doesn't work, let the fourth generation Raikage take the initiative to make further threats. As long as the 4 generations of Raikage appear on Konoha's guard at the border of the Fire Country, then, if the 3 generations do not want to go to war, this matter must be compromised. I have to say that Union Village has worked hard for this action. Sankan, are you ready? Kyusa walked over and asked at this moment. Sankan showed a smile and said, there is nothing to prepare. From the moment I left Union, I knew it. This time, I must dedicate myself to Union. Death is not terrible. Already calm. Kyusa sighed. Hey, Sankan, you. Kyusa, your task is more onerous than mine. I will ask you then. Sankan, don't worry, with Konoha's strength today, I absolutely dare not offend us Union. Our plan will succeed this time. Hope, but I don't know why. The closer you get to Konoha, the more ominous premonition you have. Mimura frowned as he spoke. This kind of strange feeling before dying. Sankan didn't know what was going on. Kyusa patted Sankan on the shoulder and said, Sankan, you are too nervous, don't worry. I hope so. Sankan couldn't think of the reason, so he decided to let go of this feeling for the time being. The next task is the most important thing, and the 3 villages must adjust their state to the best. The reason why Yunyin chose the 3 villages to complete this task was not because of how strong the 3 villages were, but because the 3 villages' hiding ability was very superior. Only with this hidden ability can one enter the residence of the Hyuga clan. This is a mortal road, but Sankan has no regrets, because he has faith in his heart, and this faith is his love for Union Village. For the village, Sankan is willing to give everything of its own, including life. Chapter 109. The mission is coming. 4th update. Seeking subscription. Reward plus more. Konoha in the past 2 days has a smell of rain, and it seems that all the ninjas have become a little silent. It's just that the civilians still lead a comfortable life, ignorant of the so-called danger. The Hyuga clan, in the courtyard of the Hyuga-Isa. The young ninja waved his small fist in the yard. Ninsai, make sure your shot is steady. Be strong. Our Hyuga's soft fist is not like this. Yes, father. The little figure kept swaying his sweat in the courtyard. Seeing this, Hyuga Nissa couldn't bear it, but he didn't say anything to stop. Ninsai, the mission of the division is to protect the clan. You must protect Miss Hinata. Now you are far from enough. Hyuga Nissa thought so in her heart, but it was a bit unfair for Neji. From the perspective of Hyuga Hisashi, Neji's high talent is entirely the hope of the rise of the Hyuga clan. But Going was bound by this family rule. Seeing the curse mark on Neji's forehead, Hyuga could not help clenching his fists. If I could be born earlier, maybe Neji's fate would be different. Unfortunately, this world has never had an if. Obviously twins, but because one was born 15 minutes earlier, they had completely different fate. There is only weakness in Hyuga's heart. Revenge against your brother? Hyuga could not do it. There was no hatred between them, let alone, Hyuga loved his brother deeply. Had it not been for Neji, Hyuga would not even have this resentment. For the children, some people will change. And the slight change of Hyuga nipples is for Neji. Ninsai, his father is incompetent. Hyuga sighed and looked gloomy. Seeing Nissa's expression, Ninsai thought that he hadn't done a good job, and said quickly, Father, Ninsai knows that I was wrong. I will continue to work hard. Looking at Neji's nervous little face, Hyuga could not help but smile, and said, Nenji, you are doing well. Go ahead. Yes, father. Naruto office. 3 generations of adults. The delegation of Thunder Country has entered the area of Konoha village, and it should be at the door of the village in half an hour. The 3rd generation of Hokage heard the words and put down the files in his hands, and said, I see, let's go. 3 generations of adults. Are you going to meet you in person? Anbu felt a little weird. Yes, he is visiting in the name of Thunder Country. If I don't meet in person, I'm afraid I can't justify the etiquette. Yes. 3 generations of adults. Full state mission. Along the way, both Sankan and Kyuza were filled with emotion. Kyuza, look at the grand occasion of this country of fire, it is really enviable. Yes, Sankan, this country of fire sits on the most fertile land in the world. It is also common sense to develop into the way it is now. If the environment of my country of thunder is so superior, it will definitely develop more than fire. The country is better. Mimura nodded and said, yes. The country of fire is just relying on the benefits of the natural environment. Under the leadership of the 4 generations of adults, our union is getting stronger and stronger. Sooner or later, all the territory of the country of fire will belongs to our land of thunder. Well, I believe this too. Let's go, Kyuza. We are in front of Konoha village, and our mission has officially begun. Are you confident? Of course, Sankan. Trouble you, Kyuza said, bowing to Sankan. Kyuza, it doesn't have to be that way. It must be, Sankan, you are the hero of the village. I, Kyuza, admire you. Mimura chuckled, no longer speaking, and Konoha's door was also caught in the eyes of the two at this time. At the gate, the 3rd generation of Naruto Sarutobi was standing there waiting, and behind him, stood a dozen Konoha ninjas. One of them was wearing an Anbu costume, silver white hair, and a mask on his face. It was Kakashi. Come yet? Kakashi made a secret cry, and then looked at the Thunder Country mission in the distance. The number of the mission was not large, there were only about 20 people, most of whom were walking, and there was a carriage in the middle. When the carriage approached Konoha Gate, a person got out of the carriage. It is Sankan. 3 generations of Hokage stepped forward and said, Mr. Envoy of Thunder Country, I am very glad that you came to my Konoha village. The 3 generations of Hokage are polite. This time I came here for the friendship between the country of thunder and the country of fire. The 2 daimyos have reached a consensus. I hope that Konoha and Union can also maintain this kind of harmonious relationship. Sankan said in a secretive manner that there was recognition of the 2 national names behind this trip, and he obviously wanted to create momentum for his visit. After all, if Konoha village takes desperate surveillance of the 3 villages, then the 3 villages' concealment ability is useless. Therefore, Sankan must move out of his identity and let the 3 generations of Hokage know that he represents the sincerity of the name of Lee Zigo. In this way, although the 3rd generation of Hokage will not give up monitoring of itself, it will decrease. Nothing else. Just for the sake of face, it would be a shame for a village to show fear for visiting envoys from other countries. As long as it is not strictly monitored, it is enough for the 3 villages to act on their own. The 3rd generation heard this, and they also had calculations in their hearts. This guy obviously wanted to use his power to overwhelm others. Of course, we also hope that there can be eternal peace between the country of fire and the country of thunder. That's great. I hope that I can feel Konoha's sincerity and Konoha's heroic appearance in Konoha these days. Speaking of such things as friendly interviews, it is nothing more than showing the messenger his own village, and at the same time showing his own force, so that the messenger feels deterrent. After some hypocritical conversation, the 3 generations of Hokage let the envoys into the post house. After sending away the envoys, the 3 generations sighed. Kakashi was stunned when the 3rd generation suddenly called his name. 3 generations of adults. This time, the mission of the Thunder Country is obviously unkind, but after all, it is meant by the daimyo, and Konoha is not good at guarding against it. Therefore, I will remove all surveillance of the mission, and the task of monitoring the mission is left to you. The 3rd generation of Hokage looked at Kakashi seriously, his eyes full of dignity. Yes, 3 generations of adults. Kakashi nodded in response. This is just right. It will be much easier to realize your own plan. The 3rd generation of Naruto naturally didn't know what Kakashi's plan was. The most comfortable person he used now was Kakashi, and Kakashi has a writing wheel again. so there is no problem in monitoring this kind of thing. A storm started to rise in this seemingly calm place. Chapter 110 Action. As night fell, in Union's post house, Sankun and Q's sat opposite each other. Sankun, are you ready? Ready, you can go now. Sankun, be careful. Q's looked at Sankun solemnly. Mimura nodded vigorously. Yeah? The night was heavy, and a figure came out of the post house and disappeared on the empty long street. On a tree, Kakashi, who was half lying on the branch, said secretly, I'm finally out. Do you start acting? Not on both hands. The technique of shadow avatar. The same figure appeared on the side, the two looked at each other, and then they dispersed. One went to the post house, and the other followed the three villages that left. Kakashi's shadow avatar sneaked into the post house without knowing it. Kyuza paced the room with a worried expression on his face. Suddenly, when the window moved, a figure appeared in the room. Who? Kyuza exclaimed, but before he could see who was here, his consciousness was blurred, because what he saw was the scarlet writing wheel eyes. Kakashi whispered, illusion. Right round eyes. Kakashi took off his mask and asked in a low voice, what are your plans for Konoha this time? At the moment of writing, Kyuza explained the purpose of this strip in a fiftoon manner. Kakashi frowned, I didn't expect the fourth generation of Raikage to really come. I hope Parker will have time. Finding a place for Fulshan's kunai, Kakashi released the shadow clone. At the moment Kakashi disappeared, Kyuza also woke up. What happened just now? Kyuza's face was puzzled. It seemed that what happened just now, and it seemed that nothing happened, which made Kyuza very puzzled. Is it because I'm too tired? Kyuza didn't know for a while, so he would never have thought that someone sneaked into the post house and got himself illusory in a flash. It's almost time. It's time to take someone to witness the scene where Hyuga Sunzu kills Sankun. Kyuza whispered and then went out. Come here. Master Sankun has disappeared. Everyone will go out with me to look for it. At Hyuga's house, the lights were dim. Except for the necessary guards, the others had already gone to sleep. In a house, Hinata Hyuga was sleeping soundly. The cute little appearance didn't know at all. A pair of sinful hands were reaching out towards her. The figure of Sankun slowly emerged beside Hinata. What a cute kid. Sorry, this is the rule of this world. In order to prevent Hinata from waking up, Mimura smoked with a fan. It's all right now. Konoha's defense is still above imagination, so it must be impossible to escape with this kid. In that case, thinking like this in Sankun's heart, he looked at a place, and that place is exactly the place where Hyuga is the head of the Hyuga clan. A trace of firmness appeared on his face, and Mimura took out a mask to cover his face. Now, it's time for my union to dedicate himself. Mimura picked up Hinata, who had been unconscious, and walked out of the room. In the Hyuga Nizu room, he has not yet rested at this time, but is sitting in a chair and reading the classics. At this time, a trace of anxiety suddenly rose in his heart. What's the matter? Why do you feel this way? The feeling of restlessness, however, was completely unable to calm down. Get up and leave the room. There is already silence outside. Strange, why it feels so quiet tonight. Just as Hyuga Nizu was feeling emotional, a black shadow flashed from the presence of Hyuga Nizu. Who? Hyuga Haizatsu yelled. What kind of joke? Someone broke into the place of the Hyuga clan. When Hyuga sees it clearly, the anger in my heart becomes even greater. Damn. Hinata is in his arms. Hyuga Nizu cursed secretly, and then chakra broke out under his feet, instantly turning into a white afterimage and chasing out. The speed of Sankun is also not slow, but it is far behind Hyuga Nizu. It didn't take long to be overtaken by Hyuga. Hyuga Hizu jumped and appeared in front of Mimura. Who are you? How dare you come to Konoha to catch people? Mimura didn't answer. He held Hinata in his left hand, took out a handful of kunai with his right, and rushed directly towards Hyuga Hizu. Hyuga Hizu snorted coldly. Humphrey, overwhelmed. With a move of his foot, Hyuga directly escaped the attack of Mimura, with a backhand pointing. The target was Mimura's dead spot. Facing the horrible move that was about to take his own life, Sankun not only had no fear, but a kind of relief. Master Raikage. I succeeded. The rest is up to you. Mimura closed his eyes and waited quietly for death. Hyuga Hizu frowned. This person is actually waiting to die safely. An unpleasant feeling emerged from Hyuga's heart, but the moves were too old to take it back. At this moment, a dark shadow suddenly appeared. He grabbed Hinata's right hand with one hand, and hit Mimura's neck with the other. Sankan groaned and passed out directly. However, Hyuga Nisab was shocked, and he made a full shot, and he was so easily resolved by someone who came. Here comes the costume of Anbu, which looks mysterious and dangerous. This Anbu is naturally Kakashi, who follows Sankan all the way. Kakashi naturally couldn't move him before Sankan revealed his purpose. But at this time, the tricks of the three villages have been laid out, and Kakashi will naturally take action. It's just that Sankan must not die here. At least, you can't die where there are Konoha ninjas. Otherwise, if Yin was in the middle of his arms, the matter would be unclear. Senior Nisu, this person is the leader of the Thunder Country mission. You can kill him, otherwise, things will be troublesome. A cold voice uttered from the mouth of the Anbu, making Hyuga Hizu a cold sweat. The leader of the Thunder Country mission? If I really killed it just now. The patriarch of the Hyuga Hyusho was naturally not a fool, and he quickly noticed the nuances in it. Yin is seeking the eyes of my Hyuga clan. Although the tone of Hyuga Nisu is questioning, the meaning in the words is extremely positive. Senior Nisu, no matter what the mission of the Thunder Country is seeking, it must never die in my Konoha's hands. Hyuga nodded and said, thank you. At this time, Yin's cry came from a distance. Master 3 Village. Master 3 Village. Where are you? Hearing this, Hyuga Nissa was furious, and it was indeed Yin's conspiracy. If he had just killed the 3 villages, I am afraid that he would be stolen and obtained at this time. The explanation is not clear. Upon seeing this, Kakashi said, Senior Nissan, don't say that you have seen Sankan later. I will leave the rest to me. After Kakashi finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared in place. Hyuga Hizu was taken aback. This is the 4th generation of Hokage's Flying Thunder Art. Chapter 111 Event Development. In the post house, Kakashi's figure quietly appeared, placing Sankan in the room. Kakashi touched his chin and whispered, now it's time to look at those Yunin's ugly faces. After putting away the god of thunder in the room, Kakashi disappeared again and appeared near the home of the 3rd generation of Hokage. Flying Thunder God's technique is really convenient. With a sigh of emotion, Kakashi ran into the home of the 3rd generation of Hokage. The 3 generations of Hokage are at home in the courtyard at this time, worrying about it. Knowing that Union came to have a different purpose, but the 3rd generation of Hokage did not know at all. This is a torture for him. It's like knowing that the other party is here to hit someone, and you have to move your face together. Just when the 3 generations of Hokage sighed, a figure suddenly appeared. 3 generations of adults. Huh? Kakashi? Why are you here? Did something happen to the Thunder Country mission? Kakashi nodded and said, yes, Mimura, the leader of the Thunder Country mission, secretly sneaked into the residence of the Hyuga clan and hijacked Miss Hinata. Hinata, the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hinata, pursued him. What? Did that Sanmura die in the hands of Hyuga Hizu? The 3 generations of Hokage were shocked. If this is the case, I am afraid that things will be in trouble. At this time, the 3rd generation of Hokage had already understood Union's purpose. Hyuga, roll your eyes. Unexpectedly, Yin actually hit his mind on the blood inheritance limit of the Hyuga clan. The face of the 3rd generation of Hokage is a bit ugly. Unlike Uchiha's ambitious clan, the Hyuga clan has a lot of peace. According to the 3 generations of Hokage, the Hyuga clan is definitely an important part of Konoha's combat power. If the mystery of the white eyes is really broken, it will definitely make matters worse for Konoha today. No. I took action in time to stop the Japanese football seniors. The 3 generations of Hokage looked happy when they heard the words, and said, really? That's great. What's the situation now? Yin obviously came here prepared. After I stopped the predecessor, Yin brought people to the scene. but before they saw me and Sankan, I had knocked Sankan out and returned to the post. It seems that the Japanese Football Association should be up against them at this time. Let's go over and take a look. Yes, 3 generations of adults. At the periphery of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Nizu was immersed in the shock just now. Who is this Anbu? Actually possess the 4 generations of Naruto masters flying thunder god art. You know, since the death of the 4th generation of Hokage, this ninjutsu has become a dead end. But he didn't have extra time to think about it. Kyuza had brought Union's people over. Hyuga Nizu, where is Lord Sankan? Kyuza didn't talk too much nonsense. There was a burst of questioning when he came up. Hyuga Nizu was furious, but it didn't happen. The patriarch of a family still has this kind of aura. Mr. Kyuza, where do you start? How do I know where Mr. Mimura is? Ha ha. You have to quibble. Come on. What have you done to Lord Sankan? Kyuza didn't see Sankan's figure, and felt strange in his heart, and even more ominous feeling filled his heart. Mr. Kyuza, I respect you as the messenger of Thunder Country, but if you are so rude, Konoha will not be so easy to provoke. The voice of Hyuga Hizatsu fell cold. As the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, how could there be no pride in her heart? It was an insult to Hyuga Nissa to be questioned by a small messenger pointing his nose like this. Kyuza felt bad in his heart, but he had reached this point, and there was no reason to shrink back. So want to talk more? Just say, where did you hide Master Sankan? I don't even know what you're talking about. I just accompany the little girl out for a walk. Hinata was hugged in Hinata's arms, and it looked as if it really was what he said. But Kyuza knew it was definitely not. Obviously Mimura had already stolen Hinata out of Hyuga, but it was taken back by Hyuga. Where did Mimura go? Shouldn't you die in the hands of Hyuga Nizu? Such a big movement here naturally attracted a lot of dark parts. Swish. Only the dark part of the sky was looking around. Those eyes full of killing intent made Kyuza cold sweat. Do you Konoha still want to kill the mission of our Thunder Country? This is Konoha's hospitality. I must go back and report to Lord Daimyo and Lord Raikage. As soon as this remark came out, the surrounding dark parts all converged. Except for militants like Danzo, no one yearns for war. Kyuza breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. At this time, the 3 generations of Hokage and Kakashi also arrived. Mr. Kyuza, I don't know what you are doing here most of the night. Master Naruto, Master Sankan has disappeared. I suspect that it was harmed by Hyuga Nizu. Please return Master Naruto to our country of thunder for justice. My country of thunder is not so easy to bully. Kakashi sneered. Thunder Country is not easy to bully. Is Konoha good to be bullied? The 3rd generation of Hokage frowned, and said, Mr. Kyuza, you can eat anything, but you can't talk nonsense. Do you have any evidence? This. Kyuza was taken aback for a moment. Where was there any evidence? Originally, as long as he saw Sankan's corpse and Hyuga Nico at the scene, this was ironclad evidence, but at this time, Sankan's corpse did not know where he had gone. If there is no evidence, Mr. Kyuza, please pay attention to your words. This is Konoha, not your cloud-hidden place. As the 3rd generation of Hokage said, the aura on his body slowly rose, making Kyuza out of breath for a while. Well, is this Konoha's attitude? When I find the body of Lord Sankan, see if you have anything to say. 3 generations of Hokage narrowed his eyes and said, Mr. Kyuza, why are you so sure that Mr. Mimura is dead? That's because. Kyuza was speechless for a while and didn't know how to answer. Mr. Kyuza, if you can't find Mr. Mimura, we Konoha can help you find it. Kyuza snorted when he heard the words, but agreed. Upon seeing this, the 3 generations said to Hyuga Nizu, you can search for it. Yes, Master Naruto. After Hinata Nizu finished speaking, he handed Hinata in his arms to Anbu, and yelled softly, Bail. I saw the blue veins on Hyuga Hiza's face violently, and a pair of pure white eyes exuded the pressure of fear. It seemed that everything would be seen through under these eyes. Kyuza looked at those eyes. His heart was full of greed. Is this Konoha's white eyes? Sure enough, It was terrible. It would be great if it belonged to Union. Under the sun-footed eyes, the distant scenery appeared before his eyes. A moment later, Hyuga Nizu said, 3 generations of adults. Mr. Mamoru is resting in the post house at this time. Kyu's shouted upon hearing the words. What? Impossible. Chapter 112 Rascal. Mr. Kyuza, Mr. Mamoru is clearly resting in the post house. How do you say that you were victimized by Japanese football? This farce ends here. No, it's impossible. You guys wait for me. I'll go back and see. As Kyuza said, he hurried back to the post with his own people. Watching Kyu's leave, the 3rd generation of Hokage showed a smile, but Kakashi shot in time. Otherwise, this time I am afraid it will be a big trouble. Hyuga Nisab looked at Kakashi, with doubts and curiosity in his eyes. Who is this Anbu who has mastered 4 generations of Naruto ninjutsu? This chakra has a familiar feeling. Sun Tzu, although things tonight are shocking and dangerous, but in the next few days, you have to pay attention. I'm afraid Union won't let it go. Hyuga nodded and said, I understand. 3 generations of adults. Hey, I've wronged you. This Union really doesn't stop. Hyuga Nisaka didn't say anything after hearing this, and the terrifying blood inheritance boundary would have been spied on. This kind of thing happened more than once in the history of the Hyuga clan. This feeling of being remembered is uncomfortable, but there is no way. The so-called gentleman is not guilty of guilt unless the Hyuga clan no longer has white eyes. Otherwise, this kind of prying will always exist. Not being jealous is mediocre. This matter ended like a fuss. But Kakashi knew that this matter would not end as simple as this. Union spent so much effort, and even 4 generations of raking had been dispatched. Obviously, it was impossible for this matter to end in such a hurry. Yun's blank eyes on the Hyuga clan is bound to win. And if it fails this time, there will inevitably be a follow-up move. Kakashi, do you think this thing is over? 3 generations of adults. I don't think things are that simple. I'm afraid Yin won't just let it go. The 3rd generation of Hokage nodded and said, yes, this matter is probably not over yet. Kakashi, you continue to monitor the Thunder Country mission, and report to me as soon as there is news. Yes. 3 generations of adults. The moon is black and the wind is high, and today is obviously not a night that can be spent safely. Kyu's hurriedly ran back to the post house, and found 3 villages in a coma in the room. Kyu's was anxious. What's going on? Without thinking too much, Kyu's directly awakened Sankan first. 3 villages. 3 villages. Wake up. Under Kyu's call, Mamoru slowly opened his eyes and then covered his neck. It hurts. Where am I? Is this hell? Sankan, be more sober. This is the post house. Kyuza roared. Sankan also recovered at this time and sat up in shock. What's the matter? Why am I here? I should ask you this. Didn't you go to the place of the Hyuga clan? Why are you in the post house? I went, and I clearly remember that Hyuga Hyuta pointed at my chest. I should be dead by this time. Why am I here? Kyuza's face turned dark when he heard the words. At this moment, where could he not know? The actions of himself and others must have been discovered by others, so this kind of thing happened now. Mamoru also reacted at this time and said, Kyuza, did our plan fail? Kyuza nodded with a dark face, and told Sankan what had just happened. Damn it. How could this be? Sankan hit the floor with a punch, looking extremely angry. Sankan, now is not the time to be angry, we must think of a solution, otherwise, this mission will fail. Damn, I was discovered this time, and the Hyuga clan will definitely strengthen their guard. We don't have a chance to do it again. Kyuza also understands this, but if this mission is unsuccessful, after returning to Union, how will he face Lord Raikage? There was a moment of silence between the two. Kyuza, there is only one last way. After a while, Sankan said suddenly, what? Since the plan is wrong, then we have nothing but stalkers. Originally, our plan was to use my death as an inducement, and then to force the Hyuga clan to surrender a corpse. Now, as long as I die in the Hyuga clan's home, it's okay. Kyuza's pupils expanded rapidly upon hearing this. Sankan, do you want to? Mamoru nodded and said, Yes, as long as my corpse appears in the house of Patriarch Hyuga. My soil is very secretive and should be able to sneak into Hyuga's house smoothly. Then, I will be there to judge myself. You just take someone over and search it. This. Kyuza hesitated a little. This kind of obvious planting, the possibility of success is too low. But originally Yin just wanted an excuse. Even this kind of rogue behavior is only more blatant than before. It's not bad, but it's a bit too ugly. Kyuza, there is no time to hesitate. You will directly say that you did not find me at the post house, and then go to the Hyuga Patriarch's house to find someone. It is good. Kyuza didn't hesitate anymore. At this time, time was the key to the completion of the task. If the time was prolonged again, the credibility would be even lower. Please, Kyuza. After Mimura finished speaking, he immediately launched ninjutsu and dived directly into Hyuga's house. At this time, Kakashi came to the door of the post house. Huh? No, Sankan is not in the post house. Where did the people go? Kakashi was shocked, and secretly said something bad. Crap. Could it be? Kakashi said, looking at the home of Hyuga Nissa. At this time, Kyuza also came out of the door. Come here, Lord Sankan is not in the post house at all. Come with me to ask for someone at Hinata Nisa's house. What? Lord Sankan is not in the post house? It's too much. Konoha is deceiving too much. Kyuza led all the members of the Kingdom mission to start the parade of prospering the teacher. But compared with the last time, this time obviously has a lot of guilty conscience. Seeing this, Kakashi was speechless, and this Thunder Country mission was too shameless. At Hyuga Nisa's home, Hyuga Nisa had just put Hinata on the bed when he heard movement outside. Could it be that those Union people are here again? Hyuga Nisa was puzzled, so he walked out of the door, only to see someone in his courtyard. No, to be precise, it's a corpse. A handful of Q-using stuck in his chest, no breathing, blood was still flowing. Apparently he had just died. Hinata was shocked by this, and under the moonlight, the face without a mask was exposed. It is Sankan. At this moment, the door of Hyuga Nisa was kicked open, and Kyuza rushed over. Kyuza saw the body of Sankan at a glance. His heart loosened, and then he changed into an angry face. Hyuga, you really killed Lord Sankan. Hyuga Nisa choked speechlessly. Nima still brought such a pit. Chapter 113 Rush to the border. Such obvious planting actually blinded Hyuga Nisa. I have never seen such a shameless person. Mr. Kyuza, do you think that Konoha's people are all fools? People get stolen and get, you dare to quibble. Hyuga Nisa. At this time, the third generation of Hokage, who was notified by Kakashi, also came to the scene again. Seeing the corpse of the three villages, the corners of the three generations' eyes couldn't help but twitch a little. Is it more obvious to do? This kind of botched planting is really bad for you to imagine. Mr. Kyuza, you guys. Three generations of Naruto was about to say something. Kyuza had already picked up the body of Sankan and said, Master Naruto, we Union came to Konoha because we believed in your sincerity, but we did not expect such a tragedy to happen. You must give us an explanation. Is that killing pays for life? Otherwise, we, Raikage-sama, will certainly seek justice for us. After Kyuza finished speaking, he left with the body of Sankan without saying a word. The three generations of Hokage were speechless for a while, and there was more anger in their hearts. Has Konoha now fallen to the point of being bullied by Union? Even the three generations of Hokage of the good guys could not help but be full of killing intent at this time. If this matter is compromised, where will Konoha's face go? Is it true that in the future, as long as a mission comes to Konoha's death, one of Konoha's patriarchs will be taken away? This time is the Hyuga clan? What about next time? It's a nonsense. Different from the original work, Sankan was not killed by Hyuga Nisa, so the nature of the middle has become completely different. This is slander. It's blackmail. If he really agrees, Konoha will lose face. Three generations of adults. This matter. As Hyuga Nisa was about to say something, the three generations of Hokage said, Nisa, Don't worry, Konoha will never give in this matter. Hyuga breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. 3 generations of adults. Yunyin is coming so aggressively. I am afraid that this matter will not be easily revealed. I know that I need to discuss this matter with the elders. Thank you. 3 generations of adults. 3 generations of Hokage left Hyuga's home with Kakashi. On the way, Kakashi whispered, 3 generations of adults. I think the 4th generation of Raikage may already be on the border of the country of fire about to move. The 3rd generation of Naruto was silent, and said, the 4th generation of Raikage must know that Konoha desires peace, so he wants to threaten me through this matter. However, this method is too despicable. Yes, face was stomped on the ground. 3 generations of adults. If the 4 generations of Raikage are to put pressure on, they will inevitably take some deterrence on the border. Then, I am afraid that they will suffer heavy losses. The 3rd generation of Hokage frowned slightly and said, Kakashi, what do you think? Since Union is the first to deceive others this time, even if we Konoha are more valued by harmony, we can't just let others oppress them. Otherwise, even if it passes smoothly this time, there will be another one. So I request, go to the border of the country of fire and repel the 4 generations of Raikage. Kakashi's words surprised the 3rd generation of Hokage. Kakashi, are you sure? I'm not sure, but it's enough to make the 4 generations of Raikage feel jealous. I don't dare to underestimate Konoha, Kakashi said, taking out a handful of 3-pointed kunai from the ninja bag. When the 3rd generation of Hokage saw this, his pupils shrank. This is the 4th generation. Kakashi nodded. You already master that ninjutsu. I haven't fully grasped it yet, but it is enough to deter the 4 generations of Raikage. In the first 3 wars, the Watergate teacher used the technique of flying thunder to crush the 4th generation of Raikage and the 8-tailed man. This matter, the 3rd generation of Hokage also knew about this. If Kakashi really mastered this ninjutsu, the 4th generation Raikage would definitely not dare to act rashly. After a moment of contemplation, the 3rd generation of Hokage said, Kakashi, be careful during this trip, and ensuring your own safety is the top priority. Yes, 3 generations of adults. Go, as long as you can force the 4th generation of Raikage back, then I will naturally take care of the rest. Kakashi nodded and disappeared into the night. Kakashi, how far are you today? Mizumon and Tsukumo's stunts are in your hands. Coupled with the writing wheel eyes of the Uchiha clan, it is really impossible to imagine your future. The moment Kakashi stepped out of Konoha's gate, chakra inside his body suddenly resonated in that direction. As soon as the voice fell, Kakashi left the place with a sound. The next moment, somewhere on the border of the country of fire, beside a puppy wearing a Konoha forehead, the figure of Kakashi suddenly appeared. Kakashi, you are here. Parker saw Kakashi appear, so he said, well, Parker, good job. I didn't expect you to be here in 2 days. Kakashi, are you sure? That is the 4th generation of Raikage, and the speed is so fast. I am afraid that few people in the ninja world can match it. Even if you master the art of Thunder God, it may not be in time. Escape, your flying Thunder God is not as superb as the 4th generation of Hokage. Parker, rest assured, since I have come, I naturally have absolute confidence. Moreover, I have wanted to fight this battle a long time ago. This time is just an opportunity. The 4th generation of Raikage has something I look forward to. Something that has been around for a long time. A trace of doubt appeared on Parker's face. What? I'll tell you later. You should go back first. By the way, what happened to the injuries in the 7 prisons? Almost healed. That's good. Kakashi, be careful. I will go back first. This is your suffering. Okay. With a bang, Parker disappeared in place, and the two-day trek made it quite difficult for Parker. Kakashi let out a long sigh of relief. After 3 years, he came here again, which I really missed. Last time I visited this place, I came with Xuanjian and the others. The observation tower, the borderline established by Konoha. Kakashi's figure quietly emerged, alarming the guards. Konoha and Kakashi showed his identity certificate, and then one person came to Kakashi's front. Kakashi was quite surprised when he saw the visitor. Senior Hyuga Flying Fish? The man was taken aback and said, "Do you know me?" "Naturally, we saw it once 3 years ago," Kakashi said, taking off his mask, revealing his familiar face. Hyuga Flying Fish was surprised when he saw this. "It's you? Why are you here?" "Senior Flying Fish, it's important. Let's go in and talk about it." "It is good." In the observation tower, Kakashi told Hyuga Tobii about what had happened in Konoha. "Damn you, Nin. It's unforgivable to dare to hit my Hyuga's family." "Kakashi, thanks to you, otherwise, I'm afraid it would be a huge disaster for my Hyuga clan." Senior is polite, as Konoha's partner. "This is what I should do." Hyuga nodded in agreement. "Are you here this time to deal with the 4th generation of Raikage?" "Well, this battle is for Konoha's majesty, so I have to fight." Chapter 114 Raikage 4th. The 4th generation of Raikage has been famous for many years, and even the 4th generation of Naruto Master, your teacher, has played against you. Are you confident? If not, I won't be here. Okay. As expected of the 4th generation of Hokage's disciple. Then I beg you here. Hyuga Tobii patted Kakashi on the shoulder, obviously having high hopes for him. The original Hyuga Flying Fish had a good impression of Kakashi, but this time Kakashi saved the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga Flying Fish had a better impression of Kakashi. Senior Flying Fish, step up your guard. Well, I understand. Hyuga nodded in response. At the border of Thunder Country not far from the watchtower, the 4 generations of Raikage are watching the intelligence in front of them. The reason why Q's was able to go to Konoha to cooperate with this operation is because he knows how to use ninjutsu, which can quickly transmit information to the 4th generation of Raikage. At this time, the 4th generation of Liang looked at the information in front of him, frowned, and hit the table with a punch. Boom! With a loud noise, the solid table was actually beaten to pieces by the 4th generation of Raking. Assistant Liang came over quickly and said, "Master Liang, what's the matter?" The actions of the 2 idiots, Q's and Mimura, were exposed. Forget it. They actually made their own cleverness and let Mimura commit suicide in the home of Hyuga Nizuka. Slander Hyuga. What a foolish act. Assistant Liang was also taken aback when he heard the words. How did Q's and the others do such a naked slander? Isn't this hit Konoha hard in the face? Konoha's compromise is a ghost at this time. After all, it is the head of the 5 great nations. No matter how weak Konoha is, it is impossible to compromise under this situation. Master Raikage, what shall we do? What else can I do? At this point, even if it's impossible, I have to try, otherwise, this action will be wasted. But, it's nothing. Konoha today, I don't believe they dare to fight me. Union. The 4th generation of Liang said, the thunder attribute chakra in the body went wild, and a ray of thunder appeared outside the body surface. Without the golden gleaming Konoha, who can resist my speed? It's a pity that a good opponent is so dead. After the 4th generation of Raikage finished speaking, he turned and left. When he walked to the door, he said, notify the ninja here to launch a deterrent attack on Konoha's cordon early tomorrow morning. Remember, don't kill too many people. Otherwise, things will happen. Is beyond our control. Understood. Lord Raikage. The purpose of the 4th generation of Raikage is to oppress Konoha, not to actually start a war. After all, it hasn't been long since the 3 world wars, and Yunyin could not withstand the toss of war. There are 3 other big villages in this world. If Yunyin and Konoha had a fight, Yunyin would definitely come and join in. During the 3 wars, Yunyin and Yunyin forged a lot of beams. The undercurrent is surging, and a battle is at hand. Kakashi was sitting cross-legged in the watchtower room, pinching his hands. Kakashi has been practicing since he obtained the spiritual practice of the Yuri family. At this time it can be considered a small achievement. Although there is not much progress by leaps and bounds, but Zwinyan is getting more and more slippery. Under full power, using 2 or 3 times of supernatural power is not a problem at all. An hour later, Kakashi opened his eyes, and the writing wheel eye on the left, Guu, made a quick turn. The state has been adjusted, and I will wait for the 4th generation of Raikage. After touching the eyes of the wheel, Kakashi secretly said, "I'll beg you this time." In a battle with the 4th generation of Raikage, Kakashi obviously has to go all out, otherwise, it is very likely to see the sun the next day. The 4th generation of Raikage is so fast that even though Kakashi hasn't seen it before, it must be not much worse than Teacher Watergate. Kakashi knew the speed of Mr. Watergate very well. Kakashi reckons that only when his instant step has achieved great success can he be compared with it. But now Kakashi is still a little away from decking in terms of instant step. If you rely on the instant step, you may be able to deal with the 4th generation of raking in a short period of time, but after a long time, I am afraid that it will be incapable. Fortunately, Kakashi still has an immature Flying Thunder God technique, although there are only 3 kunai now, but if used well, it can achieve unexpected results. 4 generations of Raikage would not have thought that there are still people in this world who can fly the technique of Thor. What Kakashi wanted was this surprise. All are ready. The next step is to face the 4th generation of Raikage. Kakashi's eyes burst into war, and the opponent of Teacher Watergate. Now it is his turn to deal with it. Teacher, I will not lose your face. I will let the 4th generation of Raking know that even if Konoha does not have your presence, union is still inviolable. There was no words for a night, but the arrival of Kakashi plunged the entire watchtower into a strange silence. Hyuga had already notified that union might attack at any time, so a string was tense in everyone's heart. Konoha, meeting room. Sunzan, Yunyin is too much this time, we must give them a little bit of color to see. Tuanzang, who was dressed in bandages, had cold eyes with murderous intent in his eyes. For the radical Danzo, this is a good excuse. Danzo, you should know that Konoha today can't stand the toss. 3 generations of Hokage looked directly at Danzo, and said his thoughts. Upon seeing this, Mito Menyon said, 3 generations, Danzo, don't quarrel with you two. At the moment, union is deliberately provocative. If Konoha surrenders, he will become the laughing stock of the shinobi world. Yes. But Konoha really can't stand the wind and rain again, Zwan Xiao-chan said. Tuanzang said with a cold snort, HMPH, let me say that as long as Yunyin is given a certain amount of shock, they will definitely not dare to challenge us. On this point, I agree with Danzo's statement. When the 3 generations of Hokage said this, the 3 people present were all shocked. Didn't expect that the gentle Sarutobi Hiruzen would actually agree with Danzo's view. Ignoring the surprise of the 3, the 3rd generation of Naruto continued, I have sent Kakashi to the border to deal with the forthcoming Raikage of the 4th generation. As long as Kakashi can withstand the 4th generation of Raikage, this will naturally happen. It calmed down. What? Are you crazy? How can Kakashi fight against the 4 generations of Raikage with a Hokage Kakashi? Hearing this, Tuanzang stood up with a squeak, his face full of anger. It wasn't that Danzo was afraid of Kakashi's danger, he just felt that it was very inappropriate for Kakashi to do it. If it succeeds, Kakashi will be Konoha's hero. When the time comes, once there is a reputation, even if the 3rd generation resigns, the next Hokage will not be him. Hisaki, this thing is really wrong. Hokage Kakashi is a good genius, but is still too young to withstand the 4th generation of Raikage. Mito Menyon said, let's wait and see. Chapter 115 Brothers Hyuga's family. Hyuga Nizu is a little uneasy. Although the 3rd generation of Hokage said that this matter will not involve the Hyuga family, but Hyuga Nissa did not feel relieved. As Konoha's wealthy family, Hyuga Nissa knows Konoha's current situation very well. After the Nine Tails Rebellion, Konoha lost a lot of combat power. Not only the death of the 4th generation of Hokage, but also the lack of a lot of mid to high-end combat power. And this kind of loss caused Konoha's strength to be unable to recover within a period of time. After all, it takes a lot of time for a ninja to grow up. Only a handful of geniuses can progress by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. Not everyone can complete the transformation from lower to upper ninja in 3 years. Many of them will take more than 10 years or even decades to complete this process. Therefore, today's Konoha does not pick up the green and yellow. It is really unable to withstand the toss. Hyuga Hizu understands this truth. If the last 3 generations of Hokage can't solve this problem, I am afraid he will still have to go out to top the pot. Between the big self and the small self, every qualified politician will choose the big self. As the head of the family, Hyuga Nizu naturally understands this truth. Just as Hyuga Nizu was thinking about it, the door rang. "Brother, are you there?" The voice is that Hyuga is very familiar, so he said without hesitation, "Is there a slack? Is there anything going on at this late? Come in." The door opened, and the person who came in had exactly the same face as Hyuga Hizu. Every time the two met, there was a strange feeling of looking in the mirror. "Brother, haven't you slept so late?" "Ah, I was thinking about something." "Is there anything you want to do when you come here so late?" "Brother, I heard about tonight, that Union's people want to frame you. What are you going to do?" Hyuga Hizuka sank, and said, "I don't know. If the 3 generations of adults can't solve this problem, I'm afraid I can only sacrifice myself." Hearing this, Hyuga Rizaza said in a hurry, "Brother, no. You are the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, and even a member of the clan. You must never die, let alone fall into Union's hands." Hyuga Hizuka smiled bitterly and said, "In Japan, there are some things that can't be helped. Whether it is Konoha or Hyuga, they can no longer withstand the flames of war. If I am sacrificed and I can exchange for peace, what's wrong?" "Brother, the Hyuga clan can't live without you. If you really need someone to die, then let me replace your brother. Use my face exactly like my brother to bear this disaster." "Daily, what are you talking nonsense? You are dead. What about Neji?" Hearing this, Hyuga Nizu roared that he would never allow Hyuga Nisaka to die for himself. "Brother, you are dead. What about the Hyuga clan? What about Hinata?" Not to be outdone, Hyuga Nikkei directly asked 2 questions about Hyuga Nisatsu. Hyuga Nizu was speechless. At this moment, the door of the room was opened, and it was a white-haired old man who came in, with a pair of white eyes especially eye-catching. "The person here is the great elder of the Hyuga clan, Nisatsu. Nisa is right. You shoulder the mission of the clan, and you must not have an accident. Even if you don't do it for yourself, you must be responsible for the white eyes of the Hyuga family that has been passed down to this day. As a division of the family, this is his mission. But I can't let the Nikkei die for me." As Hyuga Hizuka was talking, Hyuga Rizaka tapped his acupuncture points when he was not prepared. Daily. You, brother, this is not my mission as a family division, but the first time I can make my own choice. I am not for the clan, nor for Hyuga, but for you, because you are my brother and beloved by me. "Brother, so what's wrong with dying for you?" "Nings, I will ask you." This was the only word that Hyuga Hizus heard before he fell into a coma. Putting Hyuga Hizushin on the bed, Hyuga Hisaza said, "Elder, let's go to 3 generations of adults." "Hey, I'm wronged by you." "No, it's my own choice." Hyuga's tone was full of determination. At the border of the country of fire, the morning sun rose again. But it looked a little bleak. Around the watchtower, it was very quiet and it looked very abnormal. The defensive line that Konoha's ninja had gathered was already gathered at the watchtower. "Kakashi, the ninjas on the border are here," Hyuga said. "Okay." Kakashi stood in front of everyone, and the 17-year-old Kakashi now has a touch of Mature. As soon as he stopped there, the aura of the strong was involuntarily radiated. The people who were still a little despised at first converged their minds in an instant. This kind of aura, I am afraid it is no more than that of Hokage-sama. Everyone, this time Yun Yin's provocation is first. And now I'm afraid that he is already watching from the other side. Maybe there will be a battle later. Everyone looked at each other when they heard the words. Yesterday Xiangfa said that he would strengthen his vigilance, but he didn't know it was because of this incident. This is my Konoha's first line of defense. Behind you are your parents, children, and friends. In order to protect Konoha, please fight to the end. The words didn't shock, they just told the most straightforward fact, but everyone's heart surged. Please. Kakashi bowed deeply. This time I am afraid it was a battle. At the border of Thunder Country, behind the fourth generation of Raikage are dozens of ninjas. Master Raikage, time is almost up. Okay, everyone, let's go. Yes. Yan Yin moved quickly and galloped through the forest. Before long, the fourth generation of Raikage suddenly felt a little strange. No, stop everyone. When the four generations of Raking spoke, Yan Yin naturally stopped. Master Raikage, what's the matter? Someone. Where is anyone? Come out to me. The fourth generation of Raikage looked towards the front and roared. This is worthy of the fourth generation of Raikage. It is really powerful, and it is so easy to be discovered by you. A silver-white figure appeared, and then dozens of ninjas appeared behind him. The fourth generation of Raikage frowned. The Konoha people? This is in the land of fire, naturally Konoha's people. But the four generations of Raikage-sama, it seems that you have crossed the boundary. Kakashi said coldly. You Konoha kills our envoy, we naturally want to get justice. Master Raikage, this kind of embezzlement is a bit too despicable. I think you know the truth of the matter better than me. If you want to beat me Konoha, it won't work. Arrogant boy, look at your outfit. You are Hokage Kakashi, right? Your teacher may be able to stop me, but you are probably not enough. You can try. The eyes of the two immediately collided with sparks, and the battle was imminent. Chapter 116 Collision. The battle was on the verge, and everyone on both sides faced their opponents, but Kakashi and the fourth generation Raikage remained motionless. The two were 10 meters apart, their eyes facing each other. Kakashi's writing wheel eyes looked strange and ghostly. Nice eyes. I didn't expect the blood of the Uchiha clan to appear on your body. It just so happens that you can't get the eyes of the Hyuga clan, and it is a good harvest to get Uchiha's writing wheel eyes. I'm afraid you don't have this opportunity. Arrogant kid, you will pay for your ignorance. The blue thunder light on the fourth generation Raikage covered the whole body, and his hair stood upright. Done chakra mode, or this is more appropriately called Thunder Dun armor. The blue thunder light continued to emit terrifying screams, and the fourth generation of Raikage at this time looked like a of war. The cold and ruthless eyes make people shudder even more. A terrifying and powerful atmosphere. This man who claimed to be the fastest man in the ninja world after the death of Watergate showed his edge at this moment. Kakashi's expression was slightly solemn. At this time, the fourth generation of Raikage was about 34 years old, which was the peak period of the body in a person's life. Even if it is not as strong as the 4 world wars in the future, it is not far from it. Such a terrifying figure, even if Kakashi is no longer what he used to be, he cannot be confident enough to defeat him. But the battle of ninjas can often solve the battle in an instant. So the more you know about the opponent's abilities, the more likely you are to win. Why was Shikamaru able to calculate the flying stage to death? In addition to his terrifying IQ, intelligence is also vital. If it wasn't for the ability to understand the flying section, Shikamaru would be useless even if he was clever. After all, Asuma died in front of Shikamaru. Therefore, the key to determining the outcome of a ninja battle is often intelligence. In this regard, Kakashi's knowledge of Raikage 4 far exceeds that of Raikage 4. Knowing the ability, it will be much easier to deal with. Of course, if the power gap is huge, knowing more information is useless. It is like the 4 generations of Raking in front of him. Even if he knows all his information, if the speed can't keep up, it will be useless. Of course, If you have an excellent defense, you can also face him head-on. It's just that even Susanoo's defensive power is only able to withstand the attacks of the 4 generations of Raikage. To what extent other defensive ninjutsu can be done is not known. The ninjas fighting around very consciously let out the ground. After all, if they are fighting against the shadow level, if their group of small shrimps get too close, they may be easily injured by mistake. And then they will really cry and there will be no place to cry. Kakashi's right-hand Kyainting took advantage of the situation. Kakashi's momentum changed while holding the long knife, and a terrifying and powerful momentum swept out. The 4th generation of Raikage was surprised. Konoha actually has such a powerful late show. Little devil, with a good vibe, he is truly a disciple of Golden Glitter. But I don't know how good you are. Kakashi did not answer, and Shaolin stared at the 4th generation of Raikage. Goo in his eyes kept turning. Seeing Kakashi didn't speak, the 4th generation Raikage was a little angry. The thunder light on the body surface continued to flash, and the 4th generation of Liang moved his feet and disappeared in the same place. The speed was so fast that even Kakashi's writing wheel eyes only saw an afterimage at that moment. Boy, even if your eyes can keep up with my speed, your body will never keep up. It's over. Heavy current violence. I saw the 4th generation of Raikage's right elbow rushing towards Kakashi's chest, sinking vigorously. Kakashi has no doubt that if this blow falls on him, the bones in his chest will probably be broken. It's just that you have to hit yourself with this blow. Who said he couldn't keep up with this speed? Instant step. Open. At the moment when the 4th generation of Raikage thought he was going to hit Kakashi, Kakashi's figure suddenly disappeared. The 4th generation of Raikage's pupils shrank. How could it be possible? Without the fluctuation of chakra, could it be so fast? Can this be done by the body alone? Without waiting for the 4th generation of Raikage to react, Kakashi's figure once again appeared behind the 4th generation of Raikage. At this time, the thousand-ting knife is not the usual thunder attribute chakra, but the wind attribute chakra. Wind Cray. Facing this thunderous body, the chakra with wind attributes is obviously the best choice. Flagwood and swordsmanship. Thousands of wind blows. The characteristic of the wind attribute chakra is that it is thinner and sharper. So the thousand-ting sword at this time is like a peerless famous blade, as if there is nothing it can't cut. When the sharp blade was about to hit the 4th generation Raikage, it turned around abruptly, and the heavy armor on his forearm blocked Kakashi's blow. Ding! The yellow armor was directly chopped out of the crack by the thousand-ting blade. Little devil, good speed, worthy of a golden glitter disciple. But this speed is still a bit short. Kakashi snorted coldly and didn't care. He had never thought of making a single blow. If this blow can handle the 4th generation of raking, the 4th generation of raking will not survive now. Withdrawing a knife, Kakashi and the 4th generation Raikage opened a distance. Boy, it seems that I underestimated you. At this speed, you are qualified to be my opponent. The 4th generation of Raikage looked at the broken armor on his right arm with a look of excitement. Since Watergate, the 4 generations of Raikage have rarely had this kind of emotion. It's not that there are no strong people in this world, but there are really few people who can keep up with the speed of the 4 generations of raking. The excitement of defeating a strong is definitely not as exciting as defeating a strong with the same characteristics as yourself. That's the feeling of an old enemy between the same kind. The battle of speed and speed. Yeel is angry and thunderacts. The 4th generation of Liang jumped and raised his right foot. The terrifying sound of thunder is even more intense. Tu dun, tu lubai. Stupid. Use earth to escape my attack. Like earth. Using earth escape to defend against the attack of the 4th generation of Raikage is indeed not a wise choice. When the 4 generations of Raikage stepped down, the earth flow wall was like a piece of thin paper, directly turned into countless clods. But under the earth wall, there was nothing but nothing. Huh? What about people? The 4th generation of Liang's eyes condensed, and he swept around vigilantly. Above, no. Behind, no. On the left, no. Right, no. Under. The fourth generation of Raking made a judgment in an instant. At this moment, the indifferent voice sounded again. Soil escape. Yellow mud bog. The earth wall smashed by the fourth generation of Raikage turned into a terrifying quagmire at this time, and his feet were restricted inside, unable to move. The fourth generation of Raikage was angry, and the whole body was thunderous. The silt flew around and turned into a rain of mud in an instant. Hakuma Kakashi, stop playing these tricks. It seems that these little tricks are of no use to you. Kakashi's figure slowly emerged from the side, and the writing wheel kept turning. Chapter 117 Red's level of abuse against Raicho dance. Kakashi's series of small actions are naturally not aimless. He is just testing how terrifying the fourth generation Raikage's offensive power is. After all, there is a gap between what we saw in the original book and reality. Facts have proved that the speed and attack power of the four generations of Raikage are indeed very powerful. The confrontation between the two ninjas, both of the speed and thunder dance type, really began at this time. Hokage Kakashi, I didn't expect to have this kind of strength at your age. Konoha is really lucky to have you. The fourth generation of Raikage has won the award, and Yunyin also has many geniuses. The fourth generation of Raikage looked directly at Kakashi, and said seriously, no, they can't compare to you. Unexpectedly, after Konoha's golden glitter, there is still such an outstanding ninja as you. This is good luck, it is really amazing. Jealous. Konoha is more than just luck. It's just the glory of the ancestors. At this time, Konoha still looks like the head of the 5 great ninja villages. Union is the strong one. Arrogant. Are you arrogant? You'll know later. No matter how good you are, today, I will accept your little life and your writing round eyes. You can try. Thundering. 4 generations of Raikage hit a heavy punch. Kakashi narrowed his eyes and swung out Kionting Dao with his right hand. Fist and knife. Ordinary people naturally don't dare to face it head-on, but under the armor of Thunder Dun, both the attack and defense power of the 4th generation Raikage have greatly increased. And this chakra knife has not been put in the eyes of the 4th generation Raikage. You know, the 4th generation of Raikage in the original work directly interrupted Hyuga's beheading sword with a punch. Even if the knife had a gap before, it is enough to show how terrifying the physical defense of the 4th generation of Raikage. The fist collided with the knife, and it was a steel-like clash. Kakashi's right hand numb. What a strong arm. The 4th generation of Raikage did not stop there, and waved his other fist again. Close battle. Kakashi didn't hesitate, and thunder suddenly appeared in his left hand. Thousands of birds sing together. Liu Ying was taken aback. This Dun was a bit interesting. The two meet. The same lightning, terrifying current overflows. There was a violent storm around. The smoke spreads. In a terrifying battle, Kakashi and the 4th generation of Raikage backed away a few steps. Little devil, this Dun is very good. A talent like you should be Union in me. Born in Konoha, it's really not suitable for you. The 4th generation Raikage shook his left hand that had just collided with Chidori. Obviously, that blow was not so easy for him. Even with a Thunder Dance armor body, it would be a bit difficult for real evil ninjutsu like Chidori. Thanks for the compliment. This is just an appetizer. Kakashi's left hand was also shaking slightly. The physical strength of the 4 generations of Raikage plus the increase in Thunder Dun's armor is far more powerful than Kakashi can compare. Had the Chidori been activated just now, I'm afraid Kakashi's left hand would have been broken at this time. The 4 generations of Raikage are really strong. After a moment of stagnation, the 4th generation of Raikage struck again. Under the thunder light, the 4th generation of Raikage appeared in front of Kakashi like a flash of lightning. Another punch. Suddenly, Kakashi drew away from the spot. Boom! With a loud noise, the place where Kakashi stood before became a piece of debris. The 4th generation of Raikage did not stop, but launched another attack. Another punch. Kakashi's pupils shrank, and then moved again. 4 generations of Raikage's fists passed by. The speed of the 4th generation of Raikage is getting faster and faster. Haki Kakashi, although your special instant shot has a good speed, it is not enough to fight against my instant shot under the Thunder Dun armor. Kakashi was silent. He knew it from the beginning. Since Shunbu practiced, Kakashi's attainments had already surpassed Sunquan. Now Kakashi's speed has stepped into the top of the world, but compared to the 4 generations of Raikage, it is still inadequate. The body that has been exercised with Dun for many years is really extremely afraid. Unfortunately, I thought you could fight me in speed. Now it seems that you are still far away. Maybe in a few years, you will be able to grow to the level of confrontation with me, but you don't have this opportunity up. After the 4th generation of Raikage finished speaking, he jumped up, flying into the air like a bolt of lightning. Kakashi was startled. This posture was Thunder Abuse level Chio dance. The 4 generations of Raikage waved his right hand high and erected it into a sword. A terrifying electric current ran through the right-handed knife. At this time, the hanged knife hung over Kakashi's head like a sharp blade. Can't run away. This is Kakashi's first impression. At this time, the speed of the 4th generation of Raking was fully opened, and with his instant step level at this time, it was impossible to escape the attack of the 4th generation of Raking. Therefore, there is only one way left. Recklessly, quickly seal with both hands. The blue arc formed suddenly in Kakashi's right hand. Different from the grand occasion of Chidori singing before, the blue arc at this time is as quiet as before the storm, weird and silent. 2 blue thunder light groups blew gusts of wind on this battlefield. No one can see how terrifying these 2 ninjutsu are. Seeing this, Hyuga shouted, "Everyone back." Assistant Training also said anxiously, "Back." For a time, the 2 fighting parties stopped abruptly and quickly withdrew from the place. Intuition tells them that even the aftermath of this confrontation is not something they can withstand. The 4th generation of Raikage looked at the blue thunder in Kakashi's right hand, with dignified eyes. As an expert in Dun, the 4th generation of Liang naturally knew how powerful that little thunder and lightning was. Sure enough, he is not a simple kid. Although the 4th generation of Raikage was shocked, but did not stop his actions. It's just because the 4th generation of Raking also has sufficient confidence in himself. The air is extremely silent at this moment. The 4 generations of Raikage descended from the sky, and said in a low voice, "Thunder Abuse level 1000 generation dance." Kakashi's left eye writes and the wheel eye turns crazy. Get up and jump. Rachel, bump. The 2 met in midair, and the 4 generations of Raikage's lightning hand knife slashed on Kakashi's wreck. A black hole formed in front of the 2 of them, and gradually spread. The ninja on the side, whether it was Konoha or Union, was staring at the scene in amazement at this time. Seeing this, Hyuga Flying Fish whispered, "Kakashi is so strong, can beat the 4th generation Raikage to this level." Assistant Raikage also had an incredible look. Can Hokage Kakashi fight against Lord Raikage? Boom. At this moment, there was a loud noise, taking the 2 as the space, and a hurricane blew, and the people around couldn't help covering their eyes. The surrounding trees were directly shot off by the aftermath, and they flew high into the sky. After a while, the aftermath dissipated, and the battle between the 2 came to fruition. Kakashi and the 4th generation of Raikage flew out at the same time. Bang bang bang. The 2 kept rolling on the ground, and finally stopped. The 4th generation of Raikage half-kneeled on the ground. His right hand was scorched in black. Kakashi was also half-kneeling on the ground, while supporting himself with his left hand. His right hand kept twitching, blood-drenched. Chapter 118 Fly the Power of Thunder God. Hokage Kakashi, you are very good. With this level of Thunder Dunge, I recognize you in the name of Raikage. The 4th generation of Raiying looked at Kakashi with scorching eyes. In addition to anger, there was appreciation in his eyes. This kind of thunder escape, even if it is in union, few people have it, but the person in front of him is not enough to have a weak crown. The fourth generation of Raikage really regrets that such a person does not actually live in union. Of course, the 4 generations of Raikage would not say anything to surrender. Such words are an insult to a strong man. Moreover, if Kakashi was really persuaded to surrender, the 4th generation of Raikage would only look down on him. Ying's armor is polite. Yul'dan is really eye-opening to me. When it comes to the name of Yul'dan, Konoha is really not as good as Union. A green chakra appeared on Kakashi's right hand, temporarily stabilizing the injury on his right hand and preventing the flow of blood. Hokage Kakashi, now your right hand is hurt. How can you resist me, Master Raikage? It seems that your right hand injury is equally serious. HMPH, it's just burnt. It won't affect my combat effectiveness in the slightest. The 4th generation of Liang said. The thunderlight all over his body once again appeared, and the black scorch mark on his right hand slowly faded away. Kakashi's pupils shrank, and the power of this Thunder Dunge armor was really daunting. In the collision just now, it is precisely because of this Thunder Escape armor that Kakashi's injuries are heavier than Raikage. The right hand has no strength at this time, and it is temporarily useless. Hokage Kakashi, that's it. The 4th generation Raikage roared. The chakra on his body was visible to the naked eye, and there was a bang under his feet, and a big pit was trapped. Kakashi held the knife in his left hand, his eyes were dignified, and the writing Wiligu was still turning. Boom. The 4th generation of Raikage made a fist with his left hand, and the sound of the terrifying thunder was still on it. Go to hell. It's still far away. An iron fist struck. Kakashi threw a knife to block. Ding. The fists and knives intersect, and Qian Ting Dao is directly blown away by the 4th generation of Liang. Kakashi's face changed, and she immediately used it. Blocked by Qian Ting Dao, the 4th generation of Liang took a beat and was avoided by Kakashi. Hokage Kakashi, now you can't even catch my punch. What else can you do? The 4th generation of Raikage did not pursue, but showed a mocking smile. In the distance, Kakashi's figure emerged, panting heavily. Without answering the question of the 4th generation of Raikage, Kakashi was not only not angry, but a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. 4 generations of Raikage, I wonder if you still remember my teacher, the 4th generation of Hokage, Bofeng Shuiman. The 4th generation of Raikage stunned, and said, I naturally remember that. He is the only ninja in this world who can beat me in speed. Oh, I'm afraid there will be one more after today. What do you mean? Kakashi did not answer, and the Chidori in his left hand appeared again. The sound of thousands of birds resounded throughout the war zone. Huh, are you still going to struggle to death? The 4th generation of Liang snorted coldly. No one noticed that in Kakashi's slow writing wheel eyes, the black dart pattern had already taken shape. Master Raikage, you haven't noticed, are you familiar with the place where you are standing now? The 4th generation of Liang was taken aback when he heard the words and looked at his feet. This place is the place where Kakashi Tuli Uwal was shattered by himself before. At this moment, Kakashi's figure disappeared instantly. What? The 4th generation of Raikage was shocked. It's gone. Either that strange instant, or disappear out of thin air. There is no afterimage at all. This is the art of flying thunder god. The 4 generations of Raikage instantly thought of this ninjutsu that once deflated him. Call out. Kakashi's cold voice sounded behind the 4th generation of Liang. You are finally in the game. In the beginning, Kakashi's earth flow wall was not only used to test the attack power of the 4th generation of Raikage. At the moment that Tuli wall just rose, Kakashi had buried the 3-pointed kunai with his unique mark of the god of thunder in the soil, and the use of yellow mud marsh is just to make Kua's buried land a little deeper. After the confrontation between Ilche and Liu level Chiomei just now, Kakashi controlled her body to fall near here at the last moment, so that the 4th generation Liang could stand nearby. Of course, if it didn't work just now, Kakashi still had 100 ways to get the 4th generation of Raikage to stand here at last. All this is for this moment. For the best time. Thousands of birds sing together. Like a sharp blade, Kakashi's left hand under the thunder, directly turned into a reminder of the 4th generation of Raikage. What Chidori refers to is the heart of the 4th generation of Raikage. Looking at the Chidori close at hand, the pupils of the 4th generation Raikage shrank rapidly. With the increase in Thunder Dun's armor, the 4th generation of Raikage will flash people. However, what he saw was Kakashi's scarlet writing wheel eyes, and the weird black dart pattern. Magic middle dot. The art of Songhang. This is illusion. The 4th generation of Raikage only felt that his body seemed to be imprisoned by something, but in an instant, he unlocked the illusion. Unfortunately, it is too late. Thousands of birds are close at hand, and the 4 generations of Raikage can't hide. The 4th generation of Raikage gritted his teeth, and the thunder light on his body became even brighter. The thunder attribute chakra in the chest is almost solidified. Thousands of birds are down. The collision of thunder and thunder. I saw the thunder escape armor shattered every inch under the 1,000 birds. In the end, Chidori hit the chest of the 4th generation of Raikage. Only after the thundered and armor's block, there is not much left of the 1,000 birds' might. However, Chidori still pierced into the flesh of the 4th generation of Raikage. Chidori, Kakashi's body is thundering. Thunder attribute chakra unscrupulously entered the 4th generation of Raikage's body. The 4th generation of Raikage only felt numb all over his body, and immediately fainted. Kakashi pulled out his left hand abruptly, a pain in his neck, and also fainted. The two fell suddenly. Before falling, Kakashi smiled bitterly in his heart, and the whole audience opened their round eyes, and finally used the kaleidoscope. Chakra was already insufficient, and the curse immediately broke out at this time. Master Raikage. When Assistant Raikage saw something was wrong, he had already rushed over, and on Konoha's side, Hyuga had also rushed over. Assistant Raikage hugged the 4th generation of Raikage, while Hyuga Flying Fish hugged Kakashi. The two didn't talk nonsense, and they left the battlefield directly with the people from both sides. The coach has already fallen, and this battle will naturally come to an end. Kakashi defeated the 4 generations of Raikage, and eventually lost both. However, it is clear that the 4th generation of Raikage's injuries are much heavier than Kakashi. Had it not been for the curse imprint to strike at this time, the 4th generation of Raikage would have been killed in Hwangkwon. It's just that Kakashi didn't intend to kill the 4th generation of Raikage from the beginning. Otherwise, the one just used is not Chidori, but Rachel. Regardless, after this battle, the name of Kakashi Hokage must be passed on to the ninja world. Ninja world will know that after the 4th generation of Naruto Fenshuimon, Konoha has one more powerhouse. Its name is Flagwood Kakashi. Chapter 119. Thunder Dun Armor. Konoha, Hyuga Nissa, and Elder Hyuga came to the Hokage office. At this time, the 3rd generation of Hokage was sitting in the seat, not knowing what was thinking. 3 generations of adults. Oh, it's Nikkei and Deko, what's the matter? Hyuga Nikkei knelt on one knee and said, 3 generations of adults, I am willing to pretend to be an Izu, and use my corpse to calm Union Village's anger in exchange for peace. This 3 generations of adults, Nikkei has this determination, you can fulfill him. Elder Hyuga also knelt on the ground, asking for the consent of the 3 generations of Hokage. Daily difference. Digao, you two get up first. Konoha didn't say to bow to Union, you don't have to be like that. 3 generations of adults, I know your determination, but Konoha probably shouldn't start a war again now. If I can use my life alone to quell this dispute, then take my life. The 3rd generation of Hokage sighed and said, daily difference. Things haven't reached this point yet, you don't need to be like this. Hearing this, Hyuga Nissa was a little overwhelmed and asked, this? Dare to ask? I don't know what the 3 generations of adults are planning. Daily, I understand that you want to protect the Japanese feet, but the matter has not yet reached the point of sacrificing you. At the border, I have sent Kakashi over. If he can withstand the 4 generations of Raikage, this fast naturally ends here. Hokage Kakashi. Can he withstand 4 generations of Raikage? Hyuga asked suspiciously. Kakashi, who is still known to Hyuga Nissa, is a 4th-generation disciple, the son of White Fang. I saw it a few days ago. However, Hyuga did not know that Kakashi had the ability to fight against the 4th generation of Raikage. How old is he? Less than 18? That is the shadow of a village. In name, the strongest person in a village. A Hokage Kakashi. Can he resist it? Hyuga Nissa put a big question mark in his heart. I don't know, but I believe him. 3 generations of Hokage said with a smile. Hyuga was about to say something when an Anbu suddenly appeared in the Hokage office. 3 generations of adults. Please have a look at the news from the border watchtower. As Anbu spoke, he presented a scroll. The 3rd generation of Hokage directly picked it up, unlocked the rune on it, and read the battle report. After a while, the hearty laughter of the 3 generations of Hokage spread throughout the Hokage office. Hyuga Nissa and Hyuga Grand Elder looked awkward, but the dark part remained motionless. Good. Kakashi did not disappoint me. Ha ha ha. 3 generations of adults. Hyuga was about to ask. The 3rd generation of Naruto passed the scroll in his hand to Hyuga and said, Hisaka, this is the battle report on the border. Kakashi successfully resisted the 4th generation of Raikage's attack. Don't worry, Yan don't dare to have any more trouble. Hyuga Nikke took the scroll and looked at it, dumbfounded. The scroll reads, Hokage Kakashi and the 4th generation Raikage battle. Hokage Kakashi is slightly injured, and the 4th generation Raikage is seriously injured. Union's troops have retreated. Hyuga could not believe the information in front of him. Not only did Hokage Kakashi resist the 4th generation of Raikage, but also seriously injured the 4th generation of Raikage. How can that be? But no matter how you don't believe it, the matter is already in front of you. This is the fact. Thank you 3 generations of adults. Hyuga Hisashi said sincerely his thanks. The victory of this battle meant that he didn't have to die, and Ningsu would not be an orphan. For this kindness, a thank you from Hyuga and Nikke is far from enough. The 3rd generation of Hokage waved his hand and said, No, you can tell Kakashi this sentence. This matter is Kakashi's credit from beginning to end, and it was him who discovered Union's conspiracy before. Really? I understand. When Kakashi comes back, I will come to thank you. Well, okay, this matter has been resolved. You 2 can go back. Yes. 3 generations of adults. The elders Hyuga Hiku and Hyuga left the Hokage office with a look of shock. The 3 generations of Hokage looked thoughtful, and said to the Anbu, Kageki, you spread this matter in the village. Spread Kakashi's deeds. Yes. 3 generations of adults. Anbu lowered his head and replied, then disappeared into the Hokage office. The 3rd generation of Hokage put his hands behind his back and looked out the window. Kakashi, your growth really surprised me. I helped you create the momentum. In the future, you must take this responsibility. Under Konoha, the roots. Danzo looked at the information in front of him with a gloomy expression, and then threw it to the ground. Damn it. How can Hokage Kakashi have the strength to resist the 4th generation of Raikage, and will seriously wound him? Damn. We should have cut the grass and roots. Hokage, there is no fuel-efficient lamp. In the darkness, Danzo's anger is constantly burning, but no one knows all this. Border watchtower. When Kakashi opened his eyes, he saw the strange ceiling. Kakashi covered his neck, where there was still warmth. Kakashi cried out and sat up from the bed. Touched his left thigh. It was okay, there was no problem. The used writing wheel was sealed again, and Kakashi pulled down his forehead again. The room was empty, and there was no one except Kakashi. I want to go to the watchtower around the guard to go. Although Yin had retired, he might come again. If no one was on guard, it would still be very dangerous. After taking a break, Kakashi felt a lot more energetic. This battle, for Kakashi, is undoubtedly a huge gain. Kakashi opened the writing wheel all the time, not only to see clearly the actions of the fourth generation of Raikage, but also to replicate the moves of the fourth generation of Raikage. That's right, just copy. Kakashi in the original book has the name of Copying Ninja, which shows the strong copying ability of Shaolin. Kakashi has all the attribute changes, so as long as it is not the limit of blood succession, there is no Kakashi that cannot copy ninjutsu. Done is Kakashi's unique skill. It's a pity that Konoha's advanced thunder ninjutsu is not much. Speaking of thunder descent, Union Village is more powerful. As for Raikage's thunder dance ninjutsu, Kakashi has been coveting it for a long time, especially the Thunder Drift Chakra mode, which is commonly referred to as Thunder Dance Armor. Thunder Dance Armor can not only increase speed and defense power, but also has a huge increase effect on the body. Why did Raikage in the past have a tall and strong individual? It's because of the cultivation of Thunder Armor. Kakashi's fancy is this terrifying Thunder Armor. After looking at the writing wheel for so long, Kakashi finally copied this ninjutsu. Let's talk about Thunder Dan's armor. Kakashi's Thunder Dan will surely improve again. And this is also the main purpose of Kakashi's fight against the fourth generation of Raikage at this time, seeking wealth and insurance. Chapter 120 Heroes of Konoha Rewards and More. At this time, the training method of Thunder Dan's armor had clearly appeared in Kakashi's mind. Dan's armor is very profound. If Kakashi hadn't had a terrifying understanding of Dan, even with the help of the writer, I am afraid that he would not be able to find out the mystery so quickly. The body is still a bit tired, so Kakashi closed his eyes, swelling in his mind, constantly imagining the training mode of Thunder Dan's armor, considering the possible problems in it. Before long, the door was opened. Kakashi opened his eyes when he heard the sound, and it was Hyuga Flying Fish who came here. Seeing Kakashi opened his eyes, Hyuga exclaimed in surprise, "Kakashi, are you awake? How do you feel?" "Very good, thank you senior for your concern. How is Yan Yin?" "The fourth generation of Raikage was seriously injured by you, and Yan Yin has already retreated at this time." Hyuga Flying Fish replied. Kakashi nodded, just as he expected. "That's good, Yan Yin has learned his lesson. It seems that this matter has already passed." "Yes, the fourth generation of Liang has been seriously injured. He has been brought back to Union Village for treatment. He will definitely not come out again in the short term. Moreover, this kind of shock is enough to quiet down those unruly people who are suspicious of Konoha for a while." "Time is up. Kakashi, you are now Konoha's hero," Hyuga Flying Fish said with a smile. For Kakashi, Hyuga Flying Fish is already admiringly cast on the ground at this time. Kakashi, who is not an adult, already has such a heroic posture. It is impossible to imagine how terrifying Kakashi's future is. And Kakashi is also the great-grandson of the third generation of Naruto, the disciple of the fourth generation of Naruto. The root is Zenmyo Hong. If the expectation is good, I am afraid that Kakashi is sure of the position of Naruto. For a big family like Hyuga, this is of great significance. With the support of Hokage, no matter which family it is, it will become prosperous. On the contrary, if you fight against Hokage, even if it is stronger than Uchiha, it will not end well. After all, this is no longer the era of a family as a unit. Kakashi smiled bitterly when he heard the words, "Hero, how good is it to be?" Except for a good reputation, it really has no substantive effect. Kakashi, take a good rest and return to Konoha when your body recovers. 3 generations of adults have already given you an order to return. Well, I got it. In Union Village, the 4th generation of Liang returned with serious injuries, shocking everyone in Union Village. That is their shadow, their of war, was seriously injured by Konoha ninja. It's hard to imagine who else is so capable in Konoha today. Under the treatment of the medical ninja, the 4th generation of Raikage finally regained consciousness. Next to the hospital bed, a Union ninja standing at this time. "Big brother, idiot. What hurt you?" It was the 8-tailed man July. Kairabi who was talking. The 4 generations of Raikage did not speak, but fell into contemplation. Baga, you brother, you are talking. You are too noisy. Then, Master Bai, please don't speak loudly. Master Raiying needs to rest. Assistant Raiying said. Asshole, idiot. Brother, I want to avenge you. Bai, I don't need you to avenge my grievances. Get out. Don't leave the village without permission. Otherwise, I can't spare you. Kairabi was a little bit distressed when he heard that. He was indeed prepared to sneak out of the village just now. Master Raikage, what do you think? Assistant Raikage asked. I'm fine. Kakashi Hage's moves seemed fierce, but after piercing my thunder-done armor, I was not able to spare. So although my injury looked serious, it didn't hurt in fact to the bones. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this, and it was fine. Cancel all actions against Konoha and let Q's and the others come back. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard the words. The 4th generation of Raikage took a lot of thought in this operation. Is this cancelled? Haki Kakashi showed mercy to my men. I wrote down this favor, and Konoha now seems to be not as weak as we thought, so the action was cancelled. Yes, Master Raikage. The 4 generations of Raikage looked into the distance, and the emotions in his heart kept turning. Hokage Kakashi, this time, I was careless, and next time, it won't be so easy. The 4 generations of Raikage's clenched fists were obviously very dissatisfied with the results this time, losing to the master and also to the apprentice. Master Waterman and apprentice seemed to restrain the 4 generations of Raikage. In Yuin village, Terumi also received information. After a few months, Terumi became more charming. Hakiki Kakashi, what a nice man. Are you at this level? It seems I have to hurry up. His left eye was full of eager light. Konoha and Kakashi fought against the 4th generation of Raikage, and the news that Union's direct defeat was through the operation of Anbu is now well known. Do you know? The 4th generation of Naruto Master's lover, Hammer Kakashi, fought the 4th generation of Raikage and directly repelled Union's attack. What? How could Union attack Konoha? What's going on? You don't know yet. It's like this. Discussions like this are happening everywhere in Konoha village. For a time, the words of Hokage Kakashi became the focus of Konoha village, and everyone talked about it. Kakashi's momentum was the same in Konoha, and Kakashi also became Konoha's hero. In the posture of a strong man, he seriously injured 4 generations of Raikage and repelled Union's troops. Such a person is not Konoha's hero, so who is? And the promoter of all this is the 3 generations of Hokage. He is old, but Konoha is still young. It needs a new Jade. Of course, Kakashi is still very young, and the 3 generations of Naruto will definitely not let Kakashi become Naruto now. Being young means inexperienced. All that is done at this time is just for the future. At the same time, let other shinobu villages know that Konoha is still so powerful. Several people are happy and several are worried, but in the roots, I don't know how many smashing noises have been heard in the past few days. In the Naruto office, Kakashi has returned to his life. Kakashi, you did a good job this time. A war was prevented by you. At this time, Konoha's peace was bought by you. 3 generations of adults have passed the award. This is what I should do. Okay, Kakashi, I have worked hard for you this time. See if your injury is not completely healed. Recently, I will recuperate in the village. I will be back 2 days later. When the time comes, your curse imprint will be the same. Time to fix it. Yes. 3 generations of adults. Well, step back. After leaving the Hokage office, Kakashi relaxed. This time the incident was finally resolved. Kakashi planned for a long time, and it was considered a complete accomplishment. The next step is to wait for the return of Hyuga. The curse seal. It's time to solve it. Chapter 121 Spiritual Path. The matter of the Thunder Country mission gradually subsided after Q's and a group of people left Konoha with the corpse of Sankan. Among them, it is worth mentioning that the 2 brothers, Hyuga Nisu and Hyuga Nissa, went to the Hokage's house together to express their gratitude. Kakashi was also not polite, accepting the two people's gratitude. This favor is already owed, and if Kakashi really takes over as Naruto in the future, the Hyuga clan will definitely support it. However, the position of Naruto is too far away from Kakashi. After all, Kakashi is too young now. Compared to the youngest Hokage wave Feng Shuiman, who is 6 years younger, it is naturally impossible to become Hokage at this time. Even if the 3 generations of Naruto let Kakashi serve as Naruto at this time, Kakashi would refuse. This is the period of rapid development of his own strength. It is absolutely silly to be a Hokage and deal with those heavy tasks instead of seizing the time to improve his strength. And this time Kakashi's gains are huge, and it will take him a while to sort out his gains. Now that the ninjutsu of Thunderdun's armor has been acquired, it can't be idle naturally. It's time to put it on the agenda. Kakashi's free time was the period before the return of Jiraiya. On this day, Kakashi was planning to go out to practice, not wanting to encounter Shisui on the road. Senior Kakashi, you are really laid back. Ah, Shisui, are you going to Anbu? No, I took time off today. Kakashi was a little surprised when he heard this, and asked for leave? What are you going to do? I made an appointment with Itachi to go to practice together. Uchiha Itachi? Yes. Do you know him, senior? I tell you, Itachi is a genius. It took a year to graduate from the ninja school. Recently, I have opened a writing wheel. I plan to do it in the future. Introduce him to the Anbu to Master Naruto. Of course, he must be in the 6th class of senior. Kakashi was a little surprised. He didn't expect Itachi had already graduated, and he also opened the writing wheel. The current Itachi should be only 8 years old, right? He started writing round eyes at the age of 8, and he really deserves it. Senior Kakashi, don't say anything. I'm going to be late. I'm leaving now. Goodbye. After Shisui finished speaking, a dashing body left the place. Kakashi said silently in his heart, Itachi is already 8 years old. After those 5 years, it will be the night of Uchiha's genocide. Hey, it's a sad family. Regarding the Uchiha clan, Kakashi's emotions are really complicated. Logically speaking, Hokage and Uchiha should have nothing to do with each other, but he has a relationship with so many people in Uchiha. Bring soil, stop water, ferret, and Sasuke, and the scarlet writing wheel eye in the left eye. Forget it. Let's talk about it then. I have a long way to go. When he arrived at the 7th exercise site, Kakashi began to study the Thunderdun armor. As Union's secret technique passed down from generation to generation, it is not easy to practice. Otherwise, it would not have been used only by the Raikage of past dynasties for so many years. Thunderdun's armor is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is to exercise one's body. In the final analysis, Thunderdun armor is a kind of ninjutsu, so the requirements for the body are naturally very high. Only when the strength of the body is enough, the Thunderdun armor can hurt the enemy. Otherwise, before hitting the enemy, I am afraid that he will only have half his life left. The second stage is to cover the chakra of thunder attribute all over the body, just like the 4 generations of Raikage. At this time, the body's defense power, attack power, and speed will all get bonuses. The 4th generation of Raikage is now in this second stage. As for the third stage, it is the more powerful Thunder Attribute Chakra. When the Thunder Attribute Chakra reaches a certain level, the physical defense power will become extremely terrifying, and it can even fight with the Tail Beast. The attack power will also increase to a kind of terror stage. At that time, you can use the terrifying stab, and even a consistent hand, just like the 3 generations of raking back then. And Kakashi has a guess that when it reaches the 3rd stage of the Thunder Armor, I am afraid that the first 7 doors of the 8-door dungeon will really be the same as playing. It is definitely a weapon when facing ineffective chakra enemies. Of course, at this time Kakashi hadn't even entered the door of Thunderdun's armor, and it was too early to say this. If you want to get started with Thunderdun armor, You must have amazing accomplishments in Thunder Dun, which is not something you can learn if you want to. And it will take some time to adapt before it can be used initially. If at that time Kakashi had copied Thunder Dun's armor and used it immediately, without the fourth generation of Raikage, Kakashi would have to fall to the ground first. As Raikage's secret technique, where is it so easy to learn? Kakashi was sitting cross-legged on a big wooden stake at this time, and both body and mind fell into a calm state. The hands are sealed, and the thunderous chakra in the body is slowly growing. Although Kakashi has all the chakra attributes, the most powerful attribute is the thunder attribute. When the thunder attribute chakra has grown to a certain extent, the chakra in Kakashi's body begins to flow according to the operation mode of the copied thunder armor. Wherever chakra went, Kakashi felt a tingling feeling. Kakashi frowned, and the cultivation of this Thunder Dun armor was more difficult than imagined. But who Kakashi is definitely a genius-level figure in the understanding of ninjutsu, especially the comprehension on Dun, is even rarer. At the age of 12, he developed a lethal ninjutsu Chidori, who can kill this talent. The initial discomfort not only did not consume Kakashi's motivation, but inspired Kakashi's fighting spirit. It's just a Thunder Dun's armor, and Kakashi doesn't believe it yet. Mental power slowly scattered in every corner of the body, and Kakashi began to perform extremely subtle chakra operations. The thunder attribute chakra is too violent. If you are a little careless, you are likely to hurt yourself. Therefore, Kakashi must be extremely careful. The thunder attribute chakra runs through Kakashi's meridians with difficulty, stimulating every cell and every muscle of Kakashi. If someone sees Kakashi outside at this time, he will find that Kakashi's body flashes a lot of thunder from time to time. The cultivation of Thunder Dun's armor began to enter a new stage. On the other side, Shisui finally arrived at the place agreed with Itachi. Shisui, you are late. Sorry, I met Senior Kakashi on the way, so I talked a few more words. Shisui said apologetically. Hokage Kakashi? Itachi said in surprise. Yeah, it is Senior Kakashi. Senior Kakashi is very popular recently. It is said that he defeated 4 generations of Raikage, disintegrated Union's conspiracy, and brought peace to Konoha. Senior Kakashi is really my idol. The people who bring peace to the village are indeed worthy of respect. Itachi, when you join the Anbu, you must enter the 6th class. Working under the hands of Senior Kakashi, you will definitely learn a lot. I see, Shisui, then. Start practicing. You guy, you are really too serious. Shisui scratched his head and said helplessly. Chapter 122. Come back. On the 7th exercise site, the lightning flashes on Kakashi's body, and then disappeared like a flood in an instant. It seems that the results are pretty good, and it requires constant efforts. Yo, Kakashi, it's not bad. This is the Thunderbolt armor of the 4th generation of Raikage. I didn't expect this thing to be copied by you. Kakashi was a little surprised by the familiarity of the heroic voice. The owner of this voice has appeared in front of Kakashi. Master Jiraiya, you are back. Kakashi said excitedly. The curse imprint also bothers Kakashi, and Jiraiya is also the key to Kakashi's unlocking the curse seal. So when I saw Jiraiya, Kakashi was naturally a little excited. Yeah, I just came back and saw you practicing here. That was the Thunderbolt armor of the 4th generation of Raikage, right? Kakashi nodded. There is nothing to hide from this kind of thing. After all, Kakashi must be used after learning it, and it is definitely impossible to hide it. It seems that you have gained a lot from this battle with the 4th generation of Raikage. I really didn't expect that you grew up so fast. I thought it would take at least another 5 or 6 years before you can reach your current level. Sure enough, geniuses cannot speculate with common sense. Master Jiraiya joked, these are just the results of hard work, and have nothing to do with the name of genius. Only Kakashi knows how much he has paid in order to gain strength in the past 3 years. Hard practice is directly proportional to the growth of strength. Kakashi never felt that he was a genius and he could slack off. Just like the original Kakashi, he is also talented, but due to depression, his strength growth is slow. In the world of Hokage, genius and mediocrity are never absolute. Jiraiya, Itachi, Daito, and Naruto used to be the tail of a crane. What happened in the end? Which one is not a master in the world? Some people are just late bloomers. Kakashi has mature thoughts, so naturally he won't be complacent because of a little improvement in strength. He knows that there are still many horror figures above him in this world. Once you have a goal, you won't feel how powerful you are now. In Kakashi's view, he is just getting started. This is a good saying. You can only achieve success through hard work. Over the years, you have grown a lot. If Prajanam can see what you are now, you will definitely be very pleased. Jiraiya also patted Kakashi on the shoulder and said, Master Jiraiya, now that back, I don't know if this curse seal problem, can you please solve it for me? This matter has been told to me for 3 generations. I haven't seen the curse seal of Oshimaru yet, so I don't know if I can help you. Let me take a look. Jiraiya didn't know much about Oshimaru's curse. He only knew that it was a product of Xianzu chakra. So whether it can be lifted or not, Jiraiya also has no idea in his heart. You sit down. Kakashi nodded, then sat down cross-legged. Jiraiya also looked at the curse marks on Kakashi's neck, which also contained the seal of the evil seal Kakashi used before. Kakashi, although your evil seal can suppress the curse seal, it can't effectively restrain the curse seal from corroding. I know, but I don't have a better way, so I hope that you who have fairy magic can have a solution to this. Jiraiya also touched his chin, and said embarrassingly, Kakashi, I am not very proficient in immortality, so I can't see the way this curse seal has. It's only certain that this curse seal does contain the celestial chakra of Long Didong. Kakashi was a little bit lost when he heard that. If he couldn't do anything about it, I'm afraid this curse seal would be really troublesome. Seeing Kakashi's loss, Jiraiya was also a little embarrassed. Kakashi, let me do that. I will summon the Shinzuo Immortal and Zima Immortal of Miyomu Mountain. They should have a way. Kakashi's eyes lit up when he heard this. The 2-toed immortals had a profound practice on Xianzu chakra. They were definitely not comparable to Jiraiya and Oshimaru. If there were 2 of them, they would say uncertainty can really solve the problem of this curse seal. Then please come to Jiraiya. Well, wait a minute. It's really a bit troublesome to summon the 2 of them. Jiraiya also said, placing his right hand in his mouth and drew a strange facial makeup on his face, and at the same time folded his hands together. After a while, Jiraiya said with both hands, Psychic Art. Boom. 2 small toads appeared in front of Kakashi's eyes. Huh? Why am I here? My child, his father, why are you here? Immortal Zima said with an iron pan and shovel in his hands. In this case, it must have been summoned by Xiao Zilai. Shinzuo Xianran said in a hurry. Immortal Zima turned his head and saw that he saw Jiraiya. Little Jiraiya, what do you call us to do? I'm making lunch for everyone. Yeah, Xiao Jiraiya, what's the matter? You don't call us easily. Besides, there are no enemies here. What do you tell us to do? Jiraiya touched his head in embarrassment and said, I'm sorry, boss, big sister. This time because there is something to trouble you, so I let you over. What's the matter? Immortal Shinzuo said curiously. That's it, Kakashi, come here. Kakashi heard this and walked to Jiraiya's side. Boss, big sister, this person is a disciple of the Water Gate. He is now planted by the big snake pill mixed with the Dragon Earth Cave Immortality Chakra Curse imprint. I am not very proficient in immortality, so I want you two to take a look. Can you lift this curse? Immortal Shinzuo and Immortal Zima looked at each other. Immortal Zima said, my child, his father, this young man has silver white hair. Isn't he the one that Immortal Big Toad said? Immortal Shinzuo took a close look at Kakashi and said, it should be him, with silver white hair, and a sealed eye. If he reads it correctly, it should be the writing wheel eye. Although Kakashi sealed the writing wheel eyes, these things were invisible under Xianzu. Jiraiya and Kakashi were at a loss. Boss, eldest sister, what are you two talking about? Jiraiya also asked suspiciously. Xiao Xillia, 3 years ago, The big toad fairy prophesied to us that we would meet a young man with silver white hair and a scarlet eye, and he would take it back and show him the old man. What? Jiraiya and Kakashi were both surprised. The big toad fairy actually wants to see Kakashi. Chapter 123 Intimacy in Heaven. The monthly pass is more than Beigia. Boss, big sister, why have you never heard you talk about this? Jiraiya asked curiously. Jiraiya still knew the prophecy about the big toad immortal. Today's Jiraiya will also wander everywhere in the ninja world. In addition to exploring the traces of the Oshimaru, there is also the prophecy of the big toad immortal. The son of prophecy, Jiraiya has not yet determined who it is. Originally thought it was Nagato, but Nagato seemed to be dead in the intelligence. Later I thought it was Watergate, but now Watergate is dead, obviously not Watergate. Then who is it? What the big toad fairy is talking about is the leadership change, and it hasn't been understood since the beginning. Now that Shinjuo Xianren and Zima Xianren actually said that big toad Xianren wanted to see Kakashi, Jiraiya was naturally very surprised. Could Kakashi also have something to do with this so-called change? Xiao Xillia, we only learned about this 3 years ago, and you haven't been to Mioma Mountain for a long time, so naturally you don't know it. Shinjuo Xianren said. Jiraiya also scratched his head embarrassedly when he heard that. He really hadn't been to Mioma Mountain for a long time. It seems so. Ha ha ha. Jiraiya also laughed awkwardly. Ignoring Jiraiya's plate treasure, Shinjuo Xianren looked at Kakashi. Kakashi is it? Kakashi heard the words and said immediately, yes. Shinjuo Xianren. The curse imprint on your body is indeed the product of the Dragon Earth Cave Immortal Technique Chakra. This kind of thing is deeply embedded in your body. There is no way to completely remove it with external force, unless you use the legendary 10-punch sword to remove it from your body, seal it out. This. Is there any other way? 10-punch sword. Kakashi doesn't know where this kind of thing is. It was in Itachi's hands in the original book, but it shouldn't be in Itachi's hands yet. Kakashi doesn't know where Itachi found it. Therefore, expecting such a thing is really unreliable. There is another way, that is, you can learn immortality by yourself. As long as you master the immortality, this kind of curse seal will have no effect on you at all. Xianzu. Kakashi's eyes lit up, and if he could learn fairy magic, his strength would definitely skyrocket. And regarding fairy magic, Kakashi had been planning since the time he first crossed over. After all, Xianzu is a high-level power in the world of Hokage. In the end, when faced with the 6 Dao belt soil and 6 Dao spots, only Xianzu and physical skills can play a role. Yes, it is Xianzu, but you are not a contractor of the Toad family. I can't be the master if you can teach Xianzu to you. I will come to you after I go back and ask the immortal Big Toad. Boss, can't Kakashi directly sign a contract with the Toad family? Jiraiya also asked. Shinjuo Xianren glanced at Kakashi, and said, no, he already has 2 blood contracts in his body, and one of the blood contracts signed by the race is very powerful. Our toads cannot share a contract with other races. So that's it. Jiraiya also said suddenly. But Jiraiya really didn't know when Kakashi signed another psychic beast. And it can be called a very powerful psychic beast by Shinjuo Xianren. That's really not too much. Although I don't know. But Jiraiya didn't intend to ask. The ninja's ninjutsu secret is a big taboo, even if it is between master and apprentice. If it is not to be taught, it will not be completely confessed. Okay, my child, and I will go home first, and come back later. Immortal Shinjuo finished speaking, and took the immortal Zima, and left the place with a bang. Kakashi, don't worry, since the Big Toad Immortal has a prophecy about you, he will definitely teach you immortality. Then, you don't have to worry about this curse seal. Well, I see, thank you Lord Jiraiya. No, you are the apprentice of Watergate, everyone is your own. Then this matter will come here first. I'm going to get the material. Jiraiya also said, showing a wretched expression. Kakashi was a little helpless, and Jiraiya was really genuine. Master Jiraiya, go well. Jiraiya just wanted to leave, Suddenly, as if thinking of something, he took out a book from behind and said, "Kakashi, your 18th birthday is coming soon, right? This In Love in Heaven is mine." It took several years of collecting materials to write it. It's absolutely superb. You have to study it carefully. It is definitely a man's favorite. Ha ha ha. After Jiraiya put Intimate Paradise in Kakashi's hands, it disappeared. Kakashi stunnedly took over the Intimate Paradise, which was not the size of a palm. Is this the first banned book in Naruto? Intimate Paradise? Kakashi was a little excited when he found that he was holding the book in his hand. Could this be the legendary instinct? Kakashi's hands opened the book uncontrollably, and this book seems to emit a dazzling light. Kakashi's right eye widened, looking at the Intimate Paradise in front of him. This is, it's so nice. Kakashi couldn't help but feel a little passionate, so he stood there blankly, flipping through. It didn't take long for Kakashi to finish reading this not thick book. Kakashi closed Amazing Heaven with a satisfied smile on his face. This kind of book can only be written by someone like Zilei who draws countless materials. It's really wonderful. Kakashi put Intimacy Paradise back in his ninja bag. This kind of good book must be kept with him and taken out to study whenever he has time. Kakashi made a silent decision in his heart. No wonder Kakashi in the original book loves this book and reads it endlessly. Intimacy in Paradise is just a small episode. Kakashi quickly entered a state of spiritual practice. With Miyamoto's intervention in the curse imprint, it shouldn't be difficult to think about it. The question is whether the Big-Toed Immortal will agree with the immortal skills that Shinsuo Immortal taught him Miyama Mountain. But as Zilei also said, since the Big-Toed Immortal had a prediction about himself, he would definitely not let him go. Therefore, there should be no problem with this fairy technique. Shinsuo Xianran also understands this, but this form still has to go. What made Kakashi really curious at this time was actually the prophecy about the Big-Toed Immortal. In the original world, the Big-Toed Fairy had nothing to do with Kakashi. According to Shinsuo Xianran's words, it was only 3 years ago that he had prophesied for himself. At that point in time, it was the time when Kakashi came through and merged with the original Kakashi. So, because of the intervening relationship, has the world become different? Has this little butterfly fanned its wings from the beginning? Chapter 124 The Road of Xianglong. You go faster. The 7th exercise is almost here. Naruto cried. Naruto, what are you doing slower and running so fast? Xianglin gasped heavily, obviously very tired. Xianglin, practice is a very important thing. We are already late today, so we can't procrastinate anymore. If Brother Bayama knows that we are so slack, we will be taught a lesson. Alright, I see. Hearing Naruto talk about Kakashi, Xianglin immediately stopped complaining. In Xianglin's heart, Kakashi, who brought herself back to Konoha, is definitely the most important person to herself after her mother's death. After her mother was tortured to death in Karin village, Xianglin found an opportunity to sneak out. I met Kakashi shortly thereafter. For Xianglin, Kakashi was the savior who helped him struggle out of the dark. The two ran all the way and soon came to the 7th exercise field. Hey, that person seems to be Brother Bayama. Naruto yelled. Where and where? Xianglin asked excitedly when he heard the words, and at the same time saw Kakashi sitting in the 7th exercise field. Brother Kakashi is really there. I thought he went out on a mission. It's great. Xianglin, let's go over. Okay. Kakashi opened his eyes at this time. The training of Thunder Danzo has just been carried out for the 2nd time, and today's training of Thunder Danzo is also over. At the beginning, it is naturally impossible to continue practicing. Although Kakashi's accomplishments in Thunder Dune are very high, the Thunder Danzo is a brand new way of practice after all, and Kakashi can't adapt to it for a while, so twice is the limit. But it was these 2 times that Kakashi felt that his body had grown slightly. We must know that since the 8 gates of Dungia practiced to the 6th gate, Kakashi's physical strength has fallen into a state of stagnation. But now it seems that this Thunder Dance-sama has broken this bottleneck. Kakashi opened his eyes, and a hint of joy emerged. Brother Beimao, Brother Kakashi. Two familiar shouts reached Kakashi's ears. Kakashi was taken aback, stood up, and saw Naruto and Xianglin walking by. Ah, it's Naruto and Xianglin. Why are they here? Kakashi's eyes were bent into crescents, and he asked with a smile. Of course I came here to practice. Brother Beimao, I heard that you defeated Raikage, and now you are Konoha's hero. Naruto said excitedly. Xianglin looked at Kakashi with admiration. News about Kakashi is everywhere in Konoha these days, and it is difficult for the two of them to know it or not. Now everyone in Konoha knows the name of Kakashi, and he even respects Kakashi. When Naruto and Xianglin knew this, their hearts were also full of pride. Unexpectedly, Naruto, you are so diligent now. Xianglin, did you also practice with Naruto? Rubbing Naruto's blonde hair, Kakashi asked Xianglin aside. Well, I came to practice with Naruto. These days, Naruto is guiding me in practice. Kakashi glanced at Naruto weirdly. As far as Naruto's level, his understanding ability needs to be improved. How to teach Xianglin? If this goes on, it is strange that Xianglin is not led. When Naruto saw Kakashi looking at him, he smiled guiltily. Obviously, Naruto didn't have the slightest confidence in his professor. It was purely an addiction to education. Xianglin, just ask me about the practice. Naruto can figure it out by himself. If I teach you, I think it's a small problem. Brother Beimao, you can't say that. I'm very serious in teaching. Naruto said unconvincedly. Kakashi pressed Naruto's head and said, I know you are very careful, but you can teach this kind of thing with your mind. Xianglin hugged Kakashi's right hand and said, then Kakashi brother, teach me. No problem, Xianglin, your chakra is huge, and there is a special power in the chakra that can promote the recovery of injuries and chakras. If this power can be used in medical ninjutsu, it will be very great. Achievements. Medical ninjutsu? Xianglin asked suspiciously. Yes, medical ninjutsu is ninjutsu that cures others. Just like this. Kakashi said, took out a handful of kunai, and cut his finger. Naruto and Xianglin were both surprised when they saw this. Brother Beimao, what are you doing? Brother Kakashi. Ah, it's okay, just look at it. Kakashi said. His hands were knotted, a green chakra appeared in his palm, and the cut finger quickly returned to its original shape. Both Naruto and Xianglin looked at this scene in front of them unbelievably. It was really amazing. This is medical ninjutsu. That's amazing. Brother Kakashi, I want to learn. Brother Beimao, I want to learn too. Xianglin and Naruto both looked at Kakashi expectantly. Naruto, medical ninjutsu requires fine chakra control. Your control method is too rough. This ninjutsu is not for you. Huh? Isn't it? Naruto was a little disappointed. Well, if you want to learn, wait until you can use chakras as finely as Xianglin. Okay, Naruto said grimly. Xianglin, I am not very proficient in this medical ninjutsu. I can only teach you some basic medical ninjutsu, and then you need to go to Konoha Hospital to learn. Kakashi said. Yes. Xianglin nodded and said. Well, medical ninjutsu is like this. Kakashi and Xianglin explained the principles of medical ninjutsu, and then began to teach Xianglin how to extract the green chakra. From Kakashi's point of view, it would be a shame if Xianglin's talent hadn't learned medical ninjutsu. After all, Xianglin's skin has amazing healing effects. If you learn medical ninjutsu, it will definitely have a multiplier effect. Xianglin is absolutely talented in medical ninjutsu. When Kakashi plans to wait for Tsunade's return, he recommends Karin to Tsunade. With Xianglin's identity and talent, it shouldn't be difficult for Tsunade to accept Xianglin. Of course, as a Whirlpool clan, the sealing technique is naturally also indispensable. Kakashi doesn't know if Naruto has this talent, but Xianglin definitely has it. Therefore, Kakashi didn't mind passing on the sealing technique to Xianglin when Xianglin was almost there. After all, This is the thing of the Whirlpool clan. It is understandable that Kakashi taught Xiangrin. Moreover, the sealing technique is definitely a first-level power in the world of Naruto. Otherwise, the Maelstrom clan would not be annihilated, and Kikuyuji would not be sealed. Therefore, it is also essential for Xianglin to learn the seal technique. A master of sealing technique can play a role in the future, it will definitely not be small. Chapter 125 The Prophecy of the Big Toad Fairy. When Kakashi finished teaching Naruto and Xianglin, it was dark. After taking the two for dinner, Kakashi returned to his house. Lying on the bed tiredly, spiritual practice is never easy. Yeah, Kakashi, you look very tired. Kakashi was taken aback, got up and saw the tall white figure. Jiraiya, Master Jiraiya, why are you here? Ah, Immortal Big Toad said he wants to see you. The boss asked me to take you to Miyomu Mountain. Kakashi was overjoyed and said, now? Ah, it's now. After Jiraiya finished speaking, he put a hand on Kakashi's body, and then with a bang, the two disappeared into the room. Kakashi only felt that the sky was spinning around for a while. It felt as if he had used the technique of Thunder God. In the next second, Kakashi saw a fragrance of birds and flowers. Huge brown waterfall, all kinds of weird plants. Of course, the most striking thing is the big and small toads. Xiaozai, you are here, Shinzuo Xianrin said from the side. Yes, boss. Kakashi brought him here. Do you want to take him to see Immortal Big Toad now? Well, let's do it now. The Big Toad Immortal just woke up, it shouldn't be asleep. Okay, let's go, Kakashi. Okay. Under the leadership of Immortal Zilai and Shinzuo, Kakashi walked into a huge stone house. In the stone house, a huge old toad was sitting on the seat, and the word Xian was written under the seat. There was a bead with the word oil on it hanging from the old toad's neck, and a black hat on his head. Big Toad Fairy. Legend has it that a super old antique that has existed in the age of the six immortals. It's just that the Big Toad Immortal seemed to fall into a deep sleep at this time. Immortal Shinzuo jumped next to Immortal Big Toad and said, my lord, Kakashi has brought it. What? Immortal Big Toad replied feebly, as if he hadn't woken up yet. Immortal Shinzuo was a little helpless, and shouted, my lord. Ah, it's Xiaoshin, what's the matter? My lord, I have brought the silver-haired boy you mentioned. Huh? What silver white-haired boy? My lord, have you forgotten? I just told you before. Ah, it's that silver-haired boy. Where is he? Just in front of you. Kakashi couldn't help being full of black lines when he heard the words, this Big Toad Immortal is really serious with Alzheimer's. Jiraiya also covered his mouth with his hand and whispered in Kakashi's ear, the Big Toad Immortal is like this, but the Big Toad Immortal is very powerful. Okay. The Big Toad Fairy finally looked at Kakashi. You are that boy, I can feel that there is a huge power hidden in your body, and this power will change the world. Jiraiya was also taken aback when he heard this. Could it be that Kakashi was the son of destiny? But he is not his apprentice. It is naturally impossible for Jiraiya to accept Kakashi as a disciple, because Kakashi is a disciple of Watergate, that is, his own disciple. Jiraiya can already guide Kakashi in name, and there is no need to accept disciples. If you accept a disciple, this generation can be messed up. The voice of the Big Toad Immortal was weak, and it seemed that it might be dead every second. Juvenile, in the future you will meet two young people. They will become your disciples, and they will change the world. But the ultimate direction of the world will depend on you. Kakashi touched his chin. The two teenagers mentioned by the Big Toad should be Naruto and Sasuke. What does the so-called direction to change the world mean? Young man, tell you the prophecy. The silver-white boy with red pupils, the traveler in the world, the twin who accepts fate. The wheel of destiny begins to change and turn, and wherever he goes back, it is in the hands of the boy. After the Big Toad Fairy finished speaking, he fell asleep again. Kakashi was silent. What is the wheel of fate? Traveler, the way home? These unexplained words of the Big Toad Immortal kept tumbling in Kakashi's mind. The fateful Gemini, if you guessed it correctly, it should be Naruto Sasuke, But what do other things mean? Kakashi, what did you think of? Seeing Kakashi thinking, Jilai couldn't help asking. I don't know, these words are endless. I can't guess what they mean for the time being, Kakashi said helplessly. Predicting this kind of thing is obviously cheating, and when you understand it, it's basically useless. Hearing this, Jilai nodded in sympathy, and said, yes, the prophecy given to me by the Toad Immortal was inexplicable. I don't understand what it means at all. Maybe I haven't met a real choice yet. Kakashi was silent, and Jiri knew what was going on when he met him. But Kakashi could not say. Before being strong enough, Kakashi will not deliberately change the big plot, otherwise, the grasp of the future will be completely lost. In that case, for Kakashi, there is one less whole card, which is not wise. And Kakashi couldn't explain how he knew it. But for Jiraiya, Kakashi will never let him die in the hands of Penlitao again. Nothing else, just because he is Jiraiya. This reason is sufficient. Little Kakashi, the Big Toad Immortal has agreed with you to stay and practice immortal arts, Shinzuo said. Really? That's great. Kakashi said with joy. Practicing immortality is a very time-consuming thing. So you'd better handle the external affairs before you come to Miyama Mountain. This is the scroll of Miyama Mountain. You just need to bring it and perform spiritism. Came to Miyama Mountain, Immortal Shinzuo said, handing a small scroll to Kakashi. Kakashi could not sign Miyama Mountain's psychic contract, so only through this method can he enter and leave Miyama Mountain. Thank you, Master Shinzuo, Kakashi said, taking the scroll. You are welcome. I am so valued by the Big Toad Immortal. I am looking forward to your future. And I can see that your talent is much better than Xiozilai. I don't know what immortal mode will reach on you. Degree. Boss, don't be so sarcasm. My talent is not bad, right? Little Jilia, you have been learning immortal arts for 30 years, and you can't enter the fairy mode by yourself. So I am ashamed to say that you have a talent. Little Watergate is only a few years of studying, and you are better than you. Faced with the blow of Shinzuo Xianren, Zilei also found himself speechless. Well, what you said makes sense, and I can't refute it. Chapter 126 Jigokudani. Kakashi returned to Konoha without staying in Mount Miyoki. Xianzu already had the conditions for cultivation. So before that, some things in Konoha would naturally be handed over. Kakashi estimated that learning celestial arts should be a long process, so it will take some time. After all, he is not Naruto, and there is no situation where he can master the fairy mode in a few days. That's opening up. Therefore, before that, Kakashi still has to report to the third generation of Hokage. This time I went to Miyama Mountain. Not to mention completely mastering the immortal arts. At least I had to remove the curse mark before returning. No one would feel comfortable with such a time bomb on the body. It was late at night when he returned, and Kakashi was not in a hurry. He slept first, and then went to see Hokage 3 the next morning. Oh, so you are going to Miyama Mountain to learn immortality? 3 generations of Hokage asked in surprise. Before, he thought that Jilda could also solve the problem of the curse seal, but now it seems that he has failed. However, Kakashi is also a good choice to learn fairy art. Yes, 3 generations of adults. It will take a while to go this time, so I am afraid that I will not be able to perform the task in the near future. Well, it's really not good that the curse seal problem has been dragging on. I approved this fake for you. Come back as soon as possible. You are now an indispensable force in the village. Yes, 3 generations of adults. Kakashi, after you come back, there is something you need to do, said the third generation of Hokage. What's the matter? Kakashi said with some confusion. Asma, the child, has a bad temper. She quarreled with me and left Konoha to become the guardian of the daimyo. I hope you can go to the daimyo's mansion to perform a task and help me by the way. Take care of Asma. Yes, 3 generations of adults. Hey, Asma is not young anymore. He is still so impulsive. Shinosuke's child is about to be born. He is still so naive. The 3 generations of Hokage looked melancholy. At this time, he is not Hokage. who is famous all over the world, but a worried father. Sarutobi Shinosuke and his wife Kazumi are both elites in the Anbu. Kakashi has also worked with them and is a very powerful ninja. However, Shinosuke and Kazumi have not been performing missions in Anbu recently, but are staying at home. Kazumi has been pregnant for more than 6 months and needs to raise a baby at home, and Shinosuke, who is about to become a father, naturally has no intention of performing tasks, but takes care of his wife at home. And this child, if there are no mistakes, it should be Konoha Maru. 3 generations of adults. Don't worry, Asuma will understand your painstaking efforts one day. It may not be a good thing to experience outside. Right, Asuma should grow up too. Okay, Kakashi, get out. Wait for you to come back, and report again. Yes. 3 generations of adults. Kakashi walked out of the Hokage office, ready to go home to pack up his things, but as soon as he arrived at the door of the house, he sensed a summoning power. This is the technique of reversing spirits. When this thought came to Kakashi's mind, the person disappeared from the place with a bang. In the next second, Kakashi appeared in Dog Dingshan. Kakashi looked around with some doubts, and saw the familiar figure. It was 7 prisons and Parker. 7 prisons, what do you call me to do? Kakashi asked suspiciously. Kakashi, the injury in the 7 prisons is healed, so I want to go back to Hell Valley to see the situation. But I think it's too dangerous, and I want you to come over and help count it. Kakashi, Hell Valley is the home of my hellhound family. We will never give up, so I must go back this time. The expression of 7 prisons was very firm, and he had obviously made up his mind. 7 prisons, are you sure you want to go back? Although the possibility that the person is still there is very low, if you do encounter it, you may not even have the chance to escape. Kakashi looked at the huge size of the 7 prisons and said solemnly, Pain 6 ways. Kakashi today does not have the slightest confidence. I made a decision. Kakashi was a little helpless when he heard this, and said, well, since you decide, I naturally have nothing to say. This time I will accompany you back. Kakashi, you don't have to be like this. This time it's dangerous. Although your strength is good, you haven't fully grown up. If you meet those 6 people, you will definitely die. It's okay. As long as I'm careful and want to escape, no one in this world can leave me. Flying Thunder God is in hand, even if it is the immature Flying Thunder God. Kakashi's running skills are almost full. Seeing what Kakashi said, the 7 prisons naturally had no opinion. Kakashi, be careful on the road. The place where Hell Valley is located is in a remote area between the country of rain and the country of grass. Nowadays, the country of rain is not known what happened. The whole country has been sealed off and no outsiders are allowed at all. Enter, Parker said seriously. Kakashi touched his chin when he heard the words. Is the country of rain under martial law? In that case, Hanzo should have died in Nagato's hands, and the rain country has become the base of Akatsuki's organization. This trip must not enter the realm of the rain country, otherwise, it will definitely be discovered by Nagato. There will definitely be a lot of trouble at that time. Fortunately, Jigokudani is not in the land of rain, so there should be no problem. I understand, don't worry. 7 prisons, shall we set out now? Well, let's go now. The 7 hells originally planned to go on their own this time. The other 9 little hellhounds are the hope for the future of Hell Valley, and the 7 hells will definitely not take them to adventure. Since Kakashi planned to go with him at this time, the 7 prisons would feel more at ease. Kakashi mastered a space ninjutsu, when necessary, can help the 2 to escape, so that the safety factor will naturally rise. But before that, 7 hells, your size is too big. This time we are still keeping a low profile. I remember you have the ability to change the size of your body. Can you make it smaller? 7 prison nodded and said, yes. As soon as the voice fell, the 7 prisons banged, and the huge body disappeared, replaced by a body the size of Parker, with 3 heads turned into 1 head. Compared with the fierce appearance before, the 7 prisons at this time looked much cute. Kakashi picked up the 7 hells, placed it on his head, and said, "Then let's go." Okay. Kakashi felt that his appearance at this time really resembled the Inuzuka clan. But this kind of details doesn't matter. Kakashi bid farewell to Parker and set off on the road to Hell Valley. Chapter 127 Door of Hell. Jigoku-dani is located where the Rain Country and the Early Country meet. The location is very remote and it is difficult to find this place if it is not for someone who knows the path. Just like the three holy places, here is full of mystery. The reason why Nagato found this place was just a coincidence. It can only be said that the life of the Hellhound clan is not good, so this unlucky thing happened. Nagato's purpose was just to get a Hellhound. As for the destruction of Hell Valley, it was completely an accident. After all, Nagato didn't have any grudges with these psychic beasts, and they didn't need to make them feel any so-called pain. Hellhounds have lived in Hell Valley for more than 1,000 years, and few people come here. In the Ninja World War, there was no participation of the Hellhounds. It can be said that they have been living a life without any dispute. Although a little arrogant in character, he is definitely a kind race. Outside the Hell Valley, there is an enchantment guarding the Hellhound clan. It was Nagato who discovered this barrier at the beginning, and the Hellhounds were exposed to Nagato's sight. Nagato, who owns the animal way, will naturally not give up this powerful psychic beast, so the Hellhounds are suffering because of this. Kakashi rushed to the road with all his strength, and after 2 days, he arrived at Hell Valley. At this time, the enchantment of Hell Valley had already shattered, and Taniguchi was already in ruins. Kakashi, here it is, this is Hell Valley. The three-headed dog jumped off Kakashi's head and looked at the ruin like Taniguchi in front of him with emotion. There is anger, sadness, and helplessness. The homeland he had lived in for many years became the one nearby. For the 7 prisons, it was definitely not something that could be easily revealed. This is the case in the world of ninjas. Different groups fight each other, and fight each other will bring hatred. And hatred has never been easy to resolve. Today you kill him to avenge him, and tomorrow someone else kills you to avenge him. The world of ninjas is like this, wandering back and forth between killing and being killed. It is too difficult to be united and reach a level of mutual understanding. Where there is interest, there will be disputes. This is commonplace no matter where you are. In the original work, if it were not for the 5 great nations to have a common enemy, it would definitely not reach the harmony that came later. But even so, how long can this harmony last? After the death of the older generation, these 5 ninja villages can still maintain this kind of peace? No one knows, but human nature has never withstood the test. Kakashi looked at the scene in front of him, and couldn't help being surprised by Pen's destructive power. At this level of attack, did Pen's heavenly Tao use the superlative Shinra-Tanzing? The gravel wreckage everywhere, the sights I saw were shocking. 7 prisons, shall we go in yet? Naturally want to go in, the 7 prisons said, ran from the half-collapsed Taniguchi. Kakashi did not pull down, and walked in with the 7 prisons. According to the words of the 9 little hellhounds before, all the hellhounds were killed in this disaster, except for the 7 hells, and after them, the bodies of the others, except for the 7 cracks, were taken away by Pen's 6th path, and the rest were it was buried by the 9 little hellhounds. The 9 little hellhounds were able to live, perhaps because Pen Lidao didn't find them, or Pen Lidao discovered but didn't care about them. Perhaps in Nagato's view, these are small shrimps, and there is no need to bother them. Nagato's heart is kind. But when Yahiko, his eyes have long been blinded by hatred. Not long after the 7 prisons were gone, I saw the graves one after another. There are more than 100 seats, large and small, which is the result of the 9 little hellhounds spending several days looking at the more than 100 new graves. The tears in the eyes of 7 prisons gradually fell. But at this time, the hellhound clan was almost wiped out. The hatred in the 7 prisons can be imagined. People, I swear here in the 7 hells, one day, I will avenge you, and I will bring the 7 split corpses back to Hell Valley for burial. This is my life's vow in the 7 hells. Kakashi looked at the 7 prisons silently, without saying a word. When he first entered, Kakashi had already maximized his perception and found no danger. Thinking that the current Nagato should be busy constructing urine in village, and should not have time to bother about the situation here. Or perhaps from Nagato's point of view, the value here is gone, so naturally he didn't pay much attention to it. Nagato, who now claims to be a god, may have become indifferent and ruthless, and regards the common people like ants. In the face of such a powerful enemy, Kakashi was not timid, but only wary. "Kakashi, you come with me." At this time, the 7 prisons suddenly said. Kakashi was stunned for a moment, then followed the rest of the pace, galloping all the way, and saw a stone gate in remote corner. Kakashi was a little puzzled. This stone gate was unremarkable and looked like an ordinary stone gate, but Kakashi felt that there seemed to be a powerful force behind this stone gate. "This is a place guarded by our hellhound clan for generations. Only after our clan agrees can we enter it." "What's inside?" "There is the gate of hell." "The gate of hell? What is that?" "It will never be the gate to hell, right?" Kakashi said with a weird look. "Of course not. I am not very clear about what is in it, because I have not been in it either. I just heard my father say when I was a child that a powerful ninja was recognized by our clan decades ago. I've been in. And after, later, I don't know." Kakashi was full of black lines. "Then what are you taking me here for?" "Although I don't know what's in it, there is a mysterious power in it." "Mysterious power?" "Yes, my hellhound clan can't enter it, so I hope you can enter. If you can get this mysterious power, maybe you can defeat that person." Kakashi looked at the stone gate, only to think that the so-called mysterious power really existed. Kakashi put a question mark on this. "Kakashi, don't worry, there is no danger in it." Seeing Kakashi not speaking, the 7 prisons thought Kakashi was scared, so he said quickly, "If you rely on yourself, the 7 prisons know that they will never have a chance for revenge in their entire life. That person is too powerful." The psychic beast's ability becomes stronger with age. Today's 7 prisons have almost reached the apex, and there is no way to increase their power at all. But Kakashi is different. He is still young, and humans are creatures that cannot be measured by common sense. After this stone gate, although the 7 prisons do not know what they are, it has been said that there should be only advantages and no disadvantages. "Okay, 7 prisons, I'll go in." After a moment of contemplation, Kakashi decided to go in. "Although I don't know what's in it, it can be guarded by the hellhound clan for generations, and it is worthwhile for Kakashi to go in and take a look." Chapter 128 Mural. Seeing Kakashi's agreement, the 7 prisons were overjoyed and said, "Kakashi, although there should be no danger in it, you must be more careful if you go in." "Well, I see. How do I get in?" 7 prison did not answer, but walked to the side of the stone gate and inserted his paw into a groove. At this moment, the stone gate emitted a burst of red light, and then slowly opened. The deep hole seemed to choose someone to eat. Kakashi shivered involuntarily as a gust of wind blew from the hole. "Kakashi, be careful," 7 prisons said solemnly. Kakashi is his hope for revenge, and the 7 prisons absolutely don't want Kakashi to have an accident. Moreover, once the psychic beast signs a contract with a person, it is absolutely loyal. Of course, the 10,000 snakes in Longdidong are an exception. Kakashi nodded and did not speak. Chakra moved in his body, dispelling the cold feeling. Kakashi stepped in, but the 7 prisons stayed outside. The pitch black made Kakashi a little bit unable to see the sight in front of him, so he took out the light from the ninja bag, and Kakashi moved on. The corridor behind the cave is very long, and Kakashi walked for 10 minutes without seeing the end. The cave is very dry, which should be the reason why it is closed all year round, which makes Kakashi feel very gloomy here. Under the light, Kakashi could see that the surrounding walls were very old. Obviously, this cave has a very long history. The cave is very quiet, so quiet that people can hear their own footsteps. After walking for another 10 minutes, Kakashi finally felt that his eyes were bright, and the place became a lot more open. At the end of the corridor, there is a huge stone wall space. Kakashi quickened his pace, and soon walked into this huge stone wall space. This is... Kakashi looked at what was in front of him, surprised inexplicably. I saw 5 huge bronze doors in front of Kakashi. The color of each bronze door is different, but there are pictures of ghosts on it. Rashomon. 5 Rashomon. The defensive ninjutsu that the first generation of Naruto was good at was later learned by Orochimaru and used to block physical attacks. But why does this thing appear here? Rashomon, symbolizing death, is the gate to in the legend. Kakashi walked to the first Rasho gate, which was several tens of meters high. Reaching out to touch the Rashomon, I only felt cold to the touch, and the hand felt very strange. Why is this Rashomon here? Shouldn't it be the summoned object of the original Hokage Thousand Hand Pillars? Could it be that the 7 Hells said that they were recognized by the Hellhounds a few decades ago and entered this cave? Is it the first generation of Hokage? Kakashi walked aside, and before seeing Rashomon, there was a stone platform on which there should have been something. But now it was empty. Kakashi felt as if he had discovered something. If the guess is not wrong, then those who entered here decades ago must be the first generation of Naruto. Otherwise, how did the first generation of Naruto know the 5-fold Rashomon? Obviously, this is where the first generation of Hokage acquired the Fivalea Rashomon. And on this stone platform, it should have been the contract scroll of the Fivalea Rashomon, but now it has disappeared. And it should have been taken away by the first generation of Hokage. Today's Orochimaru will also do this ninjutsu, and even Orochimaru's subordinates will also do this ninjutsu in the future. The summoning scroll that wants to come to this Rashomon should be taken away when Orochimaru defected. Kakashi was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the so-called forbidden area in Hell Valley was actually the place where Rashomon was placed. If there is a scroll of Rashomon here, it is indeed a good thing. But now, Rashomon without the summoning scroll is of no use to Kakashi at all. This Rashomon was so big that Kakashi couldn't move it at all. Kakashi was a little disappointed, as if it had no other effect if he came in. Looking at the huge Rashomon, Kakashi couldn't help smiling wryly. This matter really didn't have any sense of accomplishment at all. The cautiousness that came in before seemed to lose its meaning. But since it's all here, Kakashi would mind doing something on this Rashomon. Kakashi opened the writing wheel of his left eye, and the black dart pattern in his eyes took shape immediately. Along the Rashomon, Kakashi attached chakra under his feet, ran directly to the top of Rashomon, and pressed his right hand on it. The black technique was formed instantly, and the pattern on the left eye kept turning. Flying Thunder God technique. Success. Kakashi jumped down and landed steadily on the ground. In the future, there will definitely be a chance to fight against -1. At that time, you may be able to get a handful of Rashomon Yin -1. The kaleidoscope in the left eye faded, and Kakashi gently pulled down the forehead. During this time, the frequency of using the kaleidoscope was a bit high. Kakashi could feel that the vision in his left eye was declining. Although the problem of blindness in kaleidoscope is not imminent, it will be resolved sooner or later. The eternal kaleidoscope. Kakashi was a little helpless, but the guy with soil hadn't heard of any brothers. Kakashi had previously guessed that fairy magic might be able to delay the blindness of kaleidoscope, but now that he hasn't learned fairy magic, naturally he doesn't know whether this thing is useful or not. Only after you have really learned Xianzu, this thing can be verified. Just as Kakashi wanted to leave this space, suddenly, the mural on the wall attracted Kakashi's attention. Kakashi was surprised. There seemed to be some strange pattern in the mural. Suspicious in his heart, Kakashi stepped forward to watch. Put the illuminating lamp aside, and the faint light will illuminate the stone wall. But this light was enough for Kakashi. The mural is huge, covering the entire wall. The picture looks very rough, and I don't know who left it. Kakashi looked at it carefully, with wide-eyed eyes as he watched. What is introduced on this mural are actually three great artifacts: Pheasant Sword, Yata Mirror, Yasaka Kyan Kwayu. There are three pheasant swords in this world. One is the pheasant sword in the hands of Dashimaru in the future, and the other is the ten-fist sword in Shisui's hand. Before Shisui died, he entrusted it to Itachi. The last one was the pheasant sword in the hands of Shisui. It was the pheasant sword in the assistant later. Kakashi looked at the mural on the wall and quickly came to a conclusion. In Kakashi's view, the real pheasant sword should be Shisui's ten-fist sword, and the rest, whether it is the Dashimaru's pheasant sword or the Sasuke's pheasant sword, are just a bit sharper. The Shikan sword, Yata Mirror, and Yasaka Kyanku are all spirit bodies, and they don't really exist. Therefore, when it comes to power, the ten-fist sword is actually the most powerful of the three pheasant swords. Chapter 129 Natural Energy. According to the mural, these three artifacts are all spirit bodies, which exist in Sasuo Ninu. Of course, this kind of thing is not the only thing. It can only be said to be based on the power of this magical tool. When the kaleidoscope of Sasuo reaches a certain level, it will have the ability to use this kind of artifact, just like Itachi's Yasaka Gu, which actually uses the power of Yasaka Gu. The power of Suzuo is really enviable, but it seems difficult to open Suzuo with one eye. Kakashi said with emotion. In the original work, Shisui was able to open Suzuo with one eye even after being dug out by Danzo's right eye, while Uchiha Madara is even more exaggerated and can open Suzuo without eyes. In other words, when there is a kaleidoscope, Suzuo actually exists. The key to open Sasuo Nenu is a kaleidoscope of eyes, and once it is opened, it does not necessarily require a kaleidoscope of eyes. But unfortunately, Kakashi has never seen a kaleidoscope of eyes. So at this time Kakashi couldn't turn on Suzuo at all. In the original work, although Kakashi's Susanoo is surprisingly powerful, it is only a short-lived. Kakashi can only envy this ability now. This place actually has the information of three great artifacts, and the existence of Rashomon makes Kakashi a little curious about who left this place. But speaking of the supernatural powers of the three great artifacts, Itachi's Susanoo equipment is really enviable. The ten-fist sword in the right hand, the Yata mirror in the left hand, and the Gu of Yasaka can also be used. This is a magical item. This Sasuo Nenu opened it, and it really looks very scary. Maybe Itachi is seriously ill, which is also one of the reasons. After digesting these amazing news slowly, Kakashi did not leave much. This place is not of great value to Kakashi. Even if Rashomon is discovered, it is useless to Kakashi. Kakashi turned and left, and soon came to the entrance of the cave. Seeing Kakashi coming out, the seven prisons hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Kakashi, how is it? What's in it?" "There is a Fivalayer Rashomon inside, but without the contract, it can't be used at all." Kakashi did not hide anything, and directly told the seven prisons of what he saw inside. The seven prisons were a little disappointed when they heard this. "Seven prisons? What are you going to do next?" "Rebuild Hell Valley?" "Hell Valley must be rebuilt, but it is too early now. After I take revenge, I will rebuild Hell Valley." "Okay, I'll help you then." "Thanks a lot." "No, I am a companion now. This is what I should do." Seven prisons gave Kakashi a deep look, seeming to be hyperactive. "Well, we should go back." "Okay." Things in Hell Valley came to an end, and Kakashi didn't plan to stay here more. After all, this place is too close to the country of rain. There is a very dangerous place. At Miyomu Mountain, a figure suddenly appeared. The silver white hair and the black imperial robe were no one else but Kakashi. After handling all the trivial matters, Kakashi came to Miyomu Mountain. Improving strength is the most important thing for Kakashi now, and naturally it can't be delayed. As soon as Kakashi appeared, he saw a familiar toad figure. "Shinzuo Xianren," Kakashi cried respectfully. He knew that this little toad contained terrifying power. "Ah, little Kakashi, you are finally here. How come it's been so long?" "Sorry, something was delayed." "Okay, let's start. The curse mark on your neck has been eroding your body. If you don't solve it early, it will be very troublesome. Well, I know that. Then start. You come with me, as Immortal Shinzuo said, bouncing around. He came to the front of the brown waterfall. Little Kakashi, before learning the fairy mode, I want to tell you what natural energy is. The so-called fairy mode is actually to absorb the natural energy in the world. We all know that the so-called chakra is formed by the fusion of mental power and physical power in the body, and Xianzu adds natural energy to this foundation. These three must be kept at the same weight, that is, the same weight is an third. And if the distribution is very uneven, it will become stone frogs. You see, there are so many stone frogs here, they all became because of the failure of the immortal mode of cultivation. If there is only a slight imbalance, immortals can also be used. The pattern, it's just that there will be big frog changes, which is the case for Xiozili now. The immortal mode can only be practiced by a huge chakra. Otherwise, the violent natural energy cannot be controlled at all. The stronger the chakra, the more advantageous it is to practice immortal mode. Of course, this is only part of the reason. Like Xiaozilia, his chakra is very large, but his talent in celestial arts is not outstanding, so that after studying for so long, it is still a little bit of a hang. Little Watergate has also learned the fairy mode, and his talent in this area is also much stronger than Xiaozili. Although the speed of entry is very slow, the state after entering is much better than Xiaozili. Little Kakashi, although your number of chakras is not small and huge, but the threshold for learning the fairy model is already there. As for whether you can succeed or not, it depends on you. Yes, Shinzuo Xianren. Then what should I do next? How can I absorb this natural energy? Natural energy is hard to sense. The first step in practicing the fairy mode is to be immobile, not moving, completely still. Yes, it takes a process. You see, this brown waterfall is the unique toad oil of Miyomu Mountain. It can help you feel the presence of natural energy faster. That's it. So, do you start now? Well, I will apply toad oil on your body later. If you can't control the natural energy, I will use this stick to pump out all the natural energy in your body. As Immortal Shinzuo said, he took out a black stick. Okay, let's start now, Kakashi said, taking off his shirt, revealing the thin but muscular upper body. There is a red tattoo on the left arm, which is the sign of the dark part. Well, let's start. Little Kakashi, this is a very patient thing, I hope you can hold on. Don't worry, what I lack is patience, Kakashi said, sitting cross-legged. Upon seeing this, Shinzuo Xianren poured the toad oil in the pool directly on Kakashi's body. Kakashi just felt cold, and a very strange feeling came to mind. The heaven and the earth seemed to become extremely quiet in an instant. Kakashi could feel a powerful force that really followed the toad oil on that body into his body. And his body seems to be undergoing very strange changes. Chapter 130 Immortals and Curse Seals. Kakashi felt cold, and then there was a change in his body. Mental energy and physical energy enveloped the natural energy from the outside world, and the three slowly blend in. Suddenly, Kakashi opened his eyes, and among those pupils were the toad's horizontal pupils. Following this, Kakashi's right hand swelled directly. Frog change. At this moment, the black stick in Immortal Shinzuo's hand directly slapped Kakashi's head. Snapped. With a crisp sound, Kakashi felt that the violent natural energy in his body was immediately expelled from his body. Kakashi was sweating profusely, resting his hands on the ground, breathing heavily. Okay. It's dangerous, I almost became a stone frog, Kakashi said with lingering fear. At that moment, Kakashi almost thought that he was about to become a rock. Little Kakashi, this is the first time you absorb natural energy. You must remember that you cannot absorb too much natural energy at once, otherwise, even I cannot expel it. Then, you will become like those. The stone statue is the same. Yes, Master Shinzuo, I understand. Well, go ahead. Kakashi nodded, and sat down cross-legged again. feeling the energy in nature. Shinjuku looked at Kakashi, but he was a little shocked. Just before Kakashi lost control, the facial makeup that appeared on his face was much more perfect than Jiraiya and Watergate. But Kakashi was just beginning to come into contact with Xianju, and he didn't expect to be able to do this step. According to this situation, Kakashi is likely to practice the fairy mode that is more powerful than Prajanam and Zilai. It's really worthy of being a person valued by the big-toed immortal. The talent is really extraordinary. Shinjuku sighed with emotion, and once again it seemed that Kakashi's body had changed. But this time it was much slower than last time. Obviously, Kakashi is slowly adapting, and the speed of this adaptation is still higher than the immortal's expectation. Natural energy wandered through Kakashi's body, and at this time the curse mark on the neck also exuded a faint residual warmth. The black mark began to redden at this moment. Kakashi frowned. Obviously this feeling made Kakashi quite uncomfortable. Shinjuku eyes condensed, looking at the curse seal with solemn eyes. The celestial arts of the three holy sites are not the same. Although the principles are similar, the directions of application are quite different. Improper practice of immortal technique in Myomu Mountain will turn into stone, and improper practice of immortal technique in Longdidong will cause insanity. If Kakashi can master the magic of Myomu Mountain, then this curse seal can naturally be solved by Kakashi, and even through this spell seal, he can get a glimpse of the mystery of the Dragon's Cave magic. For Kakashi, this is an opportunity and a test. After all, to comprehend a kind of fairy technique, you need extremely powerful talent. Comprehend the two different fairy techniques. This requirement is even higher. In Shinjuku eyes, curse imprints are really genius works. Although this curse seal is still immature, it has already imprinted immortality on a person's body. If it can be developed and matured, then the person who has been enchanted can use natural energy. Although this curse imprint is very demanding on the subject, it is undoubtedly much lower than the difficulty of practicing immortality. Orochimaru is indeed a genius. Although he has no talent in Xianzu, he has come up with such a thing. Kakashi knew better, but after Orochimaru met Shijigo, the curse became perfect. After opening the curse seal, the strength of the person who has the curse seal soars. If the curse imprint does not have so many side effects, Kakashi would be very happy to accept it. It's just that this curse is printed on the body. It feels like a piece of meat in the mouth of the big snake pill. That feeling is not uncomfortable. Kakashi practiced immortality this time, not only to remove the curse seal, but also to take the opportunity to master the principle of the curse seal. The curse seal is a bit similar to the seal technique. Mix the Xianzu chakra in the curse seal. On weekdays, the curse seal will spontaneously absorb natural energy. This curse seal, I want to be a storage device for the fairy chakra. It has the same effect as Tsunade's yin seal. It's just that the curse seal stores the Xianzu chakra. If Kakashi can master the principle of the curse seal, he can completely transform the curse seal of the big snake pill into his own. At that time, as long as the mark of Orochimaru is expelled, you can deposit your own Xianzu chakra into it. The conditions for the activation of Myomu Mountain's fairy art were too harsh, and the slow time was a big flaw. If you can store the Xianzu chakra through the curse seal, the fairy mode becomes an instant move. In this way, the efficiency will be much higher. After all, it is not only troublesome to prepare a shadow clone to absorb chakras in one place at any time, but also cannot be separated too far. After the shadow clone is lifted, chakra can indeed return to the body, but if the distance is too far, chakra will not be able to return. This is also the reason why Naruto had to summon the shadow clone and then release it when he was fighting Pennsylvania. If it is a curse seal, this drawback is completely resolved. It is easy to say, but it is not easy to do it. Today Kakashi still has a long way to go before he masters celestial arts. Natural energy circled and circled around the curse seal, but couldn't enter it. This is because these natural energies are scattered and chaotic, and are not within the control of Kakashi. so it is impossible to fight against these organized curse immortals. Two different natural energies confront each other in this curse seal. But now it is obvious that the curse seal has the upper hand. Although the seal of sealing evil restrains the power of the seal, it cannot help the natural energy to defeat the seal. The silver-white eyebrows trembled slightly, and Kakashi felt the heat in his neck getting worse. Little Kakashi, you haven't completely mastered the magic. Don't move that curse seal, it's useless. Immortal Shinzuo quickly persuaded Kakashi to act on the curse seal. Although Oshimaru has no talent in immortality, but its talent in scientific research is very amazing. This kind of curse mark is the brainchild of One. How can Kakashi, who is not even a half-hearted celestial skill, fight against it? If you insist, Kakashi will suffer. Kakashi heard that the natural energy did not enter the curse again, but tried to merge with his chakra. Snapped. With another crisp sound, the natural energy in Kakashi's body was once again beaten out of the body by Shinzuo Xianran. Little Kakashi, you have made a lot of progress, continue to work hard, and leave the curse seal for now. Kakashi nodded. He just tried it, but the result was not ideal. The things that One made were really dry goods. Chapter 131. The first stage is complete. Under the brown waterfall, Kakashi was naked and his upper body was intently controlling the fusion of chakra and Xianzu chakra in his body. Little Kakashi, the kid's father, come over for lunch. The words of Immortal Zima made Kakashi's mind confused, and instantly his head was as big as a frog. Immortal Shinzuo made a decisive decision and directly shot out the natural energy in Kakashi's body again. Little Kakashi, come here for now. Let's go to lunch first. Yes. Kakashi put on the clothes placed aside, and turned back into that graceful boy again. In the room, Kakashi looked at the big bowl of worms in front of him, somewhat helpless. Toad likes to eat this kind of thing. He is a human being, but he has no appetite at all. Little Kakashi, why don't you eat it? The kid has a good craftsmanship. This bug is so delicious. As Immortal Shinzuo was talking, he ate the worms in the bowl. Not only did Kakashi not increase his appetite at all, he felt even more disgusting. Little Kakashi, what's wrong? Didn't what I did not suit your appetite? Immortal Zima said with a strange expression. Master Zima, I don't eat bugs. I prepare dry food myself. Kakashi had known all about the worm meal here before, so he prepared some dry food. Really, little Kakashi? You will regret if you don't eat this kind of delicacy. Shinzuo Xianren said. Kakashi chuckled, and only regretted eating this kind of food. After eating, Kakashi and Shinzuo Xianren entered the practice of Xianzu again. In the middle of the night, by the waterfall, Shinzuo Xianren had fallen asleep, and Kakashi did not continue to practice, but sat on the huge plant beside him. Shinzuo Xianren fell asleep, and no one helped Kakashi hit the natural energy in his body. Even if Kakashi wanted to practice, he couldn't do it. Fortunately, Kakashi does not lack this time. Looking at the moon in the sky, Kakashi was a little emotional. It will be September 15th in a few days, which is my 18th birthday, and in a days. I have been in this world for almost 4 years. Inheriting Kakashi's original emotion, wisdom and talent, Kakashi's progress in the past 4 years is undoubtedly tremendous. At least the self at this time was much stronger than the original self. Daoshu, done, Shaolin Yan, plus today's Xianxu. Kakashi has already embarked on a completely different path from before. However, what these bring to Kakashi is not a sense of security, but a sense of urgency. After 4 years, there is not much time left. Sometimes Kakashi would think in the dead of night, why he came here, and what is the reason or purpose. But unfortunately, even if Kakashi wanted to break his mind, he couldn't figure out why. The reason why I practice hard is because my heart is full of panic about the future. Even if the original Kakashi lived to the end, this does not mean that he can do it. Although he inherited everything from Kakashi, in the final analysis, it was not him. Therefore, Only strength can bring Kakashi a touch of warmth and support in this cold night. This world is too dangerous. Pinning his hopes on the illusory original plot, Kakashi chose to strengthen himself first. Fairy art is a very important part of Kakashi's plan, so Kakashi must not fail. After a day of practice, Kakashi found that he might not be as talented as Naruto in genius, but he was much stronger than Jiraiya and Miss Watergate. Therefore, even if it takes a little longer, Kakashi will definitely cultivate into a perfect fairy mode. Feeling the power of natural energy today, Kakashi became more and more curious about what would happen if the three geniuses merged together. Now Myomu Mountain's fairy technique is already practicing, and Long Didong's fairy technique through the curse seal and the previously sealed fairy technique chakra should also be able to study one or two. But the most mysterious wet bone forest fairy technique, Kakashi hasn't had the slightest clue yet. At this time, the psychic contract of the wet bone forest only had Tsunade, and Tsunade didn't know where it was now. Therefore, the fairy magic Kakashi of the wet bone forest can only be released temporarily. 1 month later, under the brown waterfall, Kakashi opened his right eye and saw a faint red eye shadow appeared around the right eye, and the pupil in the right eye turned into golden toad eyes! Different from Naruto's perfect fairy mode, Kakashi's fairy mode still lacks, but it is not far from that perfect state. The first stage of the fairy mode practice is complete. Little Kakashi, well done, you have completed the first step of using toad oil to practice the fairy mode. Looking at this fairy face, your fairy mode is really more perfect than Xiao Zilai and Xiao Watergate's, Shinjuo Xianren said in surprise. For a month, Shinjuo Xianren didn't expect Kakashi to be able to do this step. Not enough. I can feel that the natural energy in the body is not perfectly controlled. This feeling is still not skilled enough. Kakashi feels the natural energy in his body. Although it can barely achieve an etherd now, Kakashi knows that there is still a little gap between that perfect state. And the reason for this gap is because I don't have enough chakra. I'm not Naruto's kind of chakra full of people, and practicing to this level is already the limit so far. If you want to break through, you must increase your own chakra, otherwise, this fairy model will never reach perfection for Kakashi. It's already pretty good. Little Kakashi, the first step has been completed. The next thing you have to train is to enter the fairy mode without the help of this toad oil. After all, the toad oil is useless if it is out of Myomu Mountain. Shinjuo the fairy said. I understand, but I have to go back to Konoha first. Kakashi said, grabbing his clothes and putting them on. Shinjuo Xianren was a little confused and asked, Little Kakashi, what are you doing back to Konoha? Haven't you already taken care of Konoha's affairs? I have something to go back to Konoha. Don't worry, I will be back in 1 day. Well, if you insist, then go. Seeing Kakashi's persistence, Shinjuo Xianren didn't say much. The practice of Xianzi has taken a long time, so I don't need to worry about it at this moment. No matter if Kakashi returns to Konoha, he can relax. Thank you, Mr. Shinjuo. Kakashi said. A flying thunder technique returned to Konoha's room. Everything is really familiar. Kakashi went to the calendar next to the room and tore off the past calendar paper. Kakashi turned and left, and today's date was written on the calendar at this time. October 10th. Chapter 132 Iluka Konoha Memorial Tablet. The silver-white figure stood quietly in front of the monument. Mr. Watergate, Master Nashina, 4 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Naruto is 4 years old. He is very strong, but also very naughty. It is simply a copy of Miss Nashina. I'm sorry, I can't take care of him all the time. Things in the future give me too much pressure. I need to do many things. But I have told Naruto of your expectations, and he is working hard to do it. Mr. Watergate, there is one thing that I haven't told you. The soil did not die, but fell into the darkness. One day, I will bring him back and apologize in front of you. Teacher Watergate, Miss Jukes and I will take care of everything in the village, but not now. I will help you complete your last wish. Teacher Watergate, I have learned the first stage of your Flying Thunder God technique. But I still can't apply it as proficiently as you. A few days ago, I faced 4 generations of Raikage, and I am very fortunate that I did not fall on you. The name of the technique. Teacher Watergate, I am now practicing your unskilled celestial arts. I hope that one day in the future, I can have the opportunity to fight side by side with you. Today is Naruto's birthday. I know you have many regrets. I will help you make up for it. Lin. He took the soil on the wrong path. I will bring him back. This is my promise to you. Father, I haven't let go of your swordsmanship. Although it is not as good as yours, I will not let the Hajiki family's swordsmanship be removed from the ninja world. Also, regarding mother, I will find the answer someday. Kakashi looked at the memorial tablet, and the emotions in his heart continued to fluctuate. Although the reborn Kakashi had never seen these people, the emotion that belonged to Kakashi was deeply carved into his body. Gently stroke the name on the comforting steel. Namikaze Mizuman, Uzumaki Kashina, Uakai Hawatodo, Nohara Rin, and Sakumo Hajiki. One familiar name after another, these were once the most important people in Kakashi, but they are no longer there. The soil in the dark is no longer what he used to be. Kakashi stood silently, but undercurrents raged in his heart. This world is really cruel. This world is really cruel to myself. Just as Kakashi was thinking about life, a teenager came to the comforting monument with a white bouquet. Konoha's forehead guard is tied to his forehead, and there is a scar on the bridge of his nose, which has been connected to the sides of his cheeks. But it doesn't look fierce. But there is a sense of kindness. Seeing someone in front of the comforting steel, Hyuga was taken aback for a moment, then walked forward and asked, "Hello, are you here to worship too?" Kakashi turned his head and looked at the boy holding white flowers. "This is Amino Hyuga?" "Ah, yes. Are you here to worship too?" Hyuga nodded and said, "Yes, my parents are here." As Hyuga spoke, she placed the white flower in her hand under the memorial monument. Kakashi did not speak, but stood quietly. At this time, Hyuga was 14 years old, still a forbearance. As a ninja, Hyuga's talent is obviously insufficient, but his kind temper is really a natural good teacher. It is a pity that Hyuga does not have the strength to be a teacher at this time. If I remember correctly, Hyuga should become Zonin 2 years later and become a teacher of Konoha Ninja School, and under his guidance, there will be 9 of Konoha's 12 Xiokiangs. What an amazing teacher! Konoha Mika's backbone is basically in his hands. After Hyuga put down the white flowers, he looked at Kakashi. Why did this person look familiar? Silver white hair, singularly eye forehead protection. Suddenly, Hyuga remembered. Some time ago, wasn't he the Konoha hero rumored in the village? Flagwood Kakashi. Are you Senior Kakashi? Hyuga asked. Kakashi was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting Hyuga to recognize himself. However, Kakashi was relieved very quickly. His outfit was too recognizable. Coupled with his current reputation in Konoha, it is a bit difficult to recognize him. "Ah, it's me." Upon hearing this, Hyuga bowed deeply to Kakashi and said, "Senior Kakashi, thank you very much for bringing peace to Konoha. Konoha is also my home." "It doesn't have to be like that." Hyuga looked at Kakashi, with a trace of worship in his eyes, and the people who protected the village were always loved by everyone. "Senior Kakashi, there is someone important to you here, right?" "Well, they are all very important people," Kakashi said. "Couldn't help but look at the gloomy sky. The weather today is really not so good." "Senior Kakashi, you said, why can people bet their lives for others?" Hyuga asked suddenly. It was precisely to protect Hyuga and the villagers that Hyuga's parents died in the Nine Tails Rebellion, and Kakashi also left his life and death for the village to fight against the 4th generation of Raikage. At least it seems to Hyuga. The difference is that Hyuga's parents died, while Kakashi survived. For those who made the same choice, Hyuga felt that Kakashi might be able to get the answer he wanted. Kakashi looked at Hyuga. At this time, Hyuga was still young, and he didn't think about many things clearly. It's no wonder there are such problems. The original Hyuga did not immediately accept Naruto's existence after becoming Naruto's teacher. Only after 3 generations of Hokage enlightened him did he really agree with Naruto's existence and became the most important person in Naruto's life. After a person dies alone, everything will disappear. His past, present life, and future will all disappear together. Many people will die in wars or on missions, and they will really die very easily. Among these dead people, some have dreams. Everyone has something they cherish the most. Parents, brothers and sisters, friends, lovers, and partners in the village are all very important people to them. They trust and help each other, and from the moment they are born, they have bonds with people they think are important, and this bond will grow stronger and stronger over time. This does not require any great reasoning, but people who have this kind of will do it, because that is what they cherish the most. In this world, there are far more daunting things than death, so people do it. Will choose to guard. Your life has just begun. One day you will understand why your parents made such a choice. After Kakashi finished speaking, he turned and left, leaving Hyuga alone in front of the Consolation Monument to meditate. After a while, Hyuga looked at the memorial monument. Mum and Dad, do you think so too? Chapter 133 Gift on the 7th exercise site. Naruto and Xianglin are training in physical skills. No matter what kind of ninja, they must be trained in physical skills. After all, the production of something like chakra contains the element of body energy. The two crossed their fists and each stepped back 3 meters. Xianglin, you are getting better and better. That is, Naruto, if you don't work hard, you will be surpassed by me, Xianglin said triumphantly. Would not. Naruto was a little unconvinced when he heard this. Although Xianglin's progress was great, his own progress was not small. Yo, you two are very energetic. Kakashi's figure suddenly appeared, frightening the two of them. Brother Beimao, Brother Kakashi. Naruto and Xianglin both looked happy. I haven't seen Kakashi for a month, and the two still miss Kakashi very much. Come here to practice so early. You guys are really working hard. That's, Brother Beimao, when did you come back? Did you go on a mission? Just came back, because today is a special day. Special day? Both Naruto and Xianglin looked dumbfounded. Naruto, today is your 4th birthday. Ah, my birthday. Naruto looked unbelievable. So today is his birthday. From birth to now, I still don't know when my birthday is. Even the 3 generations of Hokage who occasionally visited Naruto did not tell him. Kakashi bent his crescent eyes and said, yes, it's your birthday, so I came back today to celebrate your birthday. I even prepared a birthday present for you. As Kakashi said, he took out a special trigeminal kunai from his ninja bag and handed it to Naruto. Naruto, this kunai is specially made. I only own the whole Konoha. It will be slightly heavier than the usual kunai, but after a long time, it will be very smooth. You can try it. Naruto took the 3-pointed kunai, and his hand sank, and it really was a lot higher than the usual kunai. I saw that Kyuwu had 3 forks, each with a blade, which looked very sharp. Naruto held it in his hand and waved too, feeling very smooth. Thank you, Brother Beimao, Naruto said excitedly. This is the first birthday present in Naruto's life. Xianglin on the side looked a little envious. I was with my mother last time on my birthday, but now, my mother is no longer there. Xianglin thought of this, her expression a little gloomy. Kakashi received the eyes of Xianglin's face, thinking that Xianglin was frustrated because he did not receive the gift. Xianglin, I haven't met you on your last birthday, so I will give you a birthday present this time, Kakashi said, taking out a brown framed glasses from the ninja bag. Xianglin, can you see if these glasses can be used? Xianglin's eyes lit up, and he quickly took over the glasses, replaced his original glasses, and put them on. At this time, Xianglin looked more like a schoolmaster. Thank you, Brother Kakashi, it's suitable. I like it very much. Nice. You love it. Kakashi said, touching Naruto's head with his right hand and Xiangrin's head with his left hand. Rubbing their hair, Kakashi suddenly felt that the two in front of him were as if they were when they were children. The same blonde and red hair are really nostalgic colors. Naruto, what do you want to eat for your birthday today? Brother Byaimao, can you do whatever you want? Naruto looked at Kakashi expectantly, his eyes glistening. Kakashi smiled and said, "Ah, you can eat whatever you want today." "It's amazing." "Brother Byaimao, I want to eat Yile ramen." Super big bowl of Yile ramen. Kakashi had such an expression as expected. Xiangrong is full of black lines. "Naruto, you eat a ramen every day. Won't you get tired of it?" Xiangrin said helplessly. These days, Xianglin has been eating with Naruto. Naruto invited Xiangrin to eat ramen at every turn. Although Yalaku ramen is indeed a delicacy, eating it every day will make you feel bored even if it is delicious. Unfortunately, Naruto will not. Naruto has an almost crazy passion for Yalaku ramen. "No, Ya ramen is the best food in the world." Xiangrin covered her face. "Well, Naruto is a ramen fanatic, the kind that can't be saved at all." "Well, today Naruto's birthday, he can eat whatever he wants." Long live the white-haired brother. Naruto raised his hands to express his excitement. Xiangrin didn't care too much about Naruto. After all, Jin was Naruto's birthday. Kakashi took Xiangrin and Naruto to a ramen, just as the uncle and Calamus were there. "Oh, Uncle Hand Beater, 2 bowls of miso ramen, and a bowl of extra large ramen. Isn't this Kakashi? I haven't seen you for a long time." "Ramen will be ready soon." Uncle Hand Beater started to cook noodles while talking. Naruto stared eagerly at the face in the hands of the uncle. What a terrible obsession this guy has for ramen. "Xiangrin, are you still used to staying in Konoha?" "Well, it's much better than before. I think that when Xiangrin was in Karin village, she was used as a potion, and she was bitten every day. Now in Konoha, although I have been discriminated against because of my frequent relationship with Naruto, it is indeed much better than before." "That's good. How is the practice of medical ninjutsu?" "The basic training has been completed. It should be possible to proceed to the next training." "So fast?" Kakashi was a little surprised. Although the basics of medical ninjutsu were not difficult, it was only a month. "Has Xiangrin already mastered it?" "Sure enough, Xiangrin's talent in medical ninjutsu is very scary." "Xiangrin, then I will take you to Konoha Hospital. There I know someone who has a very good medical ninjutsu. You will learn a lot by following him." "Thank you, brother Kakashi." Kakashi smiled and didn't say much. Soon, the ramen came up, and Naruto also started his own ramen war. After eating the ramen, Kakashi took the two to Konoha Hospital and entrusted Xiangrin to an excellent medical ninja. With Kakashi's current contacts, this little thing was done in a short time. Xiangrin and Naruto have their own way to go, and Kakashi has it too. The return this time is just an episode, after which Kakashi will go to Miyama Mountain to practice fairy mode again. In the roots, a conspiracy against Kakashi is quietly brewing. Master Danzo, Kakashi Hokage went to meet the little ghosts of the Kyabirenzuli and Uzumaki clan today. Danzo slowly opened his half-closed left eye and said, "I see, you can go down." "Yes, Lord Danzo." "Hokage Kakashi, I shouldn't have let you live in the first place. I didn't expect it to be so tricky now." "Huh? What about high strength? White Fang's strength is stronger. I still killed him." Danzo narrowed his eyes and kept thinking in his heart. Chapter 134 The curse is lifted in Miyama Mountain. Kakashi sat cross-legged on a stone slab, and under the stone slab was a stone cone with a height of 100 meters. Only a small point at the tip of the stone cone supports the stone slab. If it is not for absolute balance and stillness, the body will fall off in an instant. And falling down from such a high place is absolutely uncomfortable even for a ninja. Kakashi opened his eyes slowly, and the seal on his left eye was automatically released. Kakashi's silver hair was dancing in the air because he was not wearing a forehead guard. Red eye shadow slowly appeared on the left and right eyes. The right eye is okay, It's just the golden frog pupil in the normal fairy mode, while the left eye, Xianzu chakra and Shalunyan conflict with each other, and it is impossible to form a golden frog pupil. Kakashi could feel that Shaolunyan and Xianzu chakra did not blend well together. They are mutually exclusive. Even though there is eyeshadow on the left eye, there is no frog pupil in the pupil, but the three gooeyous writing wheel eye. It seems that it will take some time for Shaolunyan to adapt to this fairy technique. Kakashi muttered to himself, having a certain judgment on Xianzu and Shaolunyan in his heart. However, Kakashi has a feeling in the dark. But when Xianzu and Shaolunyan merge with each other, it will inevitably produce a subtle reaction. The immortal Shinzuo below looked at the lines on Kakashina's face with a happy expression. Unexpectedly, little Kakashi really succeeded. The hard work for more than a year has not been in vain. In the fairy mode, little Kakashi has surpassed Xia Watergate and Xio's Lie. I really don't know Xio's Lie also knows this. What kind of expression will it look like when something happens? Being surpassed by one's own disciples and grandchildren is really embarrassing. The magic is completed. Kakashi touched the curse mark on his neck. It's time to erase you. The mark of Dashun stayed in his body forever, and Kakashi would often feel cold. At this time, the magic was completed, and Kakashi would naturally not keep such a time bomb again. For more than a year, Kakashi is not just practicing celestial arts. Facing the curse seal, Kakashi can be said to have conducted a deep understanding and analysis. Kakashi's understanding of seal art was not weak, and after more than a year of research, this curse had almost no secret in Kakashi's eyes. To put it bluntly, this kind of curse imprint is a specific arrangement of chakras and a combination of certain rules. Whether it is the sealing technique or the flying thunder god technique, this is the principle. The most difficult part of Dashimaru's curse mark lies in the understanding of Xianzu. As Dashimaru had no talent for fairy arts, he came up with a curse seal to make up for it. It's just that Xianzu is not so easy to control, and the curse of Oshimaru is just a semi-finished product. Of course, the other half of the reason for not succeeding is that Daishiwan's mastery of immortality is not so perfect. But Kakashi is different today. Although his mastery of celestial arts has not reached the level of Naruto in the future, it is enough to deal with curse seals. Kakashi's research on the curse seal has also reached the final step. As long as the curse seal is disassembled this time, Kakashi believes that he can also invent a similar or even more perfect curse seal. When he thought of it, Kakashi slowly closed his eyes, and slowly moved the refined chakra to the curse seal. A gloomy chakra continued to roll in the curse, obviously feeling his own crisis. Toads and snakes interact with each other, so the magic of Miyomu Mountain and the magic of Long Didong also have mutual restraint. When the two met, it was as if water had entered a pan, and a violent reaction took place. Xianzu entered the curse seal, and the curse seal that was originally pitch black and ink began to turn red. Kakashi could clearly sense that a sharp pain in the neck was being generated. But Kakashi did not give up. He could feel that it was a good time to eliminate the curse mark. With both hands forming a seal, he silently controlled the generated Xianzu chakra to flood into the curse seal. The Dragon Earth Cave Fairy chakra in the curse seal seemed to have sensed the threat and wanted to avoid it, but was helplessly bound by the seal of evil seal and couldn't break free. Although there are quite a few Long Didong immortal chakras in the curse seal, compared with the Miyomu Mountain immortal chakra developed by Kakashi, it is naturally far inferior. Considering that with the same quality, it is the quantity that determines the outcome. Although the curse seal can also automatically absorb natural energy, the rate of consumption can't keep up. The total amount of celestial chakra extracted by Kakashi itself far exceeds the curse seal itself. At this time, the curse seal was like a duckweed without roots. Facing the natural energy of Kakashi that was like a tide, it could barely resist. However, in the face of such a situation, it was clear that it was only a matter of time before the curse was eliminated by Kakashi. Is Kakashi doing something on the curse seal? I don't know if I can succeed this time. Over the past year or so, Kakashi has also tried to eliminate the curse seal, but I don't know if it is because Xianzi has not fully practiced successfully, or because of insufficient understanding of the curse seal. Kakashi has failed several times. This time the immortal technique has been completed. In the eyes of Shinjuo Xianren, there should be no problem. The silver-white shattered hair had no wind, and the curse that had turned blood red was getting hotter. The mystery of the curse seal. It turned out to be like this. He opened his eyes abruptly, and the temptation of the curse imprint just now made Kakashi fully understand the spell imprint's technique. Now that all the secrets are known, then it's over, Kakashi secretly said in his heart, and then the Xianzi chakra in his body suddenly rushed into the curse seal. The three blood-red jade slowly faded in color, turned into the original black, and then slowly faded away, and finally disappeared without a trace on Kakashi's neck. At this moment, Danzo thousands of miles away in the cold and humid laboratory, a pale-skinned, long-haired man's face was full of surprise. Huh? Kakashi actually eliminated the curse mark? Daishiwan spit out his tongue and licked it lightly on his lips, revealing a meaningful smile. Kakashi, you really make me look forward to it more and more. 1 year ago, I was able to defeat the 4 generations of Raikage. Now that I have learned the magic, how far will your future be? But my curse is not perfect yet. It seems I should go to this place to find a way. As Oshimaru said, he looked at the map on the wall, and there was a place in it with Kanaru, Libra village. At this time, the door was knocked open. He has white hair and a cold and delicate face. The most attractive thing is the 2 cinnabar marks on the center of his eyebrows. Master Oshimaru, what do you want me to do? Kimaro, go to this place and catch someone over. Daishiwan pointed to the place where there was nowhere. Junmaru looked at it silently, nodded and said, yes. Lord Oshimaru. Chapter 135 Silver Curse Seal Miyama Mountain. Above the stone pillars, Kakashi's neck was cold after removing the curse mark, and the original feeling of being restrained disappeared without a trace in an instant. Kakashi showed a slight smile. The curse seal was finally resolved. Immortal Shinjuo was also delighted to see the black curse mark on Kakashi's neck disappear. Little Kakashi finally succeeded. After removing the curse, Kakashi did not immediately come down, but absorbed natural energy again. Shinjuo Xianren's face is full of doubts. Little Kakashi, what is this going to do? Although he was full of curiosity, Shinjuo Xianren did not run up to ask, but stayed quietly below. Kakashi would do this for his own reasons. After more than a year of getting along, Shinjuo Xianren still knows Kakashi quite well. This seemingly lazy person actually has a persistent energy behind his back. Moreover, Kakashi is definitely a smart person. Shinjuo Xianren has no doubt about this. So, although I don't know what Kakashi is doing, Shinjuo Xianren can be sure that Kakashi definitely has his own reasons for doing this. Just after the curse seal was eliminated, Kakashi exhausted his own magical chakra, and at this time he was replenishing this consumption. A few minutes later, Kakashi's red eye shadow appeared again. Kakashi flew with 10 fingers with both hands, forming a dozen handprints. What kind of ninjutsu seal is this? Why haven't you seen it? Shinjuo Xianren said suspiciously. However, Kakashi didn't give deep thought to the immortal. After the seal, he saw the chakra in Kakashi's body fade like a tide. These fairy chakras all flocked to the same place, which was Kakashi's back waist. In an instant, 3 silver-white goo jade appeared on the back waist, just like the shape of the curse seal before. Shinjuo Xianren was surprised when he saw this place. What's going on? Why did the curse mark appear on Kakashi's body again? Could it be that the curse mark just failed to get rid of? No, that's right. Although the pattern of the curse mark is the same as the previous one, but the color is different. Moreover, the Xianzi chakra in the curse seal is the breath of Miyama Mountain. Thinking of this, Shinjuo Xianren's eyes widened. Could it be that little Kakashi made the curse imprint by himself? He actually copied the curse imprint of Oshimaru. Shinjuo Xianren's face was incredible, but Kakashi could do this step unexpectedly. Kakashi opened his eyes slowly, and the joy in his eyes flashed by. It's a success. These 3 silver white goo jade were researched by Kakashi himself based on the curse seal of Orochimaru. This silver white goo jade pattern is a curse that belongs to Kakashi himself, and this curse seal can store Miyomu Mountain's fairy magic chakra. When Kakashi wants to enter the fairy mode, as long as his mind moves, the curse seal will automatically appear. At that time, it will be much faster than absorbing natural energy on the spot. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is an instant to enter the fairy mode. At this point, the practice of Xianzi has come to an end for Kakashi. Kakashi turned around, grabbed the stone slab under him, and jumped off the stone pillar. Little Kakashi, what's the matter with the curse on your back waist? Seeing Kakashi came down, Shinzuo Xianran couldn't help asking, Master Shinzuo, this silver white curse imprint was researched by me based on the curse imprint of the Orochimaru. The curse imprint of the Orochimaru still has many merits. Now this curse imprint has been transformed into my own by me. With this something, I can instantly enter the fairy mode, you see. Kakashi said, eyes closed and opened, and in an instant, red eye shadow appeared again. Shinzuo Xianran's face was full of shock. The biggest flaw of the fairy mode is that it takes a lot of time to absorb natural energy before entering. And now Kakashi actually solved this problem. This had to surprise Shinzuo Xianran. This is not how talented Kakashi is, but Kakashi is standing on top of the research results of Orochimaru. The research on the curse seal, Dashwin has spent a lot of effort. At this time, these things were all absorbed by Kakashi. With the foundation of this curse seal, Kakashi wants to create a new curse seal mode. It will become much easier. After all, transformation is much simpler than making something out of nothing. It is like the 4th generation of Naruto wave Feng Shui Gate that took 3 years to create Helix Maru, but Naruto only took more than a week to complete it. Is Naruto's talent a lot higher than Watergate? Actually otherwise, Naruto is learning, and Watergate is creating. The energy spent in the process is completely different. The same is true of Kakashi's improved curse. Little Kakashi, you are such a genius. You can think of this way. Master Shinzuo praised it, but it's just an improvement of the curse seal. Master Shinzuo, the curse mark has been eliminated, and I should go back to Konoha. Immortal Shinzuo nodded and said, okay, little Kakashi, welcome to visit Miyomu Mountain in the future. For sure. After Kakashi finished speaking, a flying thunder returned to his bedroom. For more than a year, Kakashi has not always stayed in Miyomu Mountain. Although the 3 generations approved Kakashi's vacation, it is impossible to approve so many at once. After all, Kakashi is not the idle cloud and no crane like Jiraiya and Tsunade. He has his own position in Konoha. It is worth mentioning that, due to Kakashi's outstanding performance, Kakashi is now a Dark Force commander. You know, in the entire Anbu, apart from the Anbu minister, the most powerful person is the Anbu commander. The head of the Dark Army has another name, that is, the deputy head of the Dark Army. There are only 3 dark forces in the dark. It can be said that Kakashi's status in the Anbu is below 1 person and above 10,000 people. However, the structure of Anbu is different from a general department. Although there are positions and powers, the tasks are also to be done. Because no matter how high the position is, the Anbu is under the direct command of Hokage. When encountering some important tasks, the 3rd generation of Naruto will still let Kakashi perform. If this is not the case, the time for Kakashi's practice to be completed may be even earlier. But the progress is not too slow now. Kakashi is very satisfied. After a brief rest, Kakashi came to the Hokage office again the next day. Oh, Kakashi, your practice is over? As soon as Kakashi came in, the 3rd generation of Hokage discovered that the curse mark on Kakashi's neck had disappeared. Obviously, Kakashi must have eliminated the curse. Yes, 3 generations of adults. I have troubled you during this time. Hee. Kakashi is polite, since back, there happens to be a task here without a suitable candidate. 3 generations of Hokage said, and threw a scroll to Kakashi. Kakashi did not hesitate and took it directly. Mission location: Libra Village. Chapter 136. Libra ways me. In the north of the country of fire, there is a small village called Libra Village. There are not many people in the village, about 100 people. The people in this village have a very special physique. They can absorb the energy of nature spontaneously. Although it is very small and cannot increase any combat power, it also makes their bodies as strong as ninjas. In this village, there is an alien named Shijigo. The natural energy he has absorbed is so much that he will fall into a runaway where there is a little more natural energy. The body is covered with black lines, and sometimes even turns into a monster. Because of this terrifying physique, Shijigo was dubbed Libra by the people in the village. Libra weighs me. Although Shijigo is a kind-hearted child, once he runs away, he will destroy everything in front of him. This is something he can't control. In other words, he has a dual personality. Therefore, the kind-hearted Shijigo trapped himself in a cave. In his opinion, only in this cave can he not hurt others. He is really a too kind person. Shijigo, who was thinly clothed, sat alone in the gloomy cave, burying his head in his knees. The lonely figure makes people feel a little distressed. Some people in this world are like this, facing an unfair fate from the very beginning. Some people are lucky and meet someone who can save him. Some people are unlucky and sink for a lifetime. If the next person who comes in is a man, I will kill him. If it is a woman, then I will let her go. The right half of Zongwa's face was covered with black lines, and his right eye became a weird color. He kept mumbling to himself, as if he was making a difficult decision. Outside the village of Libra, Kakashi was alone, and his black windbreaker was blown into a hunting noise. This time Kakashi didn't come here as Anbu, so he didn't wear a mask on his face. Konoha's forehead was tied to his head. No matter who it was, Kakashi's identity could be seen at first glance. In the land of fire, the name of Konoha is naturally the best pass. Libra Village, monster, Kakashi muttered to himself, and the scroll he had seen before appeared in his mind. Task content: Libra Village is often attacked by a monster, which is called Libra by the villagers. Libra Village hopes that Konoha can kill or drive him away. Interesting. Libra, monster, is Shijigo. With light steps, Kakashi has appeared on the edge of Libra Village. Without staying too much, Kakashi went directly to the employer's home, the village head of Libra Village. Master Ninja, you are finally here. The village chief is an old elder, his face is full of wrinkles, and there is a worried look between his eyebrows. Mr. Village Chief, where is this monster? Kakashi asked. Master Ninja, this Libra is in a cave on the mountain. Your lord, be careful, this monster is very fierce, the village chief said worriedly. Well, I see, thanks a lot. Kakashi finished speaking and went up the mountain alone. The village sighed and said, I hope this problem can be solved this time. On the other side, Junmaro also came to Libra Village. Hey, kid. Don't go up to the mountain. There is a monster on that mountain which is very dangerous. A middle-aged uncle was brandishing her in the field, and when he saw Junmaro walking towards the mountain, he quickly persuaded him. Monster? Junmaro said coldly. Yes, there is a monster called Libra on that mountain. He often goes down to kill people. If you go up the mountain, you will definitely be killed by him, the uncle said with a face of fear. At the same time, I was afraid that Junmaro would not believe it, and pointed to the destroyed house on the side. That is the masterpiece of Libra. Junmaro glanced coldly, did not speak, and walked towards the mountain. What I said is true, don't go up the mountain. But no matter what the uncle said, Junmaro remained unmoved. Hey, why doesn't this kid listen to advice? Forget it, just take care of yourself. Seeing Junmaro didn't listen to his own words, the uncle didn't bother to take care of it either. He did everything he could, and Junmaro was going to find his own death, so the uncle couldn't say anything. Kakashi stood somewhere on the mountain and looked at the cave in front of him. It should be here. Kakashi could feel that in the cave, there was a breath that was not weak, but a feeling of magic. After practicing Xianzu, even if Kakashi hadn't seen the fairy mode, his perception was much stronger than before. There is a strong sense of natural energy. Without thinking, Kakashi walked directly into the cave. The gloomy cave is a bit damp, but it looks quite tidy and should be inhabited frequently. It didn't take long before Kakashi saw that there were many stone pillars in front of him. The stone pillars were not too thick, just like railings one by one. It's like a prison with stone pillars. And behind the stone pillar railing, there was a young man with orange hair. He buried his head in his knees and kept whispering, "Don't come, don't come, come again, I will kill you." The voice is low and there is a crazy feeling. Kakashi could feel that this boy's body was constantly absorbing natural energy at this time, and it had already exceeded the load. This is the source of the curse seal. Does the scale weigh me? This speed of absorbing natural energy is really fast. Just when Kakashi was feeling emotional, Shijigo suddenly stood up. Half of his face was covered with black runes. He. There is another man to die. Let me send you to hell. Shijigo's voice became sharp and gloomy. His right hand instantly turned into a great tentacle, and he jumped and directly smashed the stone pillar. Go to hell, Chongwu yelled, and the right fist that turned into a monster's hand slammed into Kakashi. Good attack power. Kakashi sighed with emotion and knotted his hands. Needle Jizo. The silver-white hair instantly stretched and became as hard as iron, wrapping the body flexibly. Ding! Shijigo's iron fist fell on Kakashi's needle Jizo, and there was a sound of steel clashing. What? Chongo screamed. The right hand that turned into a monster was actually pierced by Kakashi's needle. The blood ran down and fell on the ground. The needles are both offensive and defensive. Under the catalysis of chakra, the silver-white hair becomes extremely hard, and the hair is like steel needles. Shijigo smashed it so hard, it was naturally unpleasant. What's more, Zongwu is not very old now, just 8 or 9 years old. And the curse seal is not as strong as later. The severe pain made Shigo go crazier. Ah, damn it! Chongwu roared, and the curse runes on his body spread. Chapter 137 Cage. The huge emotional fluctuations made Shijigo's curse even more serious. Kakashi frowned. It was not a way to go on like this. I didn't come here to kill Shijigo. If Chongwu's curse seal can be controlled, with his physique, he can also use Xianzu chakra, and he will definitely be a good hand in the future. Immortal arts, seal arts, physical arts, these are all things that can come in handy in the future. And whether it is Xiangrin or Shijigo, both are talented people. In Kakashi's view, they are definitely worth training. Although they may not be able to use them in the end, it would be a good thing if they could change the original tragic fate of these people. Thinking of this, Kakashi decided to let Jungo withdraw from the curse seal first, so that he could talk to Jungo. Shijigo is innocent, but Kakashi doesn't worry about Shijigo not to go with him. As long as it shows the power that can control Shigogo, Shigogo will naturally not object. After all, staying here will also hurt people, and these are not what Shijigo is willing to do. What Shijigo needs more is someone who can control him. Moreover, he is also a lonely person. But in a moment, Shijigo turned into a monster, or it could be said that he was in the state of curse yin too. Ha ha ha, go to hell. At this time, Kakashi saw in his eyes it was not the handsome boy just now, but a terrifying and hideous face. Kakashi shook his head, which was really sad. I got the power I couldn't control, and lost myself at the same time. In that case, let me make a cage for you. Under the curse, Shijigo's strength greatly increased. After this punch, Kakashi could hear the wind brought by that fist. Kakashi narrowed his right eye, a little right foot, and flashed sideways, just to escape Shijigo's iron fist. The turning body turned half a circle around Chongo. His right hand turned into a hand knife, and it was cut on Chongo's back. What? Chongo screamed. This blow actually knocked Chongo away directly and fell into the rock wall. Boom! There was a loud noise, and there was a human-shaped pothole on the wall. Kakashi did not pursue, but stood still, looking at the pothole. Not long after, Chongo walked out again in the pothole, equally hideous. It's really a hit, there's nothing like this. Kakashi sighed with emotion, and Shijio roared again and rushed over. The blood-filled right hand didn't seem to hurt at all, so he squeezed it tightly again. Kakashi shook his head. This guy is really delirious. Facing Shijio, who struck again, Kakashi decided not to waste time. Hands not printing. Soil escape. Rock pillar prison. As soon as the voice fell, a few thick stone pillars protruded from the ground, firmly locking Shijio's limbs. No matter how Shijio struggles, it is all in vain. Roar! Let go of me, you fellow! Jungo's face was full of hideous and murderous intent, as if he wanted to kill Kakashi. Kakashi had no doubt that if Shijio really had this ability, he would definitely do it. It is a pity that Shijio was already under his control at this time, and with his own ability, Shijio could not break free. Kakashi walked up to Shijio and said, "Shijio, leave here with me, this doesn't belong to you." Chongwu's curse imprint slowly faded at this time. After all, he was not very old, and it would not last long to enter the second curse imprint. Jungo, whose curse seal had faded away, looked a little haggard. Obviously, using the curse seal in this way would cost Jungo a lot. "I can't leave here, I will hurt others," Zongo said, showing a lonely expression. "Jungo, the sword has double edges, it can hurt and protect others. Your power is very powerful, but you haven't learned to control it. When you learn to control it one day, you will burst out with powerful power. However, I am still far from being able to control it. I can't leave here at all. Otherwise, I will kill people at any time." Shijio showed a painful expression. For him, who is kind by nature, hurting others is really an extremely painful thing. "Then let me make a cage for you, so that you won't lose control of yourself, and can help you control your strength." "Cage?" Zongwu looked puzzled. Kakashi smiled slightly and said, "Hold it up." Shijio hadn't reacted yet, and Kakashi immediately made a seal with both hands, and then pointed his right index finger into Shijio's forehead. A scorching heat passed from the center of the eyebrows into Shijio's body. Shijio just felt like his body was being burned by fire, and his blood was boiling. What? Shijio felt that the natural energy in his body seemed to be bound by something strange, and then rushed to his back waist together. A black curse appeared quietly. At this time, Shijio also felt that the hot sensation disappeared without a trace, and there was an extremely hot sensation in the back of the waist. Zongwu softened and fainted directly. Seeing this, Kakashi removed the stone pillar that had restrained Shijio. This curse imprint is different from Kakashi's curse imprint and Oshimaru's curse imprint. After all, Kakashi's goal is not to give Shijio the power of magic, but to give Shijio a cage. In Shijio's situation, it was too easy to absorb natural energy, so that he could not control the violent natural energy, and fell into a state of rampage. Speaking of it, this situation of Chongwu is somewhat similar to the side effects of practicing Long Didong immortal art. Kakashi's curse imprint on Shijio only restrains the natural energy, and the rest of the functions are gone. After all, Junga himself is the origin of the curse seal, and other things have no effect on him. On the contrary, it will be a little superfluous. This should be able to contain the natural energy in Shijio, and when he can control it, this curse will be useless. Kakashi murmured to himself, and helped him up when he fell on the ground and put it aside. Before long, Shijio woke up. "Huh? Jungo, you are awake." As soon as Shijio opened his eyes, he saw Kakashi sitting not far away, and the crescent eyes hanging on his face. "It's you." Shijio touched his forehead, as if he hadn't recovered from what had just happened. "How do you feel?" Kakashi asked. Chongo was stunned when he heard the words, and then felt that the natural energy in his body seemed to disappear. No, it can't be said that it disappeared, but it was all sealed on the back waist. This, Shijio was surprised. That bloodthirsty impulse disappeared completely. "Is this the cage you are talking about?" Shijio looked at Kakashi with scorching eyes. his eyes full of gratitude. Kakashi smiled and said, "Such a cage. Should it help you get out of here?" Shijigo finally smiled at this time and nodded heavily. Okay. Chapter 138 Kakashi vs Junmaro. Reward plus more. Junmaro walked all the way and found that the mountain was quiet, as if there were no creatures, which was a bit strange. It is still an iceberg face that will last forever. Walking slowly on the mountain path. Suddenly, Junmaro turned his head and saw a place not far away. Huh? That cave is there, Junmaro secretly said in his heart, and then walked in that direction. Brother Kakashi, where are we going? Shijigo, who cursed Inka, felt a lot more relaxed, with a long-lost smile on his face, and walked out of the hole with Kakashi. Although Shijigo was only 8 or 9 years old at this time, he was not short in height. He had reached Kakashi's shoulder, about 1 meter 6. Perhaps accepting natural energy all the year round helps growth and development. Konoha village, the country of fire. There will be a safe place. And there, you will also know a lot of friends. 2 people may become your younger siblings. Kakashi smiled warmly and touched Shijigo's hair. Zongo was a little stunned for a while, and then turned into a faint smile on his face. Konoha, it's really a place to look forward to. Suddenly, Kakashi frowned, blocked Shijigo behind him, and said, "My friend, since it's here, come out." Chongo was stunned for a moment, and immediately reacted, "There are others here." Shijigo looked in the direction Kakashi was facing, and saw a white-haired teenager walked out of nowhere, who looked almost the same age as himself. The most attractive is the 2 cinnabar marks between the eyebrows. What a handsome person. Hokage Kakashi, I didn't expect you to be here, Junmaro said coldly, but his body was already tense. Regarding Kakashi that he accidentally discovered on the riverbank, Junmaro often heard it from Ozemaru's-sama. Mr. Orochimaru admired Kakashi very much, which made Junmaro a little jealous. Junmaro has always wanted to find a chance to prove that he is better than Kakashi. Just staying in Otonin village, Junmaro never had a chance to meet Kakashi. Unexpectedly, when I went out to perform a task for the first time, I met Kakashi. I don't know if it is lucky or unfortunate. At least at this time, Junmaro believes that this is a kind of luck. Junmaro knows that Kakashi is very strong, but he believes that he is no worse than anyone except Orochimaru-sama. Seeing that it was Junmaro, Kakashi was also stunned for a moment. He didn't expect to see this boy again in such a place. "Kimaro," Kakashi whispered. "Hakiki Kakashi, I don't know if I can give me the boy behind you. He is the target of Lord Orochimaru." Kakashi gave a chuckle, and the secret path was like this. Orochimaru had already focused on the source of the curse seal of Zongwu, and wanted to perfect his curse seal. That won't work. Shijigo has already promised to come back to Konoha with me. In that case, I can only do it. As Junmaro said, he pulled out a bone from his palm and held it in his hand like a long knife. Kakashi's eyelids twitched. This kind of move looked really painful. I have to say that this kind of blood inheritance limit of the Hyuga clan is really abnormal enough. Perhaps it is precisely because of this inhumane blood inheritance limit that Junmaro was infected with bloodstained disease and eventually died young. I don't know if Junmaro now has signs of illness. Jungo, you step back a bit, brother Kakashi, Shijigo said with a worried look. Kakashi showed her crescent eyes and said, "It's okay, it will be over soon." Perhaps it was Kakashi's powerful confidence that infected Shijigo, who obediently stood behind. Upon seeing this, Kakashi looked at Junmaro, and saw that Junmaro's whole body was tight, and he would attack at any time. When he stretched out his right hand, Qianting Dao was in his hand instantly. Tsubaki dance. Junmaro speeded up immediately, swiping a bone knife in his right hand, and a slash came out. Kakashi is not in a hurry. Qianting blocks. The strength is not small. Junmaro's physical skills are naturally outstanding at this age, but compared with Kakashi, it is still far behind. Even if Kakashi did not put physique on the focus of his practice, Physique was also an indispensable part when practicing swordsmanship. Furthermore, the practice of Beiman is not in vain. Although Kakashi has never broken through the 7th goal, but the physical fitness is also very good. Junmaro's expression remained unchanged. For those who praised Oshimaru, Junmaro naturally didn't expect this blow to take Kakashi down. More is just a trial. Dance of iron thread flowers. The right hand quickly pulled out the spine, turned into a chain, and tied Kakashi's body. Brother Kakashi, Chongo exclaimed, looking at Kakashi who was tied tightly. His heart was full of worry. Junmaro did not show the slightest expression of joy. It was too relaxed. So relaxed that Junmaro was a little unacceptable. How could the person whom Dashimaru's armor fancies so weak? Kakashi looked at the blood-bearing spine chain around him, and couldn't help admiring the metamorphosis of the bones again. Then Kakashi's muscles collapsed. Chidori, Guansheng. The song of birds covered Kakashi's entire body. When the electric current appeared, Junmaro was shocked, and was directly hit by the electric current and flew out. At this time, Junmaro's body surface was also entwined with a blue electric current. Zonga looked happy, but didn't speak anymore. Brother Kakashi is really strong. He can definitely control me. Kakashi did not pursue, but stood still. For Junmaro, Kakashi did not intend to kill. After all, Junmaro was just a poor man. I don't know if I met someone like Oshimaru, luck or misfortune. Kakashi wouldn't mind taking Junmaro back to Konoha if Oshimaru hadn't taken him away. Only now, since Junmaro has identified Oshimaru, Kakashi knew that Junmaro would never betray Oshimaru. For the set of buying people's hearts, Dash-1 obviously achieved the ultimate, which may be the personality charm of Dash-1. With Junmaro's often mentality eager to be recognized, it is absolutely impossible to resist the charm of Oshimaru. Junmaro quickly stood up from the ground. Junmaro, who has bones and veins, has a very good defense, and Kakashi's Chidori flow will not cause any harm to him. Junmaro looked at Kakashi solemnly. This might be the strongest person he had ever seen except Oshimaru. Junmaro even had a feeling that perhaps Oshimaru's armor might not be able to defeat the person in front of him. But this kind of thought first appeared in Junmaro's mind, and it was suppressed by Junmaro. Do not. Oshimaru's armor is the strongest. Chapter 139. The abused Junmaro. 10 fingers pierced. Junmaro clenched his teeth, obviously dissatisfied with this result. Stretching out his hands, 10 bones shot out from his fingers. The speed is as fast as 10 bullets. Kakashi didn't move when he saw it, and with a flick of his right hand, the same 10 thunderbolts turned into thousands and flew out. Well done, Chidori. That tiny Kienban is no slower than 10 finger bones. Ding! The two collided in midair, and 10,000 Ben had 10 finger bones. Chidori continued unabated, and flew towards Junmaro with his finger bones inserted. Junmaro was shocked. This was the first time that he had been greeted in this way after using his 10-finger piercing bullet. The right-hand bone knife directly blocked the 10,000 pieces with the finger bones inserted, and Kienban was deeply inserted into the bone knife. The bone knives shattered layer by layer, eventually turning into fragments and falling on the floor. Junmaro looked at the scene before him, and couldn't help smiling wryly. This guy is too strong. Junmaro knew exactly how hard his bones were. But I didn't expect it to be broken by Kakashi. Junmaro is a little frustrated. Is there such a big gap between the two? Kakashi was not surprised when he saw this. No matter how talented Junmaro is, how much can he show at this age? At the age of 8 or 9, even Kakashi himself, at best, is only at the level of Zongnin. In Kakashi's view, Junmaro's power is already very strong now. Do you want to continue? Junmaro, you are very strong. But I will not give up. For the sake of Master Oshimaru, I will definitely defeat you. Junmaro's face was firm, and he obviously wouldn't give up. For Junmaro, Oshimaru is everything to him, so even if he pays his life, he must definitely complete the task given by Oshimaru. Flower. Junmaro let out a low growl, and a white bone immediately appeared on his right hand, covering his entire arm at the same time. In an instant, the white bones formed a spiral cone to replace the original right hand. The strongest bone, I want you to penetrate directly, Junmaru said coldly, but his movements seemed a little slow. Obviously, this trick was too reluctant for him. Kakashi shook his head. This guy is really persistent. Once a creature like a human has faith, it will be firmer than anything else. And Oshimaru is Junmaru's absolute belief. One is really lucky to have such a subordinate. The emotion in his heart flashed by. Facing the aggressive Junmaru, Kakashi didn't want to avoid it for a while. If that's the case, then go head to head. See if your bones are hard, or my ninjutsu is stronger. Hands not printing, Rachel. The blue thunder light condensed in Kakashi's hands, showing his peerless edge. On one side is Junmaru's skeletal cone, known as the strongest spear, and on the other, is the strongest blade wreck that can sever the lightning in the sky. The strongest versus the strongest. Looking at the blue thunder light in Kakashi's hand that looked like a peerless sword, Junmaru didn't have the slightest fear. Now that you have decided to make a desperate move, how can you be afraid? What? Junmaru roared, raised the skeletal cone of his right hand, and rushed towards Kakashi. Kakashi left the place for the first time since fighting Junmaru. With wreck in his hand, the blue thunder light reflected Kakashi's cool face. The clash of bones and thunder and lightning. Shijigo watched the battle in front of him worriedly. Noisy. With no doubt, Kakashi's cut through Junmaru's skeletal cone directly like a sharp blade. Junmaru looked at the thunder light gradually approaching him in disbelief. Does it end here? Lord Oshimaru, I'm sorry, I failed your trust. Layers of bones shattered, turned into fly ash and disappeared in midair. Junmaru wanted to hide at this time, but there was no time to get away, so he could only watch the sharp right hand slowly stamping on his chest. At this time, Kakashi scattered his right hand to chakra and returned to its original appearance, then turned around, turned his right palm into a knife, and hit Junmaru directly in the back of the head. Boom! Junmaru was knocked out by Kakashi before he even had time to react. Kakashi had reservations when using Rek, so the terrifying chakra was dispersed at the last minute without taking the life of Junmaru. Junmaru has not much time. Such a tragic figure, Kakashi is really reluctant to kill him. Watching Junmaru fall, Kakashi walked to Shigego's side and said, Shigogo, let's go. Brother Kakashi, is that man dead? No, I was just knocked out. I will wake up in a while. Brother Kakashi, why did he come to catch me? The power in your body is amazing, so it attracts others' prying eyes. Don't worry, I won't let others hurt you. Okay, let's go. Kakashi just wanted to take Jungo away, but Jungo said again, wait a minute. Brother Kakashi. What's happening? Kakashi said with some confusion. Brother Kakashi, if he just throws him here, I'm afraid he will be taken away by the beast later. Shall we put him in the cave? Shijigo looked at Kakashi pleadingly, afraid that Kakashi would refuse. Kakashi was taken aback. Shijigo was really kind-hearted a little too much. Well, let's put him in the cave together. Okay. Seeing Kakashi's promise, Shijigo nodded happily. After placing Junmaru in the cave, Kakashi left with Shijigo. Before long, Junmaru woke up from his coma. Junmaru was clutching his neck. Apparently there was still a feeling of pain in the blow just now. Where am I? Junmaru whispered, but unfortunately no one answered him. Frowning, Junmaru recalled the scene before. He didn't kill me, Junmaru said in disbelief. He really didn't expect Kakashi to let him go. Damn it, what do you do if you haven't completed the task of Lord Oshimaru? As soon as he escaped from the dead, Junmaru had no time to be happy, so he thought of this sad thing again. At this moment, Junmaru felt as if the place he touched was a puddle of water. Junmaru was puzzled and took his hand up. This is blood. The strong smell of blood made Junmaru immediately realize what was on his hand. Why is the blood here? Junmaru was a little puzzled. He was sure that he was not injured, so the blood was obviously not his own. Whose is that? Junmaro was a little puzzled, but he didn't take care of it. He stood up and walked out. He just wanted to know where it was now. When he reached the entrance of the cave, Junmaru suddenly realized that this was the cave just now. Wait, is the blood in the cave flowing out of the person that Master Dashimaru wanted to catch? Junmaro thought about it for a while, and he just saw the boy with a bandage on his right arm, and it was still faintly bloody. Junmaro looked happy, and immediately ran back to the cave and filled all the blood into the bottle. With these blood, Junmaro can be considered to be able to go back for business. Although you may not be able to get the understanding of Dashimaru, it is better than nothing. With a feeling of anxiety, Junmaro returned to Otonin village with these blood. Chapter 140 Itachi Uchiha Mui Hidden Village, Anbu Training Ground. Ding ding ding. The fierce collision of kunai and kunai sparked countless sparks. A silver-white figure and a black figure intertwined with each other, and then they were touched. Senior Kakashi, I didn't expect you to get stronger and stronger in the past 2 years. I thought I could catch up with you. As Shisui said, he stroked his hair with some annoyance. These two people are Kakashi and Shisui. Kakashi smiled and said, Shisui, you are already very good. Well, it's much worse than the predecessors. Shisui has been doing things with Kakashi's staff for several years, and the relationship between the two can be said to be getting better and better in the past few years. For Shisui, Kakashi is like his big brother. Kakashi often advises Shisui on the usage of Shaolin, as well as the technique of swordsmanship and instantaneous movement. Speaking of it, the two moves are somewhat similar. Kakashi was non-committal and didn't excuse anymore. Since returning from Libra village last time, Kakashi has been performing missions in Anbu. As for Shijigo, after explaining to the 3 generations of Hokage, he and Xianglin and Naruto lived in the same apartment building smoothly. Shijigo has a simple temperament, and naturally gets along with Naruto and Xianglin very happily. And because of being restrained by Kakashi's curse, Shijigo did not run away again. Suddenly Shisui slapped his head and said, Senior Kakashi, I suddenly remembered that there is something to do. Would you like to go with me? Huh? What's the matter? Kakashi asked with some confusion. Senior, as you know, the village has recently held the Chunin test. Today is the last day. I want to see how that kid Itachi is doing. Naturally, Shisui would not doubt the strength of Itachi. If Itachi couldn't pass the Chunin test, no one would pass the Chunin test this time. The reason why Shisui pulled Kakashi was also because he hoped that Kakashi could see Itachi's outstanding performance, and it would be a lot easier for Itachi to enter the dark part. It can be said that Shisui really took great pains for his friend. Kakashi heard the words and looked at Shisui, showing a smile that was not a smile, making Shisui a little guilty for a while. Kakashi will naturally not fail to see the purpose of stopping water. It's just nothing to see. Kakashi is still full of interest in Itachi. By the way, Kakashi has not officially met Itachi, and I don't know what level it is at this time. Okay, Shisui, I'll go with you. I don't have any tasks today anyway. Seeing Kakashi's agreement, Shisui breathed a sigh of relief. This kind of careful thinking is really not something that Shisui is good at. The two hit it off and walked towards the Zongnin exam venue. This time the Zongnin exam did not invite other countries to join, but a small exam organized by Konoha himself. But there should be no less than one process. The first 2 assessments have ended, and the 3rd assessment is being carried out at this time. It is worth mentioning that Uchiha Itachi took the Chunin exam alone. At this time, Itachi was only 10 years old. His teammates did not have the strength to accept the challenge of the Zongnin exam, but Itachi's instructor thought that Itachi had enough strength, so he recommended to the 3rd generation of Naruto to take the Zongnin exam alone. This was coupled with the operation of the Uchiha clan, so this happened for the first time in history to take the Chunin exam alone. Itachi did not refuse. After all, this matter not only had his own meaning, but also his father, Uchiha Tomatake. Uchiha Tomatake helps Itachi can show the world the strong side of Uchiha. Although Shisui at this time has won the title of Shushin Shisui in the ninja world, and is recognized by Uchiha as the strongest illusion, but in Fuayu's view, these are far from enough. However, Itachi has proved his ability to go to the third exam alone. Itachi, are you confident this time? Fuyu asked coldly with the face of a 1,000-year-old iceberg. At this time, Itachi had already inherited his father's unsmiling, just nodded and said, no problem. Fuyu nodded in satisfaction. His son has never let himself down. Brother, you must beat them down later. The milky voice in the milk is exactly the 6-year-old Sasuke. Seeing Sasuke speaking, Itachi smiled and said, don't worry, Sasuke, my brother will definitely defeat them. Brother is the strongest. Sasuke squeezed his fists with both hands on his chest, his face flushed. He was obviously very excited. Okay, Itachi, go. The exam begins. Yes, father. After speaking, Itachi walked to the exam site. The invigilator was a shinobu. Seeing Itachi came up, he said, the last test of the Nakanobu test. From now on, Uchiha Itachi is fighting Inu Saburo. Itachi looked at the man in front of him, who should be about 15 years old, without any expression on his face. Saburo Inu squeezed the kunai in his hand nervously, and said in secret, damn, how come you meet the Uchiha clan? The Uchiha clan is absolutely famous in Konoha, and no one does not know it. Seeing the scarlet three-jade writing wheel eyes in Itachi's pupils, Saburo Inu's heart was full of bitterness. The name of Uchiha Itachi's genius had already spread in Konoha, and Saburo Inu really had no confidence in the face of the three-jade's writing wheel. Sorry, your exam is over. Itachi uttered his own words faintly, but Saburo Inu was furious when he heard the words. What a joke. What about the Uchiha clan? It seems how to deal with you. As Saburo Inu said, he quickly got the seal in his hand. Soil escape. Crack the earth and turn his palm. Press in both hands on the ground. The ground cracked directly and quickly approached the ferret. Kakashi, who was watching the battle, said, this Inu Saburo is not weak. He can master this kind of ninjutsu, and he does have the power of Zongnin. It's just that he can't see the situation. Shisui just smiled, did not speak. Just when the offensive was about to hit Itachi, Itachi disappeared with a sigh. Saburo Inu was shocked. Where? Before Saburo Inu could react, a cold radiant Kuma was already placed on his neck. When Saburo Inu saw this, he couldn't help leaving a cold sweat. Itachi said coldly, sorry, it seems that I won. Saburo Inu smiled bitterly. He thought he could still support a few moves, but he didn't expect that the skill that could not be reached in one round would be like this. Is the gap really that big? Upon seeing this, the invigilator came in and announced, winner, Itachi Uchiha. Hearing this, Itachi put aside his own suffering and left the examination room. Really worthy of being my son. Fuyu didn't mean anything about his praise, and Itachi's performance was impeccable. Brother, you are so amazing. Go back and teach me, okay? Sasuke said with a look of excitement. Itachi showed a warm smile and said, no problem. Chapter 141 Anbu Assessment. Senior Kakashi, you see, Itachi is very good. Kakashi nodded, agreeing with Shisui's statement. Even Kakashi had to admit that he did not have this strength at this age. Itachi's talent really wasn't blown out. The powerful ninjutsu operation, the ability to analyze the situation, and the application of psychological tactics, performed perfectly in the short battle just now. Such people, as long as they are given time to grow and become the pinnacle of the world, it is not a problem. Seeing Kakashi's agreement, Shisui hurriedly continued to ask, Senior Kakashi, it's okay to let Itachi come to Anbu, right? Shisui, if you are an ordinary person, I can let him enter the Anbu by nodding. But if you are from the Uchiha clan, You have to nod the head of the 3 generations of adults. You were able to enter the An because the 3 generations of adults agreed. I know this. I'll talk to the 3 generations of adults. I don't want Itachi to come to your hands. If you can get 3 generations of adults to agree, I will naturally have no problem. When Shisui heard this, he was overjoyed and said, "Then thank you, Senior." Kakashi waved his hand and said, "Welcome. I can also relax a lot with Shisui you as a powerful subordinate." Senior is so polite. In the Naruto office, in front of the 3 generations of Naruto are Uchiha Itachi's materials. A genius of the Uchiha clan, his talent does not seem to be under Shisui. The 3 generations of Naruto's side. Although the Uchiha clan is rebellious, it has to be said that the proportion of geniuses in this family is really high. The younger generation of Uchiha Shisui has grown up, and now there is another Uchiha Itachi. God really favors this family. Looking at this Uchiha Itachi's information, it seems that they belong to the Uchiha clan who has a peaceful mind like Shisui. They are worth training. Recently, the Uchiha clan's intention to enter Anbu has become more and more obvious. The 3 generations of Hokage took a pipe and spit out white smoke, lost in thought. After a while, the 3rd generation of Hokage picked up the pen and wrote a document. After writing, the 3 generations of Hokage called out, "Mewing." With a scream, a figure appeared in front of the 3rd generation of Hokage. "Kikage, you give this document to Uchiha Tomatake." "Yes, Hokage-sama." The Anbu took the file and disappeared in the office. Hey! The Uchiha clan is really a troublesome clan. No wonder the teacher is so wary of it. Uchiha's residence, at the home of Uchiha Tomatake. Uchiha Tomatake, this is the file from Naruto-sama. Fu reached out and took it, and the dark part disappeared. Fu looked at it carefully, and a smile appeared on his iceberg-like face. Great. The 3rd generation of Hokage finally agreed to Itachi to enter the Anbu. At this moment, Itachi came over. "My father, is there anything you asked me to come over?" Fu handed the document to Itachi and said, "Are you confident?" Itachi reached out and took it. The document read, "Itachi Uchiha, who possesses the excellent qualities of a ninja, will be arranged to enter the Anbu examination 1 month later, and after passing it, he will enter the Anbu directly under Hokage." After reading it, Itachi bowed to Fuyu and said, "Father, please rest assured." Futake nodded with satisfaction, and said, "You are the 2nd person from my Uchiha clan to enter Anbu. Before that, please learn from your brother Shisui." "Yes, my father." "Go down and get ready." "Yes, my father." Itachi sat alone on the training ground, closed his eyes and thought. Entering the dark part, Itachi naturally knew that it was not as simple as it seemed. Although only 10 years old, Itachi already has mature ideas. The contradiction between the Uchiha clan and the Konoha high level is getting more and more serious, and entering Anbu by oneself may not be a good thing. "I'm afraid my father arranged himself into Anbu to be a spy." Uchiha is no longer satisfied with his current embarrassing position. And Konoha's current strength is in a period of weakness, which further stimulates the ambitions of the Uchiha clan. Although Hokage Kakashi was famous in the ninja world before, in the view of Uchiha's family, Hokage Kakashi was just using the glory of Sharingan, and it was nothing to worry about. In Konoha, Shisui was the only one who knew that Kakashi had opened a kaleidoscope to right round eyes, and Shisui did not talk about it everywhere. After all, in the eyes of Shisui, Kakashi is his beloved eldest brother. This is Kakashi's secret. Shisui still knows what effect it will have on Kakashi. Therefore, Shisui buried it in his heart without telling anyone. If the Uchiha clan knew that Kakashi had opened a kaleidoscope to right round eyes, their attitude would be completely different. Itachi was a little bit distressed, and the dilemma between the family and the village fell on him. Fortunately, I am not alone, but there is also a Uchiha member who has the same dreams as myself. Shisui, come out. Itachi, you are really getting more and more sensitive. The sound of Shisui came, and people jumped out from behind the big tree. I haven't congratulated you yet. You are now Zongren. Now, this is a gift for you, Shisui said, took out a shinobi sword and handed it to Itachi. This shinobi sword was bought last time when I went to the country of craftsmanship to perform a mission. It's very sharp. Itachi took it, and waved it, feeling very good. Thanks a lot. No need. Yes, today I took Senior Kakashi to see your exam. Senior Kakashi is very satisfied with you. When you enter the dark part, you can do things under Senior Kakashi. Maybe we can still become teammates. Hasaki Kakashi, after listening to you for so long, I really want to see it. I won't let you down. Hey, by the way, did Master Naruto arrange an assessment for you? Well, it's arranged. 1 month later. A month later? Then you have to prepare well, but I believe that with your strength, there is definitely no problem. I'll try my best. Well, I'll see you in Anbu then. By the way, is Sasuke going to school? When it comes to Sasuke, Itachi has a smile on his face. Yeah, in September. It's almost a month later. Hey, then your brothers are really entering a new stage together. I hope that Sasuke's pressure will not be too great. Hey, with a brother like you, it's impossible to think about the pressure of Sasuke. You know what the patriarch's temper is. I can guarantee that even if Sasuke takes the first place, the patriarch will definitely do it. Say, good job, continue to learn like your brother. Shisui said, putting on the face of an iceberg like Fuyu, and said with a sense of truth. Itachi sighed helplessly. From Itachi's point of view, what Shisui said would happen 100%. It's just that this is not something he can decide. As a father's pride, Itachi can only continue to be excellent. Chapter 142 Three Little Ghosts. Jungo, have you gotten up yet? Early in the morning, Naruto ran to the door of Shigeo's room and knocked on the door. Since Shigeo and Xiangrin's company, Naruto's life has changed a lot. Although the villagers still treat themselves very badly, he now has his own friends. Every day I can practice, eat and play with Xiangrin and Shigeo. Naruto feels that his world has become alive. Come on, Naruto. Good morning. Shigeo opened the door and saw the energetic blonde child in front of him at a glance. Zongo, you are awake. Then let's go find Xiangrin. Okay. At the door of Xiangrong's room. Xiangrin, get up. The banging door obviously stimulated Xiangrin, who was sleeping fast. With a bang, the door opened, but instead of Xiangrong, a pillow came out. The pillow hit Naruto's head without any accident, knocking it to the ground. Ouch! Naruto hit the ground and exhaled in pain. Chongwu dripped cold sweat on his head, secretly glad that he was not knocking on the door just now. Naruto, how many times have you said it? Don't disturb me while I am sleeping. Xiangrin, who was still in her pajamas, had her red hair all upside down, looking very hideous and terrifying. Yes, I'm sorry. Seeing Xiangrin's rage, Naruto swallowed and looked very guilty. Really? Don't you know that poor sleep is a natural enemy for girls? I'm sorry, but Brother Bayamao said that he has something to tell us this morning, and he wants us to go to the 7th exercise site. That's why I called you, Naruto said aggrievedly. What? You didn't say it earlier, Xianglin said, slammed the door and went in to change clothes. It didn't take long before Xianglin changed his clothes and walked out of it. Let's go. Naruto and Shigeo were stunned. Xiangrin's speed was really fast enough. What to look at? Let's go. Oh, good. Naruto and Shigeo glanced at each other, and both knew what they meant in each other's eyes. Don't offend a woman, especially a woman like Xiangrong. On the 7th exercise site, Kakashi came here early in the morning, holding 3 registration forms in his hand. It didn't take long for the 3 Naruto to arrive at the 7th exercise site. Naruto, I blame you for being so slow. Look, Brother Kakashi is here. Seeing Kakashi standing there from a distance, Xianglin first started to shake the pot. Naruto is helpless. Obviously you are the last to get up. Okay. Shigeo looked at the two in silence, smiling, but didn't say anything. Although the two were noisy, Shigeo could feel that the relationship between the two was very good. Brother Kakashi, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. It's all Naruto. It's too late. Xiangrin's strength turned the pot. Naruto looked aggrieved, but did not dare to argue, because Xiangrin's eyes looked terrifying. Kakashi put the small expressions of the three into his eyes, smiled slightly, understood in his heart, but didn't say anything. It was not the first time that Kakashi met this kind of thing between Xiangrin and Naruto, as he was used to it a long time ago. Well, since you are all here, there is one thing I want to tell you. What's the matter, Brother Kakashi? Yes, this is for you, Kakashi said, and sent the form in his hand to the three of them. The three of them took it suspiciously and looked at the handwriting on the form. Konoha Ninja School application form. Yes, Naruto and Kashin are both 6 years old. It's time to go to Konoha's ninja school. Shigeo, you are also 8 years old. Although enrollment will be a bit late now, it doesn't matter. The three looked at each other, and Naruto said, Brother Bayamao, we will work hard. Yeah, Brother Kakashi, we will definitely not let you down. Xianglin said. Brother Kakashi, I will cheer. Well, I believe you. When you graduate from the ninja school, I will give you a gift each. Really, Brother Kakashi? Of course. Well, that's the way it is. You guys practice here, I still have things to do. Let's go first. Kakashi said, disappearing in place with a bang. Ah, it turns out to be the shadow clone of Brother Bayamao. Naruto said with his head drooping. Okay, Naruto, stop complaining. We have to hurry up and practice. You see, the registration form says that there are entrance exams. If we fail to pass, it would be too shameful. Xiangrin waved the registration form in his hand and said, no, I have to strengthen my practice today. In fact, Naruto and Xiangrin's worries are a bit redundant. Although this entrance examination does exist, the content of the examination is very simple. At the level of 3 people, there is absolutely no problem. Otherwise, Kakashi would definitely put aside some things and guide the 3 of them for a few days. The 6th class of Anbu. Time flies so fast. Naruto is about to go to school. So next is the Uchiha clan. Kakashi was lying halfway on a bench with his hands behind his head. Now that Naruto has enrolled in school, it is not far away to want to come to the Uchiha clan. Although it is not clear when it will be, it will not take long to come. For the Uchiha clan, Kakashi is really a headache, and can't think of any way. After all, the contradiction between the Konoha executives and the Uchiha clan can be said to have existed since the establishment of the village. Now it has only developed to this level, and it may explode at any time. Such things are no secret among Konoha's clans. It's just that if these big clans make a choice, basically no one will choose the Uchiha clan. After all, the aura of the Uchiha clan with upturned nostrils is not something ordinary people can tolerate. Therefore, even if the Uchiha clan can defeat the high-level leaders headed by the 3 generations, I am afraid that the position of Naruto will not be stable. After all, it's not just the Konoha executives who are unhappy with the Uchiha clan. Forget it. Go one step at a time. The reason why Kakashi cares about the Uchiha clan is just to stop the water. After all, Shisui has been with him for so long. Kakashi agrees with this companion from his heart, but for the Uchiha clan, Kakashi is really powerless. If there is a way, maybe Itachi wouldn't choose such a path. Kakashi felt a little melancholy. Although his strength had increased a lot, he had to say that sometimes it wasn't just strength. Kakashi is now not up to the point where one person can calm the world. Senior Kakashi, Naruto-sama has come to order. When Kakashi was in a daze, Tenzo ran in. Oh, what's the matter? Kakashi sat up and asked curiously. I don't know, you can see for yourself. Kakashi took it and took a look. Is it Uchiha? It seems to have gone the same way. Senior, what's the matter? Tanzang asked curiously. It's nothing. It's just that we may have to add a new companion. Uchiha Itachi? Yes, A month later, Uchiha Itachi returned to the Anbu for an interview and interviewed for the 6th class. Although Kakashi was already the commander of the Dark Forces at this time, he was still directly under the control of the 6th Squad of the Dark Forces. The 6th class of Anbu has now become a legendary existence of Anbu. Chapter 143 Itachi's Assessment Monthly Passover Beijiachen. A month later, Uchiha Itachi came to the Anbu base, with a cold face. No emotions can be seen. No one can imagine that such a boy is only 10 years old. In him, there is no childishness that a child should have. Uchiha Itachi? An Anbu looked up and down at Itachi and asked. Itachi nodded, and said, Itachi, Uchiha is here to participate in the Anbu assessment. The Anbu said, your assessment department is the 6th class of Anbu. Please follow me. Itachi didn't speak, but just follow the Anbu. Passing through the dark hall, there is a corridor in front of it, dark and long. Itachi seemed to be walking behind without a second thought, but in fact Hyuga had already remembered all the places he had walked. Ninjas must have accurate observations of the surrounding environment and cannot relax their vigilance at any time. There are many people who know this, but there are very few who can really do this. However, the young Itachi has already done this. Uchiha Itachi, the front is the test site for Anbu. Go in by yourself. After that Anbu finished speaking, he turned and left. It was a dark iron door, and it looked a bit cold. Itachi didn't hesitate much, and directly pushed open the iron door. With a babble, the iron gate is a bit heavy. The door opened, and Itachi saw 3 ninjas wearing Anbu costumes standing in the center of the room. The person on the left knows who it is without even looking at Itachi. His body shape and standing posture are absolutely stop water. The man on the right doesn't know who it is. He probably hasn't seen it before. The man in the middle has silver white hair and a bracer with a strange pattern on his right hand. There is a dangerous aura on his body, and he is still single-lead. He should be the legendary Hokage Kakashi. Itachi just glanced at it and made a judgment instantly. Itachi Uchiha, come to take the assessment. Kakashi looked at Itachi at close range. This young man's body was really full of calm aura. From entering to the present, Itachi's heartbeat has kept beating very smoothly, proving that he doesn't feel nervous at all. It is inevitable for ordinary young people to be nervous at such times, but he does not. Kakashi had to admit that the mental quality of the person in front of him was really not that high. Itachi Uchiha, aged 10, entered school at 6, graduated at 7, and was promoted to Zonglin at 10. He is hailed as a rare genius for decades. Kakashi read Itachi's information word by word, but Itachi didn't have the slightest expression on his face. This is his resume. He knows better than anyone else. Exciting results. Most of the people in the Anbu do not have such an excellent resume as you. In the Anbu, except for Kakashi himself, the rest of the people really didn't have such excellent results, and Shisui was similar to Itachi. Your grades are enough for you to enter the Anbu, but the Anbu is not so easy to enter. Before that, we have to conduct an assessment on you. The assessment is very simple. In the Musha next to Konoha, I placed one. The Mask of Anbu, before sunset. As long as you can find it back, it will pass the assessment. Itachi frowned and went down to a deep mountain to find such a small thing without the slightest clue. Not to mention it was before sunset, it would not be possible to find it even a month. As if seeing the dignity of Itachi, Kakashi continued, this mask is hidden by me. You can find clues from me. The time is 1 minute. Itachi breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the words. So it seemed much simpler. Itachi didn't waste time, but walked directly to Kakashi's side, circled him, and then looked up and down. 1 minute is up, you can choose to give up or set off. Itachi didn't say much, and a flash left the Anbu base. Shisui, your brother is really cruel. Seeing Itachi leave, Danzo joked. Shisui smiled helplessly, and said, there is no way. This fellow Itachi has been like this since he was a child, but he can't be blamed. After all, his father is the patriarch Fuyu, and I haven't seen him smile before. It's really interesting. Shisui, Senior Kakashi, do you think he can find that mask? Tenzo asked. It's definitely okay. Itachi is smart, Shisui said confidently. Kakashi touched his chin and said, there should be no problem. This test is not difficult. It's just to examine Itachi's observation and judgment. Regarding Itachi's strength, Kakashi knew that there was no problem after seeing Itachi's shot. So this time the assessment didn't mean to try Itachi, but changed the method. The clues Kakashi left on her body are obvious, and Itachi's eyes have indeed looked at those places just now, so there shouldn't be any problems thinking about it. Kakashi looked at the bracer he was wearing today and smiled meaningfully. Seeing that Shisui and Kakashi agree with Itachi in this way, Tenzo couldn't help being a little surprised. Unexpectedly, this 10-year-old kid would make Kakashi and Shisui so important. Tenzo knows that Kakashi and Shisui seem to be very gentle, but in fact it is not so easy to get them to agree. From this point of view, Itachi is really unique. At the foot of Mushan Mountain, Itachi stood alone on a large rock. His trousers are stained with water, so he should have been to the lake. There is a petal on the bottom of his feet, which should be a rose flower. And there is a faint fragrance on his body, which should be amaranth. In addition, there is a patch on his clothes. Bamboo leaves. Itachi closed his eyes, presented the map of Mushan in his mind, and then planned out the possible paths one by one according to these clues. Suddenly, Itachi opened his eyes. It should be there. Chakra rioted at his feet. Itachi looked at the sky, and there were about 3 hours left, plus the time to go back to the dark part, and he only had 2 hours. There is not much time, and the speed has to be accelerated. Thinking like this in Itachi's heart, chakra under his feet surged even more. There are rose flowers here. Amaranth is here. There are bamboo forests here. There are lakes here. Soon, Itachi followed these 3 clues one by one to find the past. Itachi frowned again. No, none of these 4 places. Under the eyes of the writing wheel, if there is a mask in this place, Itachi can still see it, but there is none here. Did I overlook something? Itachi stopped on a tree, lost in thought. No, there should be nothing else on his body. What is that missing? Suddenly, Itachi's inspiration flashed. By the way, it's that brace. The color is very new. Obviously, it has not been used before, and the pattern on it is also temporarily engraved. After carefully recalling the pattern, Itachi's eyes lit up. Right there. Chapter 144 Codename Konoha Dark Part. The 3 Kakashi sat in the assessment venue, closing their eyes to rest. At this time, the practice could not be done, so Kakashi recalled the seal technique he had learned in his mind. The seal technique is difficult to understand, but Kakashi has also learned it intermittently for 6 years, and the seal technique found in the family forbidden area has long been mastered. Mastering belongs to mastering. Every time you re-understand sealing technique, you will always have a different feeling. It can only be said that sealing technique is indeed the most mysterious power system in Hokage. At this time, Shisui said worriedly, "What's the matter with Itachi? Why hasn't he come back after being there for so long?" "Shisui, you little brother won't lose the chain, right?" Tanzang said. "How can it be? With only 2 hours left." Shisui originally thought Itachi should have come back long ago, but he didn't expect it would take such a long time. "Is this Kakashi test difficult?" Shisui looked at Kakashi with some doubts. Kakashi smiled slightly and said, "Shisui, this assessment is actually not difficult, at least, it is not difficult for Itachi. There is still time left, so don't worry." Shisui breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. Kakashi's judgment had not been wrong in Shisui's cognition, so Shisui naturally thought that this time should not be wrong. It's just that Shisui seems to have forgotten that the person who knows Itachi the best here should be him. Why is Kakashi's confidence in Itachi more than himself? Caring is messy. On the other side, Itachi stopped on a big tree. It should be this place. With a murmur, Itachi began to observe the surroundings. Itachi had searched the places indicated by the 4 clues before, but nothing was found. Finally, he finally remembered the pattern of Kakashi's new wristband. That is the key point of all clues. The pattern is a map indicating where the target is. There are two diagonal lines in the middle of the square, and the intersection in the middle is where the mask is. When he understood this, Itachi ran towards that direction without hesitation. Suddenly, Itachi's eyes lit up, and there was a new dirt pit under the tree where he stopped. Found it. After jumping out of the tree and digging the small hole, he found a brand new mask wrapped in oilcloth. The corner of the mouth pulled out a curve. It seems that the matter of entering the Anbu should be okay. Anbu. Shisui was already a little uncomfortable. What's the matter with Itachi? He won't lose the chain at this time, right? Shisui, don't walk around. Where are you like you in Anbu? Tenzan said grimly. Sorry, I'm also anxious. Kakashi's closed eyes suddenly opened at this time and said, I'm back. As soon as Kakashi's voice fell, the iron gate was opened. The immature voice sounded. Nakana Nua Kaiho Itachi, complete the mission and now deliver the mission items. After speaking, Itachi presented the mask with both hands. Shisui was overjoyed and said, Itachi, I know you are fine. Itachi did not answer, and still maintained the posture just now. Shisui is not embarrassed either. Itachi has such a temperament. Kakashi showed a slight smile, also did not speak, but took out a set of Anbu costume and handed it to Itachi. Itachi Uchiha, congratulations on joining the 6th group of Anbu. This is your Anbu prop. You will wear the mask when you perform tasks in the future. If you have any questions about other things, please ask Shisui. Trust you, it's also easy to communicate with each other. Yes. As for your Anbu code, Kakashi touched his chin, then said, just call it the crow of the crow. Yes. Well, come to the Anbu report tomorrow. Itachi looked awkward when he heard this. What's the matter, Itachi? Kakashi asked with some confusion. Senior Kakashi, can I change one day? Why? Shisui on the side said quickly. Itachi, Anbu's orders are everything. Itachi didn't say anything yet. Kakashi suddenly remembered something, and said with a smile, then changed the day after tomorrow. Ali, Shisui and Tenzo both looked at Kakashi in disbelief. When did Kakashi become so talkative? Itachi looked happy, bowed to Kakashi, and said, thank you, senior. Welcome, go back. Okay. Itachi left, and Shisui asked curiously, Senior Kakashi, when have you been so good to talk? It's nothing. It's just that I won't have something to come tomorrow. It would be just right if Itachi wants another day. Huh? What are you going to do tomorrow? Tenzan asked. Tomorrow, when the ninja school starts, there are 3 little ghosts. I have to send them to school. Shisui and Tenzo suddenly, knowing Kakashi so well, of course they knew that Kakashi was teaching 3 children. Under the moonlight, the 7th exercise field. Naruto, Xianglin, and Shijio lay on the ground, panting. Jungo, Xianglin, enrolling in school tomorrow, are you nervous? Xianglin rolled her eyes and said, what's so nervous? Brother Kakashi has been instructing us for 2 years. You still can't go to school. Are you worthy of Brother Kakashi? That said, it's definitely fine. Hearing what Xianglin said, Naruto immediately gained confidence. Our goal is number 1. We must not shame Brother Kakashi. Xianglin stood up and announced his goal loudly. Well, I want to be number 1 too. You? Just forget it. You can't beat Shijio, Xianglin said sullenly. Naruto was stunned immediately after hearing this. Although Shijio was sealed by Kakashi with the power of the curse, his physical fitness is still very outstanding, plus 2 years older than Naruto. The strength is naturally stronger than Naruto a lot. Shijio touched his hair awkwardly, a little embarrassed. The 3 of you, it's so late, why don't you go back to bed? Are you confident in the exam tomorrow? At this moment, Kakashi suddenly appeared. The 3 of them froze for a moment, and Xianglin said, Brother Kakashi, don't worry, we will definitely be the first. Oh, so, then you have to work hard. Kakashi smiled. Okay. With the existence of Uchiha Sasuke, it is not a simple matter for the three to win the first place. After all, Sasuke's talent is still open among the students in this class, and Naruto in the early stage is really not an opponent. Uchiha's station. Father, I have successfully been elected to the Anbu, under the command of Kakashi. Fuyu asked with interest. Oh, is it the Shisui team? Shisui has a high evaluation of Kakashi. What do you think? Very strong. Fuyu was not surprised when he heard this. Unlike ordinary Uchiha people, Fuyu had a far-reaching vision and would not wear colored glasses when looking at people. For Kakashi's reputation in Konoha and in the ninja world, Fu knows exactly how it came from. There is no trace of moisture at all. Moreover, in recent years, I have rarely heard of Kakashi using Shaolin, even if the name of Shaolin Kakashi is still circulating. This suffices to show that even if Kakashi did not get rid of the constraints of the Shaolin, he could not rely on the Shaolin to exert great combat power. Such a character, if the Uchiha clan wants to do something, it is impossible not to care about it. Other Uchiha may be foolish and short-sighted, but Fuyu's vision is much clearer and sharper. Studying well under him, he is a strong man. Hearing this, Itachi was taken aback for a moment, and he had never heard his father praise a person like this. The people who both Shisui and his father praised made Itachi even more curious about Kakashi. What kind of person is he? Chapter 145 Admission. Mikoto, I'll go out first if I have something. Futake. Today is Sasuke's entrance exam. Won't you go take a look? Fuyu turned his head and glanced at Sasuke, and said, let Itachi accompany him. It just happens that Itachi has nothing to do today. Sasuke was a little lost when he heard this, but, well, things in the family are still waiting for me to deal with. After Fu finished speaking, he left the house without looking back. Standing at the door, Fu sighed lightly, arranged his appearance, and then walked towards the family meeting room. Seeing Sasuke's lost expression, Itachi knelt down, flicked Sasuke's forehead lightly, and said with a smile, what's wrong, Sasuke? Don't you like me sending you to school? Hearing this, Sasuke said quickly, no, brother, of course it's good to send me to school. But, as he spoke, Sasuke looked at the door, feeling a little frustrated. Mikoto and Itachi were also a little helpless when they saw this. Fuyu's character, I am afraid it will be difficult to change. Okay, Sasuke, let's go. Okay. On the other side, Kakashi came to the place where Naruto lives. Since today was a special day, none of the three of them slept in. To be more precise, Naruto did not sleep in excitement all night. Are you ready? Okay. Then let's go. Today is the opening day of Konoha Ninja School, and the new students will enter the ninja school today and start their own ninja career. I have to say that the ninja school is Konoha's great decision. With the ninja school, Konoha has a large number of outstanding talents. There are Jiraiya and Dashwin in the front, and Bofeng Shuiman in the back. These civilian ninjas came to prominence because of the ninja school. They were favored by famous teachers and finally shocked the world of ninja. It can be said that the ninja school is a huge selection. It selects all potential outstanding newcomers, and then trains them by famous teachers, and finally forms the new pillar of Konoha. For example, the later Konoha 12 Xiokyang. As a result, Konoha continued to live and pass on. The ninja school is also one of the important ways for the village to merge from one big clan into a family. Kakashi walked in front, and the three little ghosts behind were surprisingly quiet, and even Naruto, who was usually the most noisy, became a little silent. When children face an unfamiliar environment, they will feel a little hesitant in their hearts. When approaching the gate of the ninja school, Kakashi saw Itachi walking from another direction, and Sasuke next to him. At this time, Sasuke is really cute. Yo, Itachi, how are you? Kakashi greeted with a hand out. After hearing the words, Itachi also saw Kakashi. Senior Kakashi, hello, why are you here too? Kakashi pointed to the three little ghosts behind him, and said, Send these 3 guys over to school. What about you? Is this your brother? Speaking of Sasuke, Itachi obviously had a different expression. Yup. Sasuke looked at the strange man in front of him, and pulled Itachi's hand with some fear. Obviously this little guy was still very shy at this time. Sasuke, really Senior Kakashi who Shisui often advances. Sasuke was a little surprised when he heard this, and his eyes were full of curiosity when he looked at Kakashi. From Shisui's mouth, Sasuke heard him praise Kakashi more than once. Kakashi was a little bit emotional when looking at the young Zenma who was engraved with jade in front of him. Will this guy always live in the darkness of vengeance in the future? Is it sad to be the reincarnation of Indra? At the same time, Naruto looked over curiously. As he looked at Sasuke, Sasuke also saw Naruto. The two looked at each other. Suddenly, a different feeling rippled through their hearts, but it quickly dissipated. Xiangrin looked at Sasuke, and his eyes lit up. Xiangrin said that he liked it very much. But the younger brother Ningsi that I met before seems to be about the same handsome. Who do you want to choose? Little Xiangrin was in a dilemma. Children's likes are always so casual. On the contrary, Shijigo didn't feel the slightest. Naruto and Sasuke have completed their fateful first encounter. Konoha Ninja School entrance examination registration begins now. Parents who have filled out the form should submit the form, and then the examinee will enter the school for the examination. Upon hearing this, Kakashi and Itachi both walked over and handed in the form. Sasuke, Naruto and others also entered. Come on, Sasuke. Well, brother, I will work hard. Naruto, Xiangrin, Shijigo, come on. Don't worry, brother Bayamao, I must have no problem. Yeah, brother Kakashi. Okay. Watching the 4 people go in, Kakashi and Itachi did not stay at the door. The time for this assessment was not short, and staying at this crowded door was not a good choice. Itachi, are you interested in talking? Well, Senior Kakashi, let's go. There are so many people here, we will come back later. It is good. On Konoha's path, Kakashi and Itachi walked and talked, and the atmosphere was considered harmonious. For Kakashi, Itachi still respects him very much. As for Itachi, Kakashi always felt a little intolerable. For such a character, the future fate is really too bleak. Itachi, what do you think of the relationship between Uchiha and the village? Kakashi suddenly asked. Itachi was a little surprised. This kind of question is really a bit sensitive. What's more, Konoha and Uchiha today have developed into this field. Itachi was a little uncertain for a while. This was Kakashi's own question, or Konoha's high-level temptation. Seeing Itachi's appearance, Kakashi also knew that he was a little abrupt. Sorry, Itachi, this question may be too sensitive, and I just got it on a whim and didn't mean anything else. Kakashi-senpai, do you think the Uchiha clan can live in peace with the village? Kakashi was silent for a moment after hearing this, and said, Uchiha is part of the village. It has developed to this way. It is the problem of the predecessors. There is no hatred between the village and Uchiha. There is a gap between them. If both sides can open, if you accept each other with your heart, maybe this problem won't exist. Hearing this, Itachi nodded, but he also knew that this method was too difficult. Understanding between people is not easy. There are many things between people's hearts. Kakashi also knew that his statement was too idealistic, but other than that, it was impossible to completely eliminate this contradiction. There is one way to temporarily eliminate it. That is to establish a powerful foreign enemy. In this way, the high-level villagers and Uchiha can relax a little bit and save the relationship that has almost reached the freezing point. But if the enemy is not strong enough, Uchiha may still be isolated by the high level and not sent to the battlefield. It's just that, just a few years after the end of the war, the villagers probably have no intention of starting a war. The price is too great. Not worth it. This has almost become an unsolvable situation, and Shisui and Itachi's thoughts are just wandering between the two, trying to persuade both. But obviously, this method is not realistic. Senior Kakashi, thank you very much. Itachi, the path of life is chosen by yourself. You don't have to carry everything alone. Kakashi spoke earnestly, But Itachi didn't understand it. Kakashi didn't explain, but patted Itachi on the shoulder and said, "Let's go. It's time to go back." They should be about the same. By the way, remember to report to Anbu tomorrow. Yes, Senior Kakashi. Chapter 146. Mysterious Place enrollment came to an end, and Kakashi did not take care of the three Naruto all day. After all, their affairs still have to be experienced by themselves. Kakashi will not be a nanny. Besides, Kakashi is now the commander of the Dark Force. Although there will not be too many affairs due to the particularity of the dark part, some task scheduling is still to be done anyway. Shisui, Itachi, this time there is a task that requires the three of us to go together. You two will clean up and we will leave the village. Shisui and Itachi didn't ask too much, they just responded, and they packed up and got ready to set off. A month later, in the southern part of the country of fire, the three of Kakashi sat resting under a big tree. I didn't expect this task to be so smooth, and it was completed all at once. Shisui said happily. This task is not difficult. The most important thing is to familiarize the crow with Anbu's work. Hearing this, Itachi said, "Thank you, Senior." "Welcome. I believe that with your talent, this time's leadership is enough." Itachi nodded and agreed. "Well, it's getting late, let's rest here tonight, and we will go on our way tomorrow," Kakashi said. Shisui and Itachi naturally have no opinion. After the three of them simply ate something, they each found a tree and leaned on the tree to rest. Of course, it is impossible to get into deep sleep in the wilderness. Only people with a heart like Naruto can sleep to death. Obviously, these three people are not such people. The night is silent and there is often a breeze. The weather in October is always hot. The black clouds in the sky are densely covered, and there is a strange feeling. The three of Kakashi opened their eyes at the same time, the scarlet writing wheel eyes were exposed at the same time, and the seal of Kakashi's left eye was directly broken. The three were shocked. Their own writing wheel eyes were running uncontrollably and spontaneously. The three of them stood up at the same time, and all saw surprise and doubt in each other's eyes. "What's going on? How can the writing wheel turn spontaneously?" Shisui asked suspiciously. Kakashi and Itachi were a little silent, and they also didn't know what was going on. At this time, the red light has faded from the writing wheel, and the former appearance has been restored. It's just that the three of them don't think this is an accident. The three of them looked at each other, and they all felt something wrong. "I'm afraid this place is not that simple. This barren mountain is just a small place where three people passed by, and there is no sign on the map. Could it be that this has anything to do with Shaolin Yan? These three people are not clear, but this may be the only explanation. Otherwise, the abnormality of writing round eyes cannot be explained at all. This thing is a bit weird, probably because it has something to do with this place." Now we have two choices, one is to uncover the problem, and the other is to leave immediately. What do you think? Kakashi touched his chin and suggested. Shisui and Itachi looked at each other, and both saw the movement in each other's eyes. When Kakashi saw this, his mind was lost. "Then let's start acting, Shun, Crow, because the goal is uncertain." We split up and moved in three directions. The mountain is not big. Half an hour should be enough. After that, no matter whether we find any problems or not, we will all come back to this place together, and then make plans. Are there any questions? No. Okay, action. Kakashi gave an order, and the three immediately dispersed. The three of them are ninjas with a certain level of strength, and there is no need to act together at this time, and the efficiency of acting separately will be higher. Half an hour later, Kakashi stopped on a big tree. "Strange, there is nothing here. Is it in the direction of Shisui or Itachi?" Kakashi secretly said in his heart, with thoughtful light in his eyes. "Forget it, it's not a way to find it like this," Kakashi murmured. And then a peculiar mark was made on his hands. Solution. I saw the three silver-white gouges behind Kakashi continuously turning, and then a horrible natural energy filled Kakashi's body. A red eye shadow appeared next to Kakashi's eyes. Fairy mode. Under the fairy mode, The entire barren mountain was in Kakashi's perception. Kakashi soon discovered the chakra of Shisui and Itachi. Shisui and Itachi are both rushing back, and it seems that they have found nothing. Huh? This is... Kakashi's eyes widened suddenly. A very powerful chakra reaction, and very cryptic. In that mountain. This is not a human chakra type. What is it? Kakashi frowned, pressing his right hand against his chin. Not knowing what he was thinking, the target has discovered that the natural energy of Kakashi's body has quickly faded and turned into the silver-white goo seal again. Silver. Did you find anything over there? Neither Crow nor I found anything. Shisui and Itachi also rushed back at this time, but found nothing. Yes, follow me. No one can think of anything. But Kakashi decided to go there and talk about it, and this time the matter obviously has something to do with Zwanyan, so Shisui and Itachi are naturally rare good helpers. After hearing this, Shisui and Itachi followed Kakashi and galloped all the way, and soon came to a lake. Silver, is this? Shisui asked in confusion. Under this water pool, there is an underwater passage connecting the inner side of the mountain. You can use the writing wheel to see it. Shisui and Itachi didn't hesitate to hear the words, and directly opened the writing wheel. Sure enough, there was a passage under the water under Shaolin Yan's field of vision. It's not that the writing wheel eyes also have the ability to see through, but there is a strange chakra at the time of the passage. Where is this place? Why is there a strange feeling? Shisui said. This place is very unusual. I don't recommend that we go down. Itachi said calmly. Itachi made sense. This place was weird inside and out, and it was really hard to tell if you just went in like this. Ara, don't say that. Since it can be sensed by Shaolin Yan, it must have something to do with Shaolin Yan. Maybe there is a secret to Shaolin Yan. I think we should go in and take a look. Shisui is quite confident. I think I should go in and have a look. Senior, what do you think? Seeing that Shisui said that, Itachi still felt like asking Kakashi's opinion. Since we are all here, there is naturally no reason to give up. I know you are all curious, don't you? Kakashi smiled. Itachi's worry, he understood that this place was indeed a bit weird, but Kakashi felt that there was something worth entering. Moreover, the feeling of chakra made Kakashi very concerned. It seems to have a somewhat familiar taste, not the chakra that people are familiar with. What exactly is it? Kakashi couldn't remember for a moment. So if you want to know the answer, you can only go in and take a look. Chapter 147 Steel. Both Shisui and Kakashi agreed to go in, and Itachi would naturally have no objections anymore. So there were 3 pops, and the 3 of them jumped into the water. The water was very clear, and the 3 of them had no hindrance in seeing things in the water. Kakashi swam at the forefront and soon saw a dark hole. Without hesitation, Kakashi swam directly towards there. Shisui and Itachi followed Kakashi's footsteps. Wow! Kakashi came out of the water, facing a dark space. A scroll was taken out of the ninja bag, and an oil lamp was taken out of the sealed space. In an instant, there was a ray of light in the pitch-black space, and everything within 2 meters of it was illuminated very brightly. This is... Kakashi's pupils shrank, and there were 2 bones not far away. At this moment, Shisui must have finally floated out of the water. Yin, did you find anything? Shisui asked. Kakashi pointed to the bones in front, and said, it seems that we are not the first people to come here. Although the corpse had turned into bones, there were still a few broken pieces of clothing. Seeing that white bone, Shisui and Itachi were a little curious, and looked forward. Itachi carefully picked up the pieces of clothes that had been decayed by time. This is... What's wrong? What did you find? Shisui asked. Kakashi walked over and put the oil lamp aside, also waiting for Itachi's answer. The lines on this broken piece of clothing seem to be a piece of Uchiha's family crest. Look. Itachi handed the pieces of clothes to Shisui, and Shisui took it in surprise. Sure enough, although the clothes fragments were small and the patterns on them were more vague, Shisui and Itachi, as members of the Uchiha clan, could not recognize them. come out. Are these two bones from the Uchiha clan? Both Shisui and Itachi felt a little heavy in their hearts. It now appears that these two people are almost out of the Uchiha clan. So what are the reasons why they are here? Don't think too much. It must have something to do with the inexplicable writing wheel sensation that happened to all three of you just now. So why did these two people die here? The expressions of the three of them became a little solemn, and it was obvious that there was danger here. The Uchiha people who can open the writing wheel will not be weak, and both of them died here. Obviously, their opponents are very strong, or they are facing terrible things. Kakashi did not speak, but instead began to study the two bones. Senior, what did you find? Itachi asked. The two bones were not damaged. In other words, their death was not caused by strong external forces. Otherwise, the bones would definitely have broken marks. Shisui and Itachi nodded, agreeing with Kakashi's statement. The bones were intact and did not turn black, indicating that it was not poisoned. In other words, their deaths were caused by a small and fatal attack. There were only a few ways to cause death, and their situation, it seems that because there is no traumatic death, illusion. Shisui and Itachi thought of this at the same time. Yes, it's illusion. But as a ninja of the Uchiha clan and who has opened the writing wheel, the illusion that can kill them is probably not to be underestimated. Shisui and Itachi nodded. Indeed, Shaolin Yan has certain resistance to illusion. If it can be killed directly by illusion, at least it is an A-level illusion. A-level ninjutsu is not something ordinary people can release. Shisui was a little eager to try, for illusion, he was the most powerful of the three. Silver, let me go ahead. For illusion, here I am the strongest. Kakashi shook his head and said, your queen. Why? Shisui said puzzledly. It is precisely because you are the strongest in illusion, that you are the queen. If I and the crow are both in illusion, you can solve it for us. This. Itachi also said at this time, Shun, I beg you. With that said, Itachi followed Kakashi and walked forward. Shisui touched the back of his head helplessly, and said, really? Let me be the queen. Shisui also knew that Kakashi was right, and this was indeed the best way. If there is really an illusion, then putting Shisui at the end is the best choice. Furthermore, Kakashi and Itachi's illusion skills are equally good. Kakashi took the oil lamp and opened the road ahead, and the dark space was unfolded in front of the three. The originally huge space began to become narrow, and in the end it became a long corridor more than 2 meters wide. It's just that the stone walls on both sides of the corridor are neatly scary. It's as if someone cut it open with a knife deliberately. Just how sharp is a big knife that can cut the stone wall so smoothly? Kakashi thought maliciously, and suddenly, a green light flashed in front of him. Kakashi stopped and said, there seems to be something in front of you. Everyone, be careful. Okay. Chakras flowed silently in the three of them, ready to fight at any time. After a few more steps, the promenade finally reached the end. The three stood side by side, stunned by the sight in front of them. A huge stone monument was erected in front of the three of them, emitting a faint green light on it. What is this? Shisui said in surprise. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, and some inscriptions were engraved on it. 3 artifacts. Kakashi was stunned for a moment, and the things on this stele were quite similar to the murals previously seen in the forbidden area of Hell Valley. Why is there this thing here? Are there records of the 3 artifacts in so many places? No, it's not right. This stele seems to have chakras. Kakashi exclaimed, be careful. There is a problem with this stele. As soon as the voice fell, the green light emitted from the stele shrouded the three directly. There is no time to escape. Bad. This was the only thought in Kakashi's mind at this time, but he felt dizzy and seemed to be in a certain kind of coma. Not knowing how long it took, Kakashi slowly opened his eyes. In the white light, Kakashi's vision gradually became clear. Kakashi was surprised by the scene in front of him. Familiar room. Familiar ceiling. This is my home. Flagwood house. Kakashi climbed up to his feet, looking at everything in front of him incredulously. What happened? As soon as Kakashi made a sound, he immediately felt wrong. This voice is a little bit strange. Kakashi ran to the mirror immediately. The same silver-white hair, the same mask, but the eyes are intact and there are no scars. And that young body. This is when I was a kid. At this moment, the door was pushed open. Kakashi, why haven't you gotten up yet? Kakashi turned his head and looked around, shocked. White hair, familiar clothes. Father. Chapter 148. Past Kakashi, why is this expression? I'm out for breakfast, and I will practice together later. Tsukumo Hajiki came over and patted Kakashi's silver hair, then waved his hand and left the room. Kakashi stood blankly in front of the mirror. What's going on? Illusion? The chakra kept turning in his body. The huge chakra he had cultivated for several years disappeared without a trace at this time, and even the silver-white curse mark disappeared. How could this be? Kakashi was puzzled. This illusion was a bit too real. At this time, the chakra in Kakashi's body was at best a level of forbearance. Did he cross again? Kakashi, come out quickly. Shuama's voice came again, and Kakashi didn't hesitate anymore, and quickly walked out. Kakashi, you are a bit lazy today. Were you too tired from yesterday's practice? Shuama said. No, father, just thinking about something. What has been thought of for so long? Shuama asked. Nothing, Kakashi said vaguely. Upon seeing this, Shuama didn't say anything. Okay, come over for dinner, and follow me to practice in the yard later. Yes, father. Although he was puzzled, Kakashi still filled his stomach first. After breakfast, Shuama stood up and said, Kakashi, come with me. Kakashi nodded. He was very familiar with what happened next. Before enrolling in school, this kind of daily life was too ordinary. I have inherited the memory, and this period of time seems to be my own experience. This moment reappeared in front of his eyes, making Kakashi sigh with emotion. But, father, is it really you? Kakashi looked at the stalwart back in front of him, and the corners of his eyes were a little wet. How long have you not felt this way? Kakashi himself forgot. Before the tears from the corners of his eyes slip off, Kakashi forced them back. Tears are never something men should do. It's still the familiar courtyard, where Kakashi has swung his knife how many times. It's just that it's different now, with a familiar and unfamiliar figure. Kakashi, my Kakaki family uses the sword technique to shock the ninja world, so you must master this sword technique. It is rumored that when the village was not established, a mysterious strong man taught me the powerful Kaki family the sword technique. And even if my Kima clan doesn't have the limit of blood succession, it is enough to occupy a place in the ninja world with this sword technique. Kakashi nodded. He had heard these words many years ago, and now it resounded again, feeling full of emotion in his heart. The flagwood sword technique is ninjutsu. The early practice is to constantly swing the sword and turn it into the body's instinct. There are 8 basic sword techniques, namely sweeping, splitting, plucking, cutting, plundering, naai, and cutting. Sudden. Today, this is what you practiced. Look good. I will only demonstrate once. After Shamu finished speaking, he pulled out the white short knife behind his back and moved in the garden full of cherry blossoms. Sweep, chop, swipe, cut, plunder, naai, chop, and burst. One move, although it seems simple, but it is infinitely powerful. Knife shadows circled around White Fang. Kakashi is a little ashamed. Even now, his sword skills are still inferior to his father. It's not that Kakashi's talent is not good, but that he is too distracted. Shuama repaired the sword all his life and had already practiced it to the point of proficiency, but Kakashi did not put aside other things when he practiced the flagwood sword technique. Therefore, even if Kakashi is talented, he is only 8th of Shuama in swordsmanship. If Kakashi didn't know that there were so many powerful enemies in the future, maybe Kakashi would concentrate on practicing the sword technique. It's just that Kakashi knows that a sword technique is far from enough in the future. Shuama lonely stabs himself when the wind breaks. looking like an arrogant swordsman. This is ... sword intent. Kakashi suddenly felt that he was still young at the time, and he didn't even see that his father was still using the sword intent at this time. The meaning of the sword is mysterious, and it is impossible to explain it, so I can only understand it by myself. Back then, Mifune also talked to Kakashi about the sword, and Kakashi thought that it would not take long for him to understand it. Unfortunately, until now, Kakashi has not realized it. Maybe Kakashi doesn't have the determination to give everything for the knife. And Kakashi is in this place. Kakashi, have you seen it clearly? Try it again and let me see, Shumo said, passing the white-tooth short knife in his hand to Kakashi. Yes, father. Kakashi took the familiar white-tooth short knife, and his expression was a little emotional. In the Battle of Shenwukan, this knife was broken, and later he was rebuilt into the current Kien-ting. Every time he fights with Thousand Ting, Kakashi has a feeling of fighting alongside his father. Clutching the short knife in his hand, Kakashi let out a sigh of relief. The knife pierced the void, grinning wind. Kakashi did his best, and also set off bursts of sword shadows. Shuuma's expression became very strange in an instant, or rather surprised. In Kakashi's hands, the white fang knife was a bit less sharp, but it was a bit more flexible. In terms of moves, it was not inferior to just Shuuma's display. With every cut, Kakashi seemed to exhaust all his strength. The vague memory gradually came to my heart. That time when I was taught by my father. Kakashi, be steady when making the knife. Kakashi, it's too slow, we must go faster. Kakashi, it's not enough, the strength is too weak. Kakashi, you want to grow up as soon as possible. Dad is afraid that there will be no chance to protect you anymore. Kakashi, this is the last time. From now on, you will rely on yourself. Kakashi, forgive Dad. Suddenly, the scene before him changed. In the dark night sky, lightning was still flashing, and Kakashi's eyes were a cold corpse. The tall figure fell to the ground. The bright red blood kept flowing from his abdomen, and the white-tooth short knife of the powerful ninja world was deeply inserted into it. A man who made the ninja world feel terrified, in this way, ended his life. Seeing the real and emptiness in front of him, Kakashi was not sad or even surprised. Father, I have grown up. If there is a chance to meet in the future, I will tell you that I have forgiven you. You are a hero. Lightning flashed across the night sky, illuminating Kakashi's miserable face. As the past reappears, Kakashi's heart is naturally filled with mixed feelings. Perhaps I should be thankful for this illusion. Kakashi gave a chuckle, and condensed all his emotions. At this time, he was still the Megatron ninja, defeating the Hokage Kakashi of the 4th generation of Raikage. Then Shatter It suddenly drew out the white-tooth short knife inserted in Shuumo's belly, a white light flashed, and the scene before him was shattered like a mirror. Illusion. Break. Chapter 149. 10-Punch Sword. The fragmented illusion turned into nothingness before Kakashi's eyes, and the green light filled the entire space this time. The white-toothed short knife in Kakashi's hand turned into Kien-ting, and the blade was shining with thunder. The illusion is indeed real, but the white-tooth short knife has become the key to breaking the game. White Fang stayed in Kakashi's hands for several years, before being recast as Kien-ting. It can be said that no one in this world knows this knife better than Kakashi. When he took the white fang dagger from Shuumo, Kakashifu reached his mind and understood the key to this illusion. The memories of people intercepted by this illusion are condensed. Even if they know it is an illusion, they can't help but indulge in it. The cold white teeth short knife made Kakashi understand the key to the matter in an instant. In this illusion, there is only the white-tooth short knife, inheriting the past and the present. Having just met Shuumo, it is impossible for Kakashi to say that there is no ups and downs in his mood. But this sentiment was quickly suppressed by Kakashi. This situation is not the time to play sad. This stone monument is probably not so simple. Such a powerful illusion technique, I am afraid that compared with Itachi's monthly reading, It is not much different. What is this steel? Kakashi was a little curious. What kind of secret was hidden in the steel of such a powerful illusion? The above content is similar to the murals in Hell Valley, but the murals in Hell Valley do not have such exaggerated illusion skills. 3 artifacts, 10-fist sword, 8 mirror, 8 feet Kai and Jade. Could there be a 10-punch sword here? Kakashi's spirit was shocked. Among the 3 artifacts, only the Shikan sword possessed the ability of illusion. The 10-fist sword belongs to a kind of grass pheasant sword. It is a spiritual weapon. It has no entity at all. It cooperates with the Yata mirror and is perfect. The wine flying out of the gourd turned into the form of a sword, and this sword was a 10-punch sword. The soul pierced by the sword will be sealed in the gourd, and then plunged into the endless illusion, and also has the ability to seal. Speaking of it, the abilities of this 10-fist sword are really somewhat similar to that of infinite moon reading, and the illusion just now is estimated to be a masterpiece of Shikanjian. What Kakashi thought at this time was that the forbidden area in Hell Valley was probably ignored by him. The same thing that records the 3 divine tools. It doesn't make sense that there is such a mysterious illusion here. But there is nothing there. But without waiting for Kakashi to think about it, the green light in front of him gradually dissipated, and the steel condensed all the light, and then a gourd-like thing appeared on the steel. And there are 3 big characters engraved beside it, 10-fist swords. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. As expected, 10-punch swords are sealed here. Kakashi didn't think much, walked up to the steel, and gently touched the lines on the steel. The red gourd looks very aura, and the red light flashes. Kakashi could feel the temperature emanating from the gourd. The gourd seemed to feel something, emerging from the steel and reflected in the air. Kakashi was overjoyed and stretched out his right hand, wanting to take it down. But when Kakashi reached out his hand, the gourd flashed and turned into a cloud of red mist. As soon as the hand passed through, it was impossible to hold it in the hand. Kakashi was taken aback for a moment, and took his hand back, and the gourd appeared entity again. Kakashi did not believe in evil and stretched out his hand again, but unfortunately, no matter how many times Kakashi tried, he couldn't hold it in his hand. How is this going? Kakashi was a little helpless. It was already in front of her, but she couldn't get it, which made Kakashi very upset. At this moment, Shisui and Itachi appeared beside Kakashi. Senior, Shisui whispered. Seeing Shisui and Itachi, Kakashi said, "Have you solved the environment?" The 2 nodded. Senior, what is this? Shisui pointed to the 10-fist sword and said. Kakashi did not answer, but pointed at the 3 words on the steel. 10-fist sword. Both Shisui and Itachi were taken aback. Is this one of the legendary 3 artifacts? Yes, this is the Shikan sword. This should be the place where the Shikan sword is sealed. The illusion just now should be the test of the Shikan sword. It seems that the 3 of us have passed. Kakashi chuckled, secretly saying that the luck of the 10-punch sword was really good. After waiting for so many years, I didn't wait for the master to come. This time, 3 came. But Kakashi faintly felt that he might not get this artifact. Senior, you are the first to pass. This 10-punch sword must be yours. Even in the face of such artifacts as Shikan sword, Shisui was not half greedy. Itachi also nodded, agreeing to Shisui's words. Shisui, Itachi, the divine tool is alive. I'm afraid I have no chance. What do you mean by senior? Senior is the first person to break through the illusion. How can there be no chance? Shisui asked suspiciously. Kakashi did not explain, but reached out and touched the gourd. Not surprisingly, the gourd turned into a cloud of red mist again. Both Shisui and Itachi were a little surprised. What's the situation? This 10-punch sword does not seem to be an entity, Itachi said with scarlet eyes, looking at the gourd. After hearing the words, Shisui also opened the writing wheel, and found that it was indeed not an entity. Kakashi nodded and said, yes, this 10-punch sword is indeed not a physical entity. You should remember why we came to this place. Right? Round eyes. Itachi whispered. Yes. it's the writing wheel eyes. If the guess is correct, the person who can hold the 10-fist sword must have the writing wheel eyes. Moreover, I am afraid that it is not a normal writing wheel eyes. Senior mean ... Kaleidoscope writing round eyes, Shisui said suddenly. Kaleidoscope writing round eyes? Itachi was a little surprised. This was the first time he heard the term. Yes, Itachi, Sango Jade round eyes is not the top of the round eyes. There is a kaleidoscope writing round eyes on it. Back then, Uchiha's ancestor, Uchiha Madara suppressed the entire ninja world with a pair of kaleidoscope writing round eyes. Only the first generation of Hokage can match it. Shisui and Itachi roughly talked about the kaleidoscope writing round eyes, and Itachi probably understood this information. Yes, it is the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. I have read the records of the 3 magical tools elsewhere. I am afraid that only the person who has opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye can remove it, Kakashi said. Senior, I remember your writing wheel eyes should already be kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes, right? Shisui asked with some confusion. When I was in Uin village before, Kakashi's eyes had a pattern different from the 3 Hokage. And Shisui also thought that Kakashi had already opened a kaleidoscope at that time. Kakashi did not deny it either, saying, yes, I did have a kaleidoscope, but this is not enough. You must know that there must be 2 writing wheels in order to exert the greatest power. You should all know that. Itachi was surprised when he heard the words, Kakashi actually opened the legendary kaleidoscope of the Uchiha clan to write round eyes. And a foreigner could actually do this. Now Itachi began to understand why Shisui respected Kakashi so much. Chapter 150 Sasuo no Senior, what do you mean? Shisui asked suspiciously. Kakashi looked at Shisui and said, Shisui, your kaleidoscope writing wheel should be opened, right? Hearing this, Itachi looked at Shisui in horror. And Shisui also opened the legendary kaleidoscope. When Shisui saw this, he touched his head with some embarrassment, and said, ah, it was opened not long ago. How do you know, Senior? Guess it. Amount. Kakashi's answer made Shisui a little speechless. Can this be guessed? But Kakashi is indeed guessing. According to the original work, Shisui at this time should indeed have a kaleidoscope of writing wheels. Shisui, the Toei kaleidoscope should be able to release Sasuo no. Shisui was startled, but Kakashi didn't expect Kakashi to even know this. Yes, Senior, why do you know these things? After all, I also own a kaleidoscope. It shouldn't be strange to know this. Kakashi laughed. Shisui suddenly, too, Kakashi opened the kaleidoscope to write the wheel earlier than himself. And it was not surprising that he knew about Suzuo. Shisui, if I'm not mistaken, I am afraid that this 10-fist sword will need to be taken out by Suzuo. You have a try. This 10-punch sword felt tangible and intangible, so Kakashi came up with such a method based on the situation of later generations. If the guess is correct, this method should work. Hearing this, Shisui didn't think much about it. It's not too pleasant to collect artifacts. Shisui closed his eyes slightly, then opened his eyes suddenly. Kaleidoscope right round eyes. The black 4-corner dart pattern hovered constantly in Shisui's eyes. Shisui, you don't need to use the full body of Sasuo no, just make an arm. The use of Suzuo no has a huge loss of pupil power, so if it is fully expanded, it is obviously unnecessary. If it's just an arm, there shouldn't be any major losses. Shisui nodded, expressing understanding. Itachi, retreat with me. Everything that happens next may not be in your imagination. After Kakashi finished speaking, he pulled Itachi away for more than 5 meters. Itachi looked at Shisui with scorching eyes, and the strange pupils that he had never seen before. At this time, Shisui looked at the Shikan sword not far away intently. His eyes widened, and the huge green skeleton appeared around Shishui's body. This is... Itachi was surprised. The scene before it was too shocking for the young Itachi. That is Suzuo, the ultimate skill that can only be unlocked with a kaleidoscope of eyes, Kakashi said enviously. Even if Kakashi opened the kaleidoscope to write round eyes, A kaleidoscope can only be a cipher Suzuo's skill. Shisui's eyes began to drip with blood, and Kakashi immediately said when he saw it, "Shisui, make a quick decision, otherwise, it will put a lot of load on your eyes." Shisui nodded, no longer talking nonsense at the moment, staring at the front. Only the right arm of the skeleton directly grabbed the Shikan sword. But when Suzuo's right arm grasped the Shikan sword did not turn into a red mist like before, but was directly held tightly and quietly. "It's a success." Shisui felt happy, and put Suzuo away. The kaleidoscope writing round eyes faded. Shisui felt a sharp pain in his body, and at the same time his body became soft. Seeing that Kakashi was unhappy, he hurried over to hold on to Shisui. "Shisui, how are you?" "It's okay, but I didn't expect that it would consume so much to turn on Suzuo. This is the first time I have used this ninjutsu." "It's okay. It seems that this ten-fist sword still has fate with you." Kakashi smiled. "Thanks to seniors, I can get this 10-punch sword. But if seniors can use the 10-punch sword in the future, I will return it to senior," Shisui said. Kakashi waved his hand and said, "Don't do this, this is what you deserve." Shisui wanted to say something, but the stone tablet suddenly began to crack at this moment. There was also a shock in the space. Kakashi exclaimed, "No, this is going to collapse, let's go." When the two heard this, their expressions tightened. If this kind of place collapses, they might be dead. Without saying anything, Kakashi directly picked up Shisui and said, "Itachi, go." Itachi nodded, and chakra surged under his feet, running in the direction he had come. Kakashi followed closely behind. Even if he was carrying Shisui on his back, the speed was not slow at all. Kakashi dodged one by one with flying rocks splashing along the way. Shisui didn't say anything to let me go. If everyone ran away, that would be too far-fetched. Shisui knew that neither Kakashi nor Itachi would leave him alone. After so many years of getting along with each other, Shisui knew exactly what kind of person the other party was. What the three of them didn't notice was that a red spot of light entered Itachi's mind at an extremely fast speed. Itachi only felt that there seemed to be something extra in his head, but it was obviously not the time to care about these things at this time. The three rushed all the way, and finally saw the water when they came. With 3 plops, all 3 of them jumped into the water. Shisui's body also temporarily recovered his mobility, and with Kakashi's help, he left this place. And shortly after the 3 of them jumped into the water, the cave completely collapsed. Boom! A loud noise aroused countless splashes. Outside of the water, the Kakashi trio jumped out of the water one after another. It's so risky, I almost got buried in it. Kakashi said, I don't know why I suddenly thought of the soil. He was buried in the ground like this at the beginning, and the road to blackening has been opened since then. It's too dangerous. Shisui also let out a long sigh of relief, lying on the ground in big characters. The first time I used Suzuo no Shisui also knew how much damage this skill would do to his body. Kakashi estimated that only by using Suzuno under the eyes of the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel can he not harm his body. The poor body of Itachi in the original work is probably due to the use of Susanoo. This skill is strong, but the load on the body is too heavy. And using this ninjutsu will speed up blindness in both eyes. In the original work, Sasuke was almost blind after using Susanoo no more than a few times, which shows how much pupil power he consumes. At this time, Itachi was holding his head. Something seemed to be floating in his mind, but he could not see clearly. I only know that it is a piece of information. Itachi closed his eyes tightly, trying to see the mist in his mind. Kakashi and Shisui soon discovered the abnormal condition of Itachi. Itachi, what's the matter with you? Shisui asked with concern. Itachi shook his head and said, it's nothing. I just feel like there is something in my mind. It's fine, it should be an illusion. Okay. Itachi nodded, and he can only think so now. Well, let's get out of here. The movement is so big. It is easy to attract the attention of others. Kakashi said. Yes, Senior. Just when the three of them were about to leave, three big words flashed through Itachi's mind. Yatamura,